The Green Goblin of Gotham wants to become a hero. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26. Harry took Batman directly to the secret basement of the Osborn family, which only he and Bernard knew about. The spacious basement had been completely divided into two. Batman only saw the laboratory after following Harry down, but not Harry's weapons research and development room. In fact, after the strengthening potion was made, this laboratory was basically unnecessary for Harry. The materials related to the potion, raw materials, and various chemicals and potions in it had been completely processed by Harry. The entire underground laboratory looked empty. In addition to the shelves for placing potions, the operating table used for making potions, and two computers for processing data, there was only the metal test bench in the center of the room. Under the white light of the underground laboratory, the entire metal test bench was shining with a cold luster. Bernard was preparing the things needed for injecting the potion inside. He noticed Harry and Batman who came in. Master Harry looked much more relaxed than before. "Good evening, Mr. Batman." Bernard stopped what he was doing and greeted Batman. Batman simply nodded and didn't say anything. He scanned the empty laboratory and found it very crude. Bernard placed a black rope on the lab table. Harry walked over and pulled it hard. "Bernard, is this strong?" "Safety rope. The inner core is made of steel wire rope. I can guarantee that no matter how you struggle, it will not break. At the same time, the steel wire rope is wrapped with retractable fiber material, which will not cause too much harm to you. No matter how you struggle, it will not break." Although it has not been actually measured, his arm strength during the time when he became the Green Goblin was at least measured in tons. This kind of rope can only be said to be better than nothing. However, it still depends on the binding method. And this. Bernard pointed to a piece of black leather cloth next to him. "Straitjacket, if you think it is necessary." "Straitjacket?" Harry has never worn it, but he can try it today. Batman suddenly found that the use of the potion was different from what he expected. The straitjacket and rope were used to restrain little Osborn in case of failure? Why do you need to prepare these things to restrain him? It seems that the consequence of failure is just as little Osborn said, he will become a violent madman, but the degree of violence should be a little higher. What else? Harry asked Bernard to pick some powerful weapons just in case. "I don't think those will be needed, Master Harry." Bernard subconsciously covered the backpack behind him. "Of course it's good if it's not needed." Harry pulled out a backpack behind Bernard himself. "Bernard, if it's not needed, neither you nor Batman will use these things to hurt me." As little Osborn spoke, he took out a stun gun that he had obviously modified from his backpack and handed it to Batman. The voltage is increased 50 times based on the ordinary stun gun. 50 times? Batman looked at the stun gun in his hand and was a little surprised. The function of stun guns is generally to incapacitate people. Is this gun modified to kill people? Harry has not been electrocuted during his time as the Green Goblin, but this level of electric shock can definitely knock him down. Or try something else. Harry continued to take out weapons, a large explosion-proof net gun, which was filled with a highly conductive net. After firing, it will continue to discharge automatically until the battery is exhausted. 3 smoke bombs filled with different poisons, 3 tear gas and 2 gas masks. Of course, Harry didn't get any of the 2 gas masks. The above weapons wouldn't cause him much harm. In addition to those, there was also a rocket launcher that could be used in a desperate situation. He didn't tell Batman how much damage he would do if he failed. If the experiment did fail, Bernard would immediately confess this to Batman. At the same time, the weapons he prepared were enough to suppress himself who had lost his mind. Batman wouldn't be hurt by his concealment, Harry promised. Batman couldn't keep silent after seeing Harry take out an RPG from his backpack. "These weapons are contraband." Batman's voice sounded angry. He approached Harry, who was squatting on the ground, and locked his eyes on Harry. Harry could hear that Batman was angry. He stood up suddenly and wanted to explain, but the temporary lack of blood in his brain made him dizzy. Harry, who was not able to stand firmly, bumped into Batman's chest armor. He covered his forehead and stood up. He looked at Batman with a sick face and red eyes. "I know, but even if these are used, they will only be used on me. Tell me why." Batman's voice was still suppressed with anger, but it was much milder than before. He didn't think that he needed to use these things to suppress or kill Harry Osborn after he went crazy. I will tell you, but not today. Harry didn't have to hide the effect of the potion, but he wanted to get to know Batman again with a new face after the experiment was successful. He wanted to ride a skateboard to the streets of Gotham at night and meet him by chance to surprise him. Maybe it sounds a bit childish, but Harry really wanted to give Batman a surprise like this. It should be a surprise for Batman. Maybe he has a chance to become Batman's best friend. Batman didn't like the feeling of being concealed. He looked down at little Osborn. I want to know the reason, right now. Master Harry. Bernard interrupted their gaze. Bernard didn't want to see Harry being bullied by anyone. Now he felt that Batman was forcing Harry. Harry was silent for a moment. He looked at Batman again and chose to explain the situation to him simply. If the experiment fails, my aggressiveness and physical strength will increase significantly, which is very dangerous. Sorry, if you don't want to continue to help me, you can leave now. Harry's tone was a little stiff, but his gray-blue eyes still looked expectantly at the man in black armor in front of him. It seemed to be rejecting, but also seemed to be trying to keep him. The atmosphere began to become a little stiff, but today, the green potion had to be injected into Harry's body anyway. His illness could not be delayed any longer. Batman took a step back and distanced himself from Harry. I will stay here. The stiff atmosphere began to flow again. Harry turned and walked to the shelf where the potion was placed and took out the emerald green potion. Let's get started without further delay. He handed the potion to Bernard, who would inject it for him later. In order to observe Harry's physical condition after the injection, he needed to take off his loose white shirt before starting. Bernard saw Harry's illness for the first time. Looking at Harry's green skin, he suddenly remembered the scene of Master Norman lying on the bed with abscesses all over his body and unable to get up. How do I wear this? Harry stood in front of the cold test bench with his upper body naked, holding the black straitjacket in his hand and putting it on. In order to cover as little skin as possible, this straitjacket is almost made of straps. The straitjacket cannot be escaped. Although Harry has never worn it, he still knows this. Based on this, Harry decided to try it on. Bernard was holding the injection carefully, and Batman stepped forward and pulled the restraint straps on Harry's body. The straps or openings of the straitjacket are usually on the back. Batman stood behind Harry, pulled the straps from Harry's chest one by one with both hands, and tightened them little by little. The scars on his body were rubbed by the rough straps and felt very unbearable. Harry tried to avoid Batman's hand holding the straps several times, but he held back every time. His golden brown hair brushed Batman's chin from time to time, but neither of them cared. Bernard stood by and stared at Batman's movements without blinking. He regretted bringing the straitjacket back with him, even more than bringing the bazooka back. Harry struggled hard twice in the straitjacket and found that his strength was indeed limited. In this case, even if he went crazy, it would take him some time to break free. This is great. This exclamation seemed both ignorant and very strange. Harry lay down on the experimental table consciously. The cold table surface stimulated his warm skin, and he shrank uncomfortably. And there are ropes, Batman. Batman picked up a large bundle of ropes on the experimental table. It was a special safety rope. Judging from the weight, it was indeed a genuine steel wire rope. Is it really necessary to do this? With this question in mind, Batman wrapped the rope around little Osborn's body. Batman had never tied anyone up so tightly before, except for criminals. His movements were quick, and Harry was tied to the lab table in the blink of an eye. We can start now. Batman felt that this was more tiring than the night patrol. Chapter 27. After disinfection, Bernard placed the needle tip against the outside of Harry's bound arm. The sharp and slender needle pierced Harry's soft muscles that had not been trained yet. The white skin with a slight bluish tint sank as the needle tip pierced. Bernard forced his hand to be steady and not tremble. A whole bottle of green transparent medicine was slowly injected into Harry's body. Harry felt the cold medicine spread into his body along with the flow of blood. His eyelashes trembled slightly, but his eyes were still focused on the injection. Batman was a little nervous about this scene. The injection process was very fast. Bernard quickly pulled the needle out of Harry's arm and took a deep breath. The whole laboratory became very quiet. Batman and Bernard focused all their attention on Harry. Harry closed his eyes and concentrated on feeling the changes in his body. The slightly cool liquid injected into the body seemed to be gradually getting warmer. It seemed that it only took a moment for it to change from cold to hot, and it seemed that it only took a blink of an eye for it to change from warm to hot. At first, it was bearable. Harry was tied to the laboratory table with his eyes closed, and his breathing became more and more rapid and hot. His forehead and the half of his body that was tied and exposed were soon covered with a layer of sweat. The golden brown hair was wet and stuck to his cheeks and neck. The laboratory seemed to be a pool of calm water, and Harry's panting was like ripples on the water. Bernard's hands were clenched tightly together, and he stood beside the laboratory table and refused to take a step back. Batman stood on the other side of the laboratory table. His lips were still pale and turned down, and no one could tell the emotional ups and downs on his face. What broke the calm was Harry's scream. His neck was tilted back hard, and the screams came out intermittently from his tightly bitten lips. His body seemed to be burning, and the fire seemed to start from his heart, and the severe pain swept through his body. If there were no ropes to tie him up, Harry might have fallen off the laboratory table and rolled on the ground. But Harry, who was tightly tied, could only struggle in vain. Harry! Batman saw Bernard approach the lab table a few steps closer, almost to the edge of the lab table. After the scream, Harry's body began to rise and fall irregularly, as if something was struggling to break free from his body. The blue marks on his pale skin seemed to flow on his body, appearing darker in color and almost disappearing in the next moment. Batman's breathing also became heavier unconsciously. He was worried about little Osborn. Harry's consciousness was trapped in chaos. He slightly opened his eyes in pain and saw Norman Osborn in a suit standing next to him. His pale lips opened and closed, as if he was talking, but Harry couldn't hear. Harry tried to distinguish his father's mouth shape. He was saying, "Harry, you are my pride." Norman Osborn's cold hand gently stroked Harry's hot forehead. Harry wanted to speak, saying that I miss you so much. He wanted to confess his thoughts and fragility to his father, but he could only scream uncontrollably. His father pushed aside his sweat-soaked hair on his forehead and leaned over to kiss his forehead. "Harry, I love you." When Norman's cold lips touched Harry's forehead, the scorching flames in his body faded away like a wave. The cold breath spread from the forehead to the toes, the pain in the body was soothed inch by inch, and the chaotic nerves were corrected bit by bit. "Don't go, don't leave me." Harry opened his mouth in vain, and the pale Norman smiled and disappeared again. Harry, lying on the experimental table, gradually calmed down. Bernard and Batman saw with their own eyes that the blue color on Harry's skin disappeared, and the hideous scar on his chest seemed to become slightly flat. "Harry is getting better." Bernard's heart was pounding, and he murmured to himself, "Did it work?" The change happened quickly, but Harry didn't seem to be awake. All of this was incredible and suspicious at the same time. Whether it was Harry's struggle and shouting as if he was about to change or the blue marks on his skin that disappeared instantly, it didn't seem like the result of an ordinary healing potion. Batman could see that little Osborn was still hiding something. Little Osborn didn't want to say it, and Batman would find it out himself. After the green on his skin faded, the straitjacket and black rope tied to Harry's pale skin became glaring. They tightened around Harry, sinking slightly into his thin flesh. The red marks from the previous struggle were also intertwined on his pale skin. Red, black and white, any one of them alone was enough to attract people's attention. Batman slightly shifted his gaze. He recalled the first time he saw little Osborn as Batman, and the other party seemed to have scars all over his body. He hoped that after this matter was over, little Osborn could return to his rightful life and enjoy a life without haze. "Harry!" Bernard's soft cry called back Batman's attention, and he turned his eyes back to little Osborn. Little Osborn's eyes were slightly open, and his eye sockets were even redder than before the injection of the drug, but unlike the sick state at that time, it seemed that he had cried now. "Bernard, I'm fine." Harry's voice was hoarse due to lack of water. The high fever just now consumed too much water in his body. After comforting the butler, who was so nervous that his hands were shaking, Harry turned his eyes to Batman. "Thank you for your help, Batman. I didn't do anything." Seeing that Harry was conscious, he no longer needed to be tied up. Batman and Bernard stepped forward and untied the safety rope tied to Bernard. Batman reached out and helped Harry up from the laboratory table, pressing his rough black gloves on the pale skin covered with red marks. He put his arm around Harry, and it seemed that he was going to unbutton the hidden buttons of the straitjacket. Harry took the initiative to lean on Batman's arm to stop him. Let Bernard do it. In order to appear less suspicious, Harry leaned in Batman's arms and looked at him sincerely with his gray-blue eyes. Before he had time to suspect anything, Tim in the Batcave urgently connected Batman's communication. B. The Batlight is on. Batman gently pushed Harry out of his arms. It's over, I should go. The black cape fluttered slightly when Batman turned around, and Harry remembered the one hanging in his closet. I will thank you very much next time we meet. Batman did not answer, he left quickly. I thought you would be happy to let Batman carry you back to the room. The experiment was successfully completed, Batman had already left, and Bernard spoke more easily. Harry was silent for a moment. Although I really don't object, your words are a bit strange, Bernard. As he spoke, Harry loosened his hand that was tightly holding the tear in the straitjacket. This was accidentally torn open when he struggled, and the black straitjacket slipped off Harry in an instant. Amazing. Bernard picked up the torn straitjacket and pulled it hard, but the tough straps did not move at all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28. What happened? After leaving Osborn's house, Batman went directly to the rooftop of the Gotham Police Department to meet Gordon. Gordon looked gloomy, with a cigarette between his fingers. The Joker has appeared. Gordon took out a stack of photos from his coat pocket and handed them to Batman. This afternoon, the porter at Gotham Port called the police and said that a body was found in a remote abandoned warehouse. The top photo of the stack happened to be a frontal photo of the body. Batman looked at the arrogant smile on the face of the man lying in a pool of blood in the photo and silently squeezed the photo. Who is he? Batman looked at Gordon again. The Joker had been hiding for a long time. Why did he suddenly appear and arrogantly and secretly kill a person? John Jones, it's a pseudonym, and the real identity is still under investigation. Regarding the Joker, Gordon could not guarantee that the Gotham Police Department could solve this case alone. They needed Batman's help. John Jones is a businessman on the surface. He came to Gotham by cruise ship half a month ago to do business. He brought a shipload of goods. The goods registered at the port are glass. Gordon took a last puff of cigarette. We suspect that the goods are more than simple glass, but the goods have disappeared. This case is clear at a glance. In a nutshell, the Joker killed a smuggler. But the Joker will not target an outsider for no reason unless the smuggler has what he wants. Now it is worth noting what the goods smuggled by the smuggler are. The Joker is likely to target John Jones because of these goods. Were those goods intercepted by the Joker? If not, who took the goods and where? Will the Joker continue to look for the person who took the goods away? Batman flipped through the photos in his hand. There is not much information that can be obtained from the photos of the scene. For the time being, he can only see that this case is related to the Joker. The neat and tidy method of killing and the degree of chaos at the scene are enough to prove that this is indeed the work of the Joker, not just some imitator. More needs to be seen at the scene. Gordon put out his cigarette butt. The police station is now. The place where Batman stood was empty, with only a stack of photos left next to the Batlight. Okay, Gordon was used to this, he said to himself helplessly. Anyway, the matter has been put in front of it. What's the situation at the scene? Batman was heading to the port. Tim and Damian from the Batcave had already rushed to the abandoned warehouse at the port in advance. Red Robin hesitated to say something, but at this time another voice that was more mature and fierce than Tim's came from the headset. The old guy is coming. Jason? Batman's hand swung the grappling gun without any pause, but his attention was more focused on the voice in the headset. Red Hood, you should respect your father a little. Along with Robin's voice came the sound of the weapon swinging through the air. Father? Come on. Red Hood seemed to sneer at Robin's statement about his father. Old Bat is Robin's father, not Red Hood's father. Red, don't say that. Red Robin blocked Robin's attack. Also, Batman is still here. Tim wanted to call Dick to let him face these things. Only Dick could comfort his two younger brothers tirelessly. I'll be there soon, Red Robin. Batman had already arrived at the port. He reminded them that he would be there soon. Jason might leave or not. They had been avoiding each other for a long time. He didn't even know whether he was eager to see Jason or afraid to see Jason. Batman will be there soon. Let's investigate the scene first. The entire abandoned warehouse was separated by the police with yellow isolation tape. The bodies and evidence were also taken away. The entire crime scene only had large patches of blood and the positions of evidence and bodies marked by white lines, as well as some traces of spray paint. According to the amount of bleeding and the distribution of blood, the Joker obviously tortured John Jones for a while before killing him. In the photos sent back by Batman, John Jones did have many dagger scratches on his body. I have investigated the scene, nothing to see. Jason arrived earlier than Tim and Damian, and he sneaked into the crime scene almost after most of the Gotham Police Department evacuated. That's right, John Jones was obviously brought here to be killed. If their goal is to find the murderer who killed John Jones, then it is indeed necessary to investigate the crime scene carefully, but now the murderer is obviously the Joker. They came to find out why the Joker came to him. John Jones is an arms dealer who came to Gotham recently and has maintained a cooperative relationship with the underground forces in Gotham for many years. Red Hood controls part of the underground forces in Gotham. After Jones came to Gotham, he learned of the other party's existence, but this time the other party did not come to sell ordinary arms. He has uranium in his hand. Uranium? Hearing this, Red Robin and Robin, who were investigating the scene, stopped their actions at the same time. How much does he have, and who did he sell it to? The moment Batman's deep voice appeared, his figure also appeared at the door of the abandoned warehouse. The night was dark, but against the dim light of the lighthouse in the distance, Batman's figure was much darker than the night. Are you interrogating me, Batman? Red Hood had taken out his gun without knowing when. Robin put his hand on the handle of the knife behind his back again, but for some reason he didn't pull it out. Not an interrogation, Batman said coldly. Batman refused to say another word to him, and Red Hood refused to stay in the same space with him. I don't have time to play some Bathouse game with you. Jason put the gun back into the holster and walked towards the door of the warehouse. He completely ignored Batman, and even turned sideways to avoid any physical contact with Batman when he passed by him. Batman stood there with his hands clenched into fists. The situation now is good enough. They don't use knives to fight every time they meet, and they don't use words to hurt the relatives they care about most. Only occasionally, Batman would think of the dusty football in the storage room of Wayne Manor, which seemed to be useless. The sound of the motorcycle whizzed past, and the Red Hood left. Master. Alfred's sighing voice seemed to surround Bruce's ears. You are more sincere with little Osborn than with your children. Batman did not answer. But in his heart, Jason and little Osborn are different. Now the Joker is likely to have obtained an unknown amount of uranium. We need to find him as soon as possible. Batman also turned and left the crime scene. If the Joker is allowed to control the uranium, I am afraid that no one in Gotham will be able to sleep peacefully. After the transformation of the strengthening potion, Harry felt that his body was more relaxed than ever before, of course, only in this world. Let's not talk about the increase in physical strength for the time being. Just talk about the recovery of genetic diseases. The genetic disease covering his chest and oppressing his heart all the time has recovered a lot. Harry picked up the white shirt that fell on the ground and put it on, and then followed Bernard out of the laboratory. Master Harry, now that you have recovered, I think it's time for the Osborns to hold a ball to celebrate your return. It was a celebration and an announcement. Of course, remember to invite Bruce for me. I also want to thank him for passing on my message to Batman. You should know that Mr. Wayne will not be absent from every ball in Gotham. Bernard continued, but he will not attend every ball. If Gotham is a play, only one person can be called the protagonist, then Bruce Wayne is worthy of it. Bruce will definitely attract the attention of the entire ball. Maybe, but if the protagonist of the ball is you, the situation may be very different. Harry smiled and shook his head. It's just in your eyes, Bernard. On the way out of the basement, Harry and Bernard passed by the weapons research and development room. In another space separated by a wall, a large amount of gunpowder and special metal objects were piled up. And among them, a space was specially separated, with a set of display cabinets made of bulletproof glass, which contained large pieces of silver white metal substances, which were the uranium that many people outside were looking for. Harry Osborn. In the dark room, a man with green hair and large patches of white and red paint on his face read out Harry's name with a staccato smile. In front of him was a list of buyers obtained from John Jones and a newspaper dated a month ago. On the buyers list, Harry Osborn's name and the purchase record were circled by a red smiley face. And the headline of the newspaper from a month ago put the names of Batman and Harry Osborn together. The heir of the Osborn Group was kidnapped on the street and Batman rescued him. A photo of Harry was printed on the newspaper, and a red smiley face was boldly painted on Harry's slightly gloomy face. The man's pale fingers stroked the graffitied photo on the newspaper. "Why don't you smile? Do you want to be the Joker's companion?" Chapter 29. Harry still had only a superficial understanding of the family power in Gotham and the partners of the Osborn Group, so the ball was completely organized by Bernard, and the invitations were also reviewed and sent by Bernard. "Master Harry, are you going to invite Mr. Culprit to this ball?" Harry, whose genetic disease began to improve, finally slept well for a night, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already noon the next day. After washing up, Harry just came out of the bathroom with a towel on his shoulders, and Bernard happened to wake him up. Harry wiped his dripping hair with the towel on his shoulders, and Bernard took the bathrobe and put it on him. Culprit. Harry vaguely remembered his surname, a prominent family in Gotham, but why did Bernard come to ask specifically, is there any problem with Culprit? If it was just a Culprit family, of course there would be no problem, but someone in the Culprit family had a big problem. Harry had always lived outside Gotham, and he didn't know about the underground forces in Gotham, so Bernard was not surprised. Oswald Culprit, he is the current controller of the Culprit family. Bernard introduced the Culprit family to Harry while adjusting his bathrobe. He runs an iceberg club, which is one of the best in Gotham, but in fact he uses the iceberg club to secretly run his own dark kingdom. He used to be the boss of the most stable illegal organization in Gotham's underground forces. The outside world often calls him the Penguin. Hasn't this kind of person been caught? Even if he is caught, someone will always let him out. As a pure Gotham man, Bernard seems to be accustomed to this. The people of Gotham are tacitly aware of the affairs of the Culprit family and the Penguin, and generally no one goes out of their way to offend him. Harry wanted to let Bernard handle it, but Bernard continued his additional explanation before that. Of course, the Penguin has always been one of Batman's long-term enemies. In that case, don't send the invitation to the Culprit family. Unlike Peter, Harry didn't have the extra kindness to explore Gotham's underground forces and confront them regardless of the consequences, but if the matter involved someone he cared about, he would always stand on the side of his friends. Bernard smiled knowingly and tied a knot on Harry's bathrobe. Looking at Bernard's normal but abnormal smile, Harry suddenly felt a little guilty for some reason. By the way, why did you say that the Penguin was the most stable force before, and what about now? The underground forces in Gotham were reshuffled some time ago. It is rumored that a ruthless newcomer has taken away a lot of business from Black Mask and Penguin. Harry also had a vague understanding of the darkness lurking in the shadows of the city when he was in New York. After all, the Osborn Group started with arms and would more or less come into contact with illegal organizations. Many of them were desperate criminals. Even against Spider-Man, they would not surrender easily. Peter might have suffered a lot of injuries because of this. What about Gotham, which is more twisted than New York? Batman seems to have many enemies. Harry instinctively wanted to know more about Batman. All the villains in Gotham are Batman's enemies, and among Batman's many enemies, the Joker is the craziest. The Joker? The one who escaped from Arkham Asylum with Scarecrow last time? Bernard briefly told him about the Joker, and it sounded like a very troublesome enemy, and he seemed to be still on the run. Harry sat on the sofa in his bathrobe, and Bernard took a new dry towel and slowly wiped his hair. It has been about 10 years since Batman first appeared in Gotham. Harry couldn't help but wonder what Batman had experienced to choose this path. Being a silent guardian, without flowers and applause, and even without being understood, he persisted for 10 years. The determination of a superhero will never be understood by Harry. But then again, if Batman appeared 10 years ago, how old would he be now? You know, Harry was only 10 years old 10 years ago. But Batman's body looks so strong, and he doesn't look like he's middle-aged. His jaw is also sharp and visible, his voice is deep, and his lips are. No, he is also very strong. Harry easily ignored the momentary restlessness, and he was completely unaware of what he was thinking. I wonder if Batman would mind having a friend to hang out with at night. Bernard's hand on Harry's hair paused, and then continued to move. I almost forgot how strong your body has become now, but I think Batman doesn't need a new fixed teammate. Moreover, the accumulation of physical strength alone can only play a limited role in facing a serious terrorist attack. Bernard did not want Harry to take risks. Hey, he is willing to take a child with him on night patrols, Why can't I? Harry had seen Batman and his assistant Robin when he was checking the topic about Batman on the forum before. According to all the information in the forum, it seems that Robin has been replaced several times, and each one will be replaced after growing up. So, the older ones are not okay? Harry was silent for a moment. But what if the Green Goblin must keep up? Unlike the relaxed atmosphere of the Osborn family, the atmosphere in the Bat family, which had nothing to gain after a night, was particularly low. This time, not only Bruce, but Tim, Damien and even Alfred stayed up all night. Tim sat in front of the computer with a cup of espresso. In this case, should we call Nightwing back? Unexpectedly, Damien, who was checking the surveillance this time, responded to him first. Grayson is not useless even if he is reluctant. The father-son relationship between Dick and Bruce warmed up for a while after Jason's resurrection, but soon cooled down as Bruce was ruthless when facing Jason. Maybe the reason is not that simple, and Dick will not easily deny Bruce's love for each of them, but they all have their own personalities and persistence. The two of them secretly observed Bruce and found that Bruce had no reaction. Well, in this case, Batman's no objection means agreement. Alfu, who did not express any opinions, had picked up the phone and dialed Dick without hesitation. "Hey, Alfu." Dick answered quickly, and his voice was very energetic. It seemed that the work of the police station and Nightwing did not consume too much of his energy. "Long time no see, did you miss me?" Alfu was happy enough to hear the energetic voice of the child who was out. "Of course, Master Dick, we miss you every day." "Me too." Dick looked up at the clock on the wall of the police station. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Did anything happen in Gotham? Although he and Alfred didn't have a fixed call time, they usually wouldn't contact each other at this time. Alfred must have called because of an emergency in Gotham. While asking Alfred on the phone, Dick opened his phone to see if there was any big news in Gotham in the past 2 days. In fact, the Joker escaped from prison, and we found that he killed an arms dealer who had uranium, and the whereabouts of that batch of uranium are now unknown. Alfred simply said 2 sentences to express the urgency of the matter. Uranium. Dick stopped refreshing the news. That thing can be used to make nuclear bombs. How can it be connected to the Joker? When did it happen? Last night. Very good. Things were so bad that Batman didn't find him in time. However, Alfred seemed to guess what Dick was thinking. Batman needs Nightwing. Oh. Dick coughed. "I'll be back soon." Batman contacted Gordon last night to inform the Gotham Police Department that the dead smuggler was actually an illegal arms dealer. He also told him that the arms dealer had uranium and that the whereabouts of the uranium were unknown. Uranium is too dangerous, so Batman has to be extremely cautious in dealing with this matter. They must make all the necessary preparations, and even if there is a worst-case scenario, they must find a way to deal with it. After knowing this, the Gotham Police Department was arranged by Gordon to search the entire city, leaving no corner of Gotham untouched. All forces in Gotham seemed to be taking action. In just one day, the atmosphere in Gotham seemed to be suppressed instantly. This feeling was not obvious, but it still vaguely affected everyone in Gotham. In the Batcave, Tim first investigated where the uranium in John Jones's hands came from. He thought it would be difficult to find out, but he didn't expect this matter to be unexpectedly easy to investigate. The National Weapons Research and Development Laboratory was stolen. Tim said his investigation results weekly. The laboratory with dangerous substances was stolen. It was an unexpected but very possible result. Those guys who dragged their feet. Damien curled his lips. He was still looking for John Jones' whereabouts after coming to Gotham and who he had met. However, this kind of smuggler has always been good at hiding his whereabouts. Damien has not found any clues worth paying attention to until now. However, they found a safe house that John Jones suspected to be staying in. Batman has disguised himself and went there to investigate. Red Hood is also investigating this matter in Gotham in his own way. He found Penguin. In the Iceberg Club, Red Hood put a gun to Penguin's head. John Jones, who did he sell his goods to? Penguin's forehead was constantly sweating. If it was Batman holding a gun to him like this, he would not be so nervous, but Red Hood really kills people. His eyes rolled in his eye sockets. John Jones? Who is this man? The gun with the smell of gunpowder was pointed at Penguin's head. Don't play dumb. Red Hood threw a photo at Penguin's face while speaking. As the photo slipped, Penguin caught it. The photo clearly recorded his meeting with John Jones in the secret room of the Iceberg Club. I did meet him. But he didn't sell me his goods. As if afraid that Red Hood would not believe him, the cold sweat on Penguin's head flowed a little faster. Jason certainly knew that Penguin didn't buy the goods. I ask you who he sold it to. I don't know. The buyer offered a very high price. I didn't argue. Penguin is not a serious and honest businessman. If he can't buy something, there are more ways to get it, but this time his people were a step slower and didn't even see the shadow of the buyer. It seems that there is no more news about Penguin. Jason has no choice but to give up on exploiting Penguin here. It's better not to let me find out that you are lying to me. After Red Hood left, Penguin almost smashed his office in anger. The whole Gotham was quietly becoming tense, but the Osborn family at the center of the vortex seemed to be completely unaffected. Harry finally walked into his weapons research and development room. Due to his own changes, Bernard did not force Harry to wear the dull white protective suit. The neatly arranged uranium in the sturdy enclosed display cabinet first attracted Harry's attention. Bernard, how did you get these? Uranium has always been under ultra-high intensity control. Whether it is the black market or any other channel, it is impossible to take out so much uranium for trading out of thin air. Harry just wanted to get the most suitable fuel at the time. If it doesn't work, he can also find a replacement, but he didn't expect Bernard to really get these for him. You are just as omnipotent as Superman. Harry had heard Bruce say that Batman was a member of the Justice League some time ago, so he went to learn about this organization, a team of superheroes. Superman was the chairman of the Justice League. They protected the Earth from alien invaders. To be honest, Harry was shocked for several days that aliens really existed in this world. But this also made him more determined to gain power. To protect himself, and maybe one day he could fight side by side with Batman. Do you like Superman more than Batman, Master Harry? How is it possible? Harry subconsciously wanted to refute, but he was recently teased by Bernard. I don't like Batman, we are just ordinary friends. Harry said confidently, by the way, you haven't told me how to get these uraniums. As long as there is enough money, there are people who are willing to risk their lives for it. To be honest, Bernard, I don't think you are an ordinary butler. I am Osborn's butler. Bernard did not introduce to Harry how he bought these contraband. The young master of the Osborn family should stay away from these dangers. But children usually have their own ideas when they grow up. For example, Harry, who could have enjoyed a carefree life of the rich, now wants to follow Batman to become a vigilante in Gotham. Are you sure you don't need my help? Harry has walked to the pile of weapons and started to pick out the things he wants to use. Although Bernard knows that Harry's very strong now, he is still a little worried. I can do it alone, Bernard, you go and get busy. The date of the dance is set for next Tuesday, which sounds like plenty of time, but there are only 4 days left until that day, and Bernard's invitation letter has not been sent out yet. The venue, drinks, ingredients, chef team, music team, all of these have not been prepared yet. Bernard left here to do his own thing, and Harry began to think about which equipment to start preparing first. If we talk about the most important weapon of the Green Goblin, it must be the glider equipped with a power system, or the Green Goblin skateboard. This is Harry's favorite. But it would take quite a long time to make this from scratch. After all, I have to start by manually building the wings. And what else? Armor. Armor is indispensable, especially the double-layer blades that can be controlled by the elbows, which are very useful in close combat. Pumpkin bomb. This time I want a different filling. In Harry's opinion, the gas fan that knocked down the scarecrow last time can be used to make pumpkin bombs. As long as they are indoors, no one can escape this. But the indoor conditions are also very harsh. Where are there so many confined spaces for fighting? And the pumpkin bomb that I used before can automatically lock and track the target. Peter's Spider-Man can't easily avoid this. He believes that this can deal with many villains. But the lethality seems to be a bit too much. Batman doesn't kill people. If he accidentally kills a criminal one day, what will Batman do to him? While thinking about some random things, Harry kept tidying up the research and development room where he was going to work for a long time. And Bernard was sending out the invitations in his hand one by one. Red Hood packaged the clues he got from Penguin and sent them to Red Robin. Although he once hated the man who replaced him, after going through so many things, Jason still awkwardly agreed with Tim. He didn't say it explicitly, but his attitude softened visibly. In short, the one who was most difficult to forgive was Batman. The uranium is likely to be bought by someone who offers a very high price. Tim was thinking, how many people in Gotham can offer a higher price than the Penguin? First of all, the Wayne family can be ruled out. The Kane family is also unlikely. Black Mask? Falcone? Or Osborn? The Osborn family has never had anything to do with such things, and little Osborn is in such a poor physical condition that he probably doesn't have the energy to deal with these. There are too few clues, so Tim packed the ones Jason sent to him and sent them to Batman, who happened to be back from John Jones' safe house at this time. Did you find anything? Tim watched Batman tear off the disguise on his face. It is better not to use Batman's identity when going out during the day, so Bruce can only simply disguise himself to become less conspicuous. John Jones had a customer record book when he was alive. Batman didn't know if this was good news, but the book was taken away. The person who took the book was of course the murderer who killed John Jones, that is, the book was taken away by the Joker. And the Joker took the book, which means he wanted to find John Jones's customer. The uranium has been bought by someone else and is not on the Joker's hands now. Tim easily followed Bruce's words. At this time, Bruce also saw the clue Tim sent to him. The buyer with a high bid? Where did the news come from? Tim didn't know if Bruce was asking knowingly, but he still answered the question well. Of course it was sent by Jason. Looking at the file in the communicator, Bruce was still a little dazed. His Jason seemed to have always been the boy who hated evil, but he would never stand by his side again. Suppressing the chaotic emotions in his heart, Bruce said in a normal tone, "Now that we have news about the buyer, we must find out who the buyer is as soon as possible. Before the Joker finds the buyer, they have to get the uranium back from the buyer." Time passed quickly, and it got dark again in a blink of an eye. It was time for dinner, but there was no one in the Wayne's dining room. The Gotham Police Department's search was still going on, and the Batman family was also out looking for clues. Dick hurriedly asked for leave and rushed back to Wayne Manor, only to find that Alfred was the only one in the Batcave. "Hey, Alfred." Dick was still wearing his usual casual clothes. Alfred saw Dick as soon as he returned to the manor, but he was focused on retrieving the surveillance footage, so he didn't go out to greet him. "Master Dick, welcome home. Why did they go out so early? Did they find any clues?" Dick took out his spare uniform from the Batcave, and while taking off his clothes to change, he asked Alfred, who was concentrating next to him. "Yes, it's good news. The batch of uranium hasn't fallen into the hands of the Joker yet. It was bought by an unknown buyer." Alfred told Dick in detail about the results of their investigation throughout the day, and even emphasized the fact that Jason sent a message to Tim. "These are two good news." While talking, Dick had already changed into Nightwing's uniform. After Alfred added him to the communication, Nightwing rushed out on a Batmobile. Bruce and his team, who had set out in advance, were looking for suspected buyers one by one. To be honest, the fact that they could offer a higher price than the Penguin directly ruled out 99.99% of the entire population of Gotham. Of the few remaining, more than half are still sitting in prison in Arkham. The Falcone's Foundation has been moved out of Gotham, and they have no plans to return recently, so they can also be ruled out. The Black Mask family has declined, and Red Hood took away most of their power some time ago. They should not have much energy to cause trouble recently. But to be on the safe side, they still went to find Black Mask. On the high-rise building where Black Mask's forces are entrenched, Batman jumped from the edge of the roof, swung his grappling gun to break through the window, and Red Robin and Robin followed closely behind. However, in Black Mask's office, he was sitting on an office chair with his hands raised, and Red Hood was holding a gun against his head. In this top-floor office, in addition to the broken window where Batman just came in, there was also a broken hole on the other side. Black Mask's men were all forced to retreat to the corridor, and Red Hood got there before them. Seeing Batman breaking in, Red Hood pointed his gun at Black Mask even more fiercely. "Red Hood." Batman only called Jason's code name, and then he didn't know what to say to him. Damn the tacit understanding of the Bat family, Jason secretly complained in his heart. He should have thought that Batman would come earlier. Just when Tim was about to step forward to say something, another person kicked the window and broke into Black Mask's office. "Hi, everyone, good evening." It was Nightwing. "What the hell are you bastards doing here?" Black Mask was irritable, and his lair was raided by a group of vigilantes tonight. The Red Hood holding a gun was not going to tolerate him. Hearing him speak, he kicked the chair that Black Mask was sitting on and broke it. Black Mask fell to the ground without any defense. When he came to his senses and was about to stand up again, He was already pointed at by Red Hood from the front. "We are just asking you some questions. You'd better answer honestly." Nightwing walked up and stood next to Red Hood. Black Mask looked at the gun on his head and finally didn't say anything he shouldn't say. "John Jones, what did you buy from him recently?" "That money-grubbing arms dealer." Black Mask stared at them hatefully. "I haven't had any contact with him recently." With Dick's participation, they ran all over the underground strongholds of Gotham in one night, but no one was the buyer of the uranium. The Joker has not taken any action even though he already knew who the buyer was. This is also suspicious. Tim slumped in the chair in the Batcave. The high-intensity work for several consecutive days still took its toll on him. The buyer has a special identity. Damian was in good spirits. He would be forced to rest by Alfred. Is it possible that he is not from Gotham? Dick stood aside in a tight uniform. It was too difficult to determine. Perhaps they should find different entry points to investigate, such as where the arms were stored after they were unloaded, their buying and selling channels, transfer methods, payment methods. The work increased several times in the blink of an eye. When Alfred came down from the manor, he held a beautifully made invitation in his hand. "The Osborn family will hold a dance next Tuesday to celebrate the return of little Osborn to Gotham. Harry Osborn." Tim showed some interest. "B. What did little Osborn ask you to do last time?" Tim, Damian and Alfred in the Batcave saw Harry Osborn take off his clothes, and then Batman followed him into the room and did not come out until the night patrol time. To be honest, Damian and Alfred were also curious about this question. Nothing. Batman obviously felt that there was nothing to say about what he experienced at the Osborn family last night, at least not now. How could the little heir of the Osborn family be related to Batman? Dick had only been away from home for a while, and after returning home, he could no longer catch up with their topic. After handing the invitation to Bruce, Alfred smiled and replied to Dick, "This starts with Batman's heroic rescue of beautiful women." However, before Alfred could explain to Dick, Bruce suddenly received a call from the topic owner. Bruce's finger subconsciously placed on the answer button, but hesitated for a moment and did not press it. Alfred, who was standing next to Bruce, raised his eyebrows. "Don't answer it. Maybe there is something important to ask you." "What could be the important thing now?" Bruce followed Alfred's words and began to recall the situation of their last meeting and whether there was anything wrong with Osborn Jr.'s body before leaving. But when he started to recall it, his mind suddenly couldn't help but surge with the scene of him personally putting on a straitjacket for Osborn Jr., and personally tying him tightly to the laboratory table, and even the scene of him being restrained and leaning on his arms at the end, looking at him with red eyes. Batman gritted his teeth, cleared the images in his mind, and then answered the call from Osborn Jr. "What's the matter?" The moment he spoke, Bruce wanted to rewind and start over. Little Osborn was calling Bruce Wayne, and for some inexplicable reason, he answered the phone with Batman's voice. On the other side, Harry was stunned for a moment when he heard Batman's voice, and then moved the phone from his ear to his eyes to look at the note he had given to this phone. "Bruce. Huh? What's going on?" Then, Harry's heart began to burn with an unknown anger, and his left hand accidentally crushed a coffee cup in his hand. The glass shards pierced Harry's hand, and the red blood mixed with the black coffee liquid flowed all over the table. "Batman?" Harry asked in a calm tone. Are you staying with Bruce?" "Really? 7 o'clock in the morning? And Batman's voice sounds tired?" "Yes." Bruce answered with a stiff face. "Do you have something to do with it, Bruce Wayne?" PFFT. Someone in the Batcave couldn't help laughing, but fortunately the sound was not loud. Harry didn't know what to say anymore. What did he call Bruce for? This is not important. What is important is, what is your relationship with Bruce? This really sounds like a question. Based on Bruce's understanding of Harry Osborn, he can completely guess what the other party is thinking. He answered in a low voice, "I just need to find Bruce Wayne temporarily." After saying this, Batman pulled off the bat mask on his head with one hand, and even ignored the gazes of his sons. He moved the phone to a farther place, and then switched to Bruce Wayne's voice, "Batman, who is calling?" Then he pulled the phone closer and answered his own question in a low voice, "Harry Osborn, since the matter has been discussed, I will leave first." In order to hide his identity, Batman worked very hard. On the other side, Harry, who heard this, seemed to be relieved unconsciously, and the anxiety that burst out in his heart was barely suppressed. After the injection of the strengthening potion, Harry has been paying attention to whether his emotions and mental state are stable. Before this call, he always thought that this experiment was completely successful. But it wasn't. At least he has become irritable now. I hope there will be no other sequelae. Harry. Bruce's voice called Harry's attention back. Do you want to talk to me? Oh. Harry, holding a handful of broken glass in his hand, saw the draft of the ball invitation soaked in coffee on the table. The Osborns will hold the ball next Tuesday. Will you come, Bruce? Well, next Tuesday? If I were in Gotham, I would definitely go. After all, we haven't seen each other for a long time. That's good. See you then. Harry hung up the phone immediately after he finished speaking. The more distressed Harry was when he hung up the phone, the happier the Batman family was when they hung up the phone. Dick couldn't help but hold his belly and laugh and crawled on the table. Even Alfred praised Bruce's acting skills for being very realistic. Harry, who was completely attracted by his irritability, completely ignored the reason for his anger. Perhaps it was because of emotional self-protection, or perhaps Harry, who had never experienced such a thing in such emotions, needed more obvious self-reminders. Of course, after the occasional joke, we still have to get back to business. For several days, the Batman family began to investigate the clues of this incident from all aspects. Jason also led a group of useless men to look for clues everywhere. However, they seemed to rush together, but in fact Jason was fighting alone. After a few days, the Batman family successfully completed John Jones's entire journey from the moment he set foot in Gotham to his death. They went to all the people who had made an appointment with John Jones, but none of them successfully bought uranium from the arms dealer. They found everyone, but the person who actually bought uranium was invisible throughout the whole process. Whether it was the transaction address or the transportation method, the entire uranium trading process followed this person and was invisible. Even the bank card number for transferring money to John Jones was changed several times and crossed several countries in a row. In short, the Osborn family's ball was tonight. In order to investigate this matter, Batman decided to skip the meeting with little Osborn. However, in order to show sincerity, this ball still needs someone from the Wayne Group to attend. This important task must be Tim, and Tim rarely showed a different interest in a ball. Except for Alfred, all the members of the Bat family wore their tights uniforms, only Tim changed into a formal suit. I'm leaving, Bruce. Tim came to the Batcave to say goodbye to Batman. Anything you need to tell little Osborn? No. Little Osborn should be older than you, Little Red. Dick was very curious why Tim always called Harry Osborn Little Osborn. Old Osborn had been dead for a while, and now he should call him Mr. Osborn, or at least call him by his full name. He's just older than me. Tim was just used to calling him that. As for the reason, who cares? Tim drove a not-so-low-key Aston Martin from the garage and set off to the hotel where the Osborn family held the ball. Harry, who was being pressed by his butler to dress up, hadn't even set off yet. Bernard, time is almost up. Harry had attended many balls in New York as the CEO of the Osborn Group before, but none of them had been dressed to this extent. Perhaps, this is also a feature of Gotham? Harry was wearing a dark blue suit that was close to black, and a slim vest under the suit jacket. His slender waistline was faintly visible in the suit. Bernard was holding a collar bar decorated with a polished round sapphire to fix Harry's shirt's collar. The transparent small sapphire was inlaid on the white collar of the shirt, which looked very delicate and matched Harry's gray-blue eyes. Is it ready? Harry had been standing like this for a long time. Perfect. Bernard looked at Harry carefully, and then continued to praise, you will attract the attention of the whole Gotham. Harry was finally let out after he was done with everything, but Bernard was still responsible for driving to the ball. The hotel was very close to the Osborn family, so Harry was not worried about being late. You know, Bernard would not allow the host to be late for the Osborn family's ball. Be careful not to wrinkle your suit. Bernard kept reminding Harry until he drove. Harry felt that Bernard was like a parent who couldn't wait to take his child out to show off. Sure enough, the time was just right. When Harry arrived outside the hotel, the place was surrounded by media with cameras, and flashes kept hitting Harry. Harry simply nodded in greeting and walked into the ballroom without looking around. At this time, the invited guests were almost all here. After Harry simply greeted them, the ball was about to begin. Harry only knew a few people here, and he was not interested in socializing. Harry, who did not bring a dance partner, casually invited a lady to dance the opening dance and then began to look for Bruce in the crowd who had agreed to come. He had a lot of things to ask Bruce in person. Mr. Osborn. Just as Harry was holding a glass of wine to refuse the invitation to dance, a boy who was also holding a glass of wine walked up to Harry. It just so happened that Harry knew him. It might be a bit impolite to call him a boy, but Harry thought he was much more mature than him, so he thought it was okay to call him a boy. Nice to meet you, Mr. Drake. Harry turned his head. Bruce didn't come. Oh, Bruce had something else to do today, Tim said sincerely. He asked me to apologize to you. Harry was a little disappointed to hear that Bruce didn't come, but they would have another chance to meet in the future, so Harry quickly put this disappointment behind him. It doesn't matter, it's the same if Mr. Drake can come. The atmosphere of the ball was just right, but there are always accidents that happen at the wrong time. Amid the melodious sound of instruments, inappropriate screams suddenly appeared outside the ball venue. Harry and Tim turned their heads to look at the entrance of the venue at the same time. The heavy wooden door of the venue hall was pushed open from the outside quite violently. A man in a purple suit, green hair, a large patch of white paint on his face, and a bloody corner of his mouth led the way in. Behind him followed many people wearing clown masks on their faces and holding various weapons in their hands. There was even a man wearing a clown mask carrying a camera on his shoulder. All the guests who saw this man began to get restless. Harry turned his head to look at these guests. They didn't even dare to scream loudly when they were afraid of this man. Although Harry had never seen him, he was almost instantly certain that this was the Joker who was currently on the run. He could smell the chaos and disorder on the Joker, as if he was also in chaos. Harry was very familiar with this feeling, just like when he was uncontrollably plotting against Spider-Man. Just seeing the Joker and being moved by him, Harry couldn't help but frown. Tim, who was standing next to him, urgently contacted Batman the moment the Joker approached the venue, but even for Batman, it would take some time to get here from the Batcave. The Joker pulled the corner of his mouth, stood in the middle of the venue and looked around, and then walked towards the direction where Harry and Tim were standing with a clear goal. Tim thought he was being targeted, and he calmly blocked Harry behind him. But unexpectedly, the Joker seemed to be clearly targeting Harry Osborn. Look who this is, our Harry. The Joker's voice was hoarse, and he walked towards Harry with empty hands and no weapons. A man wearing a clown mask and carrying a camera followed the Joker, always pointing the camera at the Joker and Harry. Tim immediately realized that this was a live broadcast of the clown, and he couldn't do anything that didn't fit his character. Please call me Mr. Osborn. Harry's voice came from behind Tim. Tim was very surprised by Harry's courage and even turned his head to look at Harry. Ho ha ho ha. The clown passed by Tim, and didn't even bother to look at him, and walked around him directly. The clown stopped in front of Harry, and the dry yellow flower on his chest pinned on the purple suit was particularly eye-catching. He lowered his head slightly and leaned close to Harry's ear. Dear Harry, look at these people. The clown stretched out his pale and dry finger and pointed at the guests in the venue. As long as you promise to play a game with me, I will let them go. Crazy coding for 10 hours. Pray that someone will watch. Chapter 30. When the Joker appeared on the streets of Gotham, the Batcomputer automatically issued an early warning to Batman, and the remaining vigilantes in the Batcave were dispatched instantly. However, the Joker appeared too suddenly. When they received the early warning, the Joker had almost appeared outside the hotel where the Osborn family held a ball. Almost at the same time, Tim's request for support was also sent back to the Batcave. Damn, the Joker finally showed up. Nightwing rode the Batmobile, and Robin followed Batman straight to the Batmobile. Just as Batman drove the Batmobile to the venue, Alfred suddenly reminded them in the internal line, Master, the Joker is now broadcasting the video of him breaking into the Osborn family's ball live on the entire Gotham network. Robin, who was sitting in the co-pilot, heard this and directly operated a panel of the Batmobile to open the video playback. The video screen had severe tremors, and the signal source was not very stable, so the whole video had the Joker's unique sense of confusion. In the picture, the Joker was pulling the corners of his mouth and walking towards Tim and Harry Osborn, and Batman, who was driving at an extreme speed, was distracted by the video screen. He didn't know whether the Joker's target was Tim or Little Osborn, but compared to Little Osborn, who was not in Gotham for many years, Tim was obviously a more conspicuous target. But unexpectedly, look who this is. Our Harry. The Joker's voice sounded very strange on this unstable video page, hoarse and mixed with electronic music. His target was Harry Osborn. The Batmobile shuttled through the city roads, dodging the oncoming traffic at the limit. At the ball, all the guests were trembling quietly. Each of them understood the Joker's madness and was afraid of him. Harry looked in the direction of the Joker's finger at these uneasy guests. They looked at Harry expectantly, as if urging Harry to quickly agree to the Joker's request and play a damn game with him. What if I say no? Harry retracted his gaze and looked directly at the Joker. The Joker grinned, his pale face full of excitement. No, you will definitely agree. Even if it's not for these. The Joker put his hand on Tim's shoulder, and his cloudy eyes still looked at Harry. These cowardly lambs. When the Joker put his hand on his shoulder, Tim almost couldn't help but want to punch the Joker in the face, but they were always within the camera's shooting range. Even if there was no live broadcast, the presence of these irrelevant people at the scene completely restricted all of Tim's actions. He could only pray that Batman would arrive as soon as possible, and at the same time try to delay time. Harry's eyes flickered slightly. He really didn't care about the lives of these strangers present, but they were all invited by the Osborn family. If something happened at the Osborns' ball, it would be difficult for the Osborn Group to continue to maintain the good reputation left by his father and to continue to gain a foothold in Gotham. And the Joker said, even if it wasn't for these people present, did he have any other trump cards? As if seeing Harry's doubts, the Joker let go of Tim again, and walked briskly around behind Harry. When Harry turned his head, the Joker had already lowered his head and leaned close to his ear. His dry and rough green hair almost touched Harry, and Harry subconsciously dodged to the side. Ha ha ha, the Joker laughed at Harry's behavior. He circled back to Harry, looked down in his pocket, took out a folded paper, pinched a corner of the paper with his right hand, shook it and unfolded it, then shook it to show Harry, don't you care about this? At this time, the Joker had his back to the camera, and Tim was standing behind the Joker, so whether it was the citizens of Gotham who were watching the live broadcast or Tim, they could only see the sudden gloomy face of little Osborn. This piece of paper recorded the details of the arms purchased by the Osborn family from an arms dealer. Harry couldn't let this paper spread out, and this was the only thought in his mind now. What game do you want to play? Harry's face was expressionless and his tone was steady, but in his heart he couldn't help thinking about how to eliminate the trouble without leaving a trace. Take back the paper, then pull out the clown's tongue so that he can no longer speak, cut off his hands so that he can't write. Harry, who was very concerned about his emotional fluctuations, found that his thoughts were extremely twisted, but he couldn't think of resisting this idea at all. Just like the anger always arises silently, when it can be realized, it is completely impossible to suppress it. The Joker was not surprised that Harry Osborn agreed to his game invitation. He stuffed the paper back into the pocket of his purple suit, then turned around and waved his limbs to the camera to take a bow, and then announced in a high voice, "Next, we will change the stage to continue tonight's performance. Stay tuned." "Hey, Harry, don't agree to him." Tim's face was serious. He didn't know what the Joker showed Harry Osborn, but he knew that no one could be taken away by the Joker. Batman will come to save us. Not to mention whether the hostages taken away by the Joker would be harmed, Batman's action to arrest the Joker would definitely be hindered. Batman? Perhaps it was Tim's mention of Batman that calmed Harry's nerves a little and suppressed his surging evil thoughts. I'll be fine. Harry remembered the hostile relationship between Batman and the Joker. It seemed that Batman would come, and there was no doubt about it. And Batman would not accept a friend with blood on his hands, and there seemed to be no doubt about it. But Harry couldn't let the details stay in the Joker's hands. Well, compared to playing games with Bat, the Joker hopes that he will become a qualified audience today. The Joker, who had just about in front of the camera, leaned back in front of the camera, and his enlarged face appeared in the live broadcast. "Hey, little Bat, I know you are watching the Joker's performance, and today's performance is specially prepared for you." The Joker grinned. "Are you ready for the surprise?" Batman was watching the live broadcast, and his hands that were operating the Batmobile were clenched in black gloves. The Joker waved to the people he brought with him. Soon, Harry was covered in the eyes by a black cloth by those wearing clown masks, and his hands were also tied behind his back with hemp ropes. Harry was pushed forward without resistance, and even had to be careful not to accidentally break the hemp rope. When they pushed Harry out of the venue, the first scene of the stage play ended, but the live broadcast continued. Tim turned his head to look at the panicked crowd who were like survivors of a disaster. After finding that no one was paying attention to him, he followed the Joker's gang from a distance, and then found the Osborn family's butler who was following the Joker not far away. "Where are you?" Tim watched the Joker take Harry into the underground garage of the hotel. Two people stayed at the garage door to guard, and the Osborn family's butler was also secretly watching. Tim did not show up rashly, because he was not wearing a mask now. So he quickly returned to the car and took out the computer and found the Joker's live broadcast channel, but the entire live broadcast was locked on the unconscious Harry, and there was almost no entry into the surrounding scene. Of course, Tim also hacked into the surveillance of the underground garage. This kind of surveillance hacking was very simple for Tim, but no matter how fast he moved, when he opened the surveillance screen, there was no one in the entire garage except for the parked cars. "I'll be at the hotel right away." Nightwing, riding a bat motorcycle, responded first. "Any traces of the Joker?" Batman said in a serious tone. "He lost him. He might have escaped from the sewer in the underground parking lot." The live broadcast screen had become dim since just now. While they were talking, the police led by Gordon also arrived at the scene. The Gotham Police Department was very close to here, but they still didn't catch up. The Joker has always been arrogant, but this time he didn't openly confront Batman and the Gotham Police Department, but chose to go through the sewer to avoid them. Compared with safety, he has always been more willing to create some dangerous and exciting scenes. Why did he choose this time? This is very strange. But Harry's understanding of the Joker is limited, and he doesn't think there's anything wrong. As a hostage who is anesthetized, Harry pretended to be unconscious and was carried away. If Harry hadn't noticed that there was a camera pointed at him, he might have chosen to knock down the Joker here and get the paper back, but it wasn't possible yet. Gotham sewers are too interconnected and the space is too large. Harry was carried for a long time before returning to the ground. According to his own estimated distance, this place might have reached Gotham Harbor. Harry could vaguely hear the sound of waves, but soon he was moved indoors. For Harry, who couldn't get any magic to work on him, it was difficult for him to consider when he should wake up, but soon he found that he didn't have to worry about this problem. A bucket of cold water was mercilessly poured on Harry. The live broadcast screen finally moved away from Harry. Everyone who was looking for Harry and the Joker found this channel as soon as possible. The young master of the Osborn family, wearing a dark blue suit and carefully groomed, was tied to a chair in an awkward manner. He was dripping with water all over his body, and his hair, which was usually carefully groomed, was clinging to his pale cheeks. Batman looked at the little Osborn who was lowering his head in the screen, and his brows covered by the mask frowned deeply. They have found the general direction of the Joker's departure, but the specific location is still being searched. Their original intention was to find the place where the little Osborn might be taken through the background in the picture, but the background was carefully surrounded by a black curtain. Soon, the Joker appeared in the live broadcast screen, holding an open time bomb in his hand, and casually placed the bomb on the table next to the little Osborn. The countdown was a bright red 35 minutes. Of course, Harry, who was sober, saw the bomb. As a bomb expert, although he was self-proclaimed, he could stop the bomb within 1 minute, or detonate it in advance within 5 seconds. "Dear Harry." The Joker called Harry's name in a hoarse and pretended to be intimate. "Our game is about to begin. Can you turn off the live broadcast?" Harry was under the surveillance of the live camera all the time, and he couldn't do anything. No one could be so calm when facing bombs and clowns. Although the clown was very interested in Harry's performance, he still happily rejected Harry's request. "Of course not. This live broadcast is for the little bat, and like this place, it has a very important commemorative significance." Harry's eyebrows jumped uncontrollably. Although Harry hadn't asked what the game was, the clown had already started to introduce the rules. "I placed a bomb in a residential area in Gotham." The clown touched the one he had just placed on the table and continued, "It's a little bigger than this one. One was placed in a residential area with a large number of people, and the other was placed next to him." Harry frowned. The clown would not let Batman choose which side to save, right? He vaguely remembered that there were many similar incidents in the information about the clown he searched. But the rules of this game are very different from the past. The Joker seemed to see what Harry was thinking. "Harry, dear Harry, the master of this game is you. Not me, nor Batman. Of course you have to make this important choice." The Joker seemed to be amazed at his own idea. "You can choose which side to explode, your side, or the residential area. If you don't choose either, they will explode together. Did you bother to capture me just to do this?" Compared to the extremely simple multiple-choice question, Harry was more curious about the Joker's purpose. "I've seen the photo of you published in the newspaper on the day you returned to Gotham." The Joker answered irrelevantly, and he seemed to be lost in memory. "From the first time I saw that photo, I seemed to see the same kind." Harry had no memory of that photo. When he regained consciousness, he was already in front of his father's bed. The Joker began to laugh crazily. "Ha ha 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 ha. Harry, choose yourself. The whole of Gotham will witness your choice. Come and free yourself, and then thank me. We are the same." Batman watched the live broadcast, and his heart became more and more irritated. He wants to create another Joker. A commemorative place where the Joker was created. Batman jumped into the Batmobile, started the maximum power and rushed to a place he would never forget. The real Green Goblin was about to go online, and the Joker was counting down to being beaten. "Today I am short again." Chapter 31. 10 minutes have passed since the 35-minute countdown. Gordon watched the live broadcast and anxiously arranged for all the police officers in the police station to check all residential areas in Gotham as soon as possible. But the workload was too heavy. Even if they checked for 3 days and 3 nights, it would be difficult to finish the check. Besides, there were only a little over 20 minutes left. Tim and Alfred had already checked the surveillance of all residential areas in the recent period. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack, but since they had been on guard against the Joker who was hiding recently, the workload was not as heavy as they imagined. So far, they have found 3 suspicious locations. Nightwing riding the Batmobile and Robin jumping over the city were rushing to the suspicious locations that had been checked. They didn't know what choice Harry Osborn would make, but even if Osborn chose to die, there was no guarantee that the Joker would not break the agreement on a whim. Only a fool would put his hope on the credit of the villain. The Batmobile shuttled through the gradually empty road. Catching the Joker and asking him where he installed the bomb was the most direct way, and Batman happened to have an idea about the Joker's hiding place. The Joker fell into the chemical pool in the Ace chemical plant and became the Joker he is now. He wanted to create another Joker in a memorable place. Batman couldn't think of any other place except the abandoned Ace chemical plant. Even if the Batmobile drove fast, Batman still devoted a lot of energy to the live broadcast. Harry Osborn's hands were tied behind the chair. He sat on the back of the chair, wet all over, and watched the Joker go crazy expressionlessly. The Joker had played the trick of live crime many times. Almost every victim would appear in the live broadcast in pain and fear, but Harry Osborn seemed to be too calm from beginning to end. He was not afraid when he was taken away by the Joker, when the bomb was placed next to him, and when he held the lives of hundreds of people in his hands. The Joker even openly declared that Harry Osborn was the same kind of person as him. All those who watched this live crime began to doubt Harry Osborn subconsciously. They didn't believe that little Osborn would choose to detonate the bomb next to him and let more people survive. Anyway, in this case, even if he chose to live, the law would not punish him. But Batman didn't think that little Osborn would make such a choice. He wasn't afraid because he was mentally strong. He was able to use himself as bait to lure the murderer when he knew someone wanted to kill him, which was enough to prove his calmness and rationality when facing threats. In addition, Batman recalled Harry Osborn, who was sitting opposite him in the restaurant, a young man who still wanted to do something for Gotham before his death. He valued Osborn's glory more than himself, and he would not choose to live a miserable life. Inexplicably, Batman relied on emotion instead of reason to speculate about a person. Harry Osborn was not the same type of person as the Joker. If there had to be someone to compare him to, he might be very similar to Bruce Wayne. It was Bruce Wayne, not Batman. 15 minutes left. The Joker shook his head and came to Harry's side. He licked his scarlet lips. "Make a decision quickly. The Joker's patience is not that good. I need to think about it." Harry's tone was too flat, and the Joker seemed to lose a lot of fun because of it. "Right." The Joker took out 2 different remote controls from his suit pocket as if he had suddenly thought of something. Remote controls for 2 bombs. He walked behind Harry and stuffed one of them into Harry's hands, which were tied to the back of the chair. "This is a bomb in another place. As long as you press the detonation button, you can hear Gotham's most enthusiastic welcoming fireworks this year. This is much more interesting than a boring dance party. And this one," the Joker tossed the other remote control in his hand up and down, "it's the detonator of the bomb here, but I don't think I should have the chance to press it." He moved closer to Harry. "Aren't you right, Dear Harry. Harry suddenly laughed. Of course, I've thought about it. Then, the Joker moved closer to Harry in anticipation. The Gotham Police Department, led by Gordon, and all the Gotham citizens who were watching the live broadcast were instantly worried. They had not yet found the location where the bomb was installed. If I press the detonator of this bomb in my hand, Harry said to the Joker in a questioning tone, and it ends up detonating the bomb next to me. You know, you are not trustworthy in Gotham. I promise you. The Joker's eyes seem to be brighter. I am right next to you, Harry, you should believe it. The Joker will not let anyone other than Batman take his life. Harry's smile almost froze on his face when he heard Batman's name from the Joker. And all the citizens in Gotham who were watching the live broadcast were also ignited with anger after Harry asked that question. They all expected the innocent young man to sacrifice himself in exchange for others, perhaps including himself. If Harry wanted to survive, it would be difficult to wash away the stigma from then on. Nightwing, Robin. Tim shouted to the two brothers who were checking the bomb in the back line, have you found it? Nightwing, riding a motorcycle, has already run to a suspicious location and is about to rush to the second location. No, not at position 1, go to position 2 immediately. No, at position 3. Robin lifted the air conditioner that had just been hung on the outer wall of a residential building, and there were only normal mechanical parts inside. Damn. If little Osborn makes a choice now, they will not have enough time to investigate. Batman's brows under the mask have been tightly furrowed since the Joker appeared, and now they are even more twisted together. Little Osborn should trust him a little more, even if he waits until the end to make a choice. The Batmobile is like a black lightning, passing through the wide highway outside Gotham at night and driving further away. The Joker is still smiling and waiting for Harry's answer. I choose. The Joker's smile widened. You choose. Detonate the bomb here. The Joker's prepared smile froze on his face. What did you say? With the sound of the remote control falling to the ground, Harry twisted his wrist to break free from the rope and stood up. In the corner where the camera could not shoot, the hemp rope that was torn apart fell to the ground. To outsiders, it seems that only Harry Osborn escaped by chance. The dark blue suit that was soaked by water now looks like pure black. The embarrassed young master of the Osborn family stood up from the wooden chair and gently rubbed his pale wrist. I say, detonate the bomb here. Harry waved his fist towards the Joker while speaking, but he relaxed his body and his whole attacking posture looked weak and powerless. Sure enough, the citizens of Gotham, who were shocked by Harry Osborn's choice, saw him being knocked down by the Joker's punch the next second, and was pressing towards the working camera. The live broadcast was cut off instantly. Harry's eyes swept across the camera that was split in half. Very good, the live broadcast was turned off, and now it was time to deal with the Joker. He was going to grab the bomb remote control from the Joker, and then detonate the bomb here himself. With the Joker as a human shield, combined with his extraordinary physical strength and recovery ability, he could completely ensure that he would only suffer minor injuries. Harry felt that it was worth it to exchange minor injuries for the Joker's life. The Joker knew that the Osborn family had purchased a large number of weapons, even uranium. If the Joker spread this matter, the Osborn family would attract the attention of the government and the army, which was not a good thing. Besides, now was a good opportunity, and the Joker's death would not even be suspected at all. It would not only win the favor of most citizens of Gotham, including Batman, but also solve a big problem for him, killing two birds with one stone. Just when Harry decided to act, the Joker started laughing again. This time, contrary to Harry's expectation, the Joker pressed the detonation button of the bomb in his hand without hesitation. Harry mobilized all the muscles in his body and tried to stay away from the bomb at the critical moment, but the Joker stood there without caring. The bomb exploded as expected when the countdown instantly returned to 0, but it did not cause any damage. Just when Harry was wondering if it was a prank by the Joker, he smelled a sweet and fishy smell. Who is laughing? The slow, piercing and crazy laughter sounded in Harry's ears, but the Joker not far away just grinned and spoke. Harry, you are funnier than I thought, but this is not a real bomb. It wasn't the Joker laughing. Who was it? Harry finally realized that his facial muscles were being pulled, and the ugly laughter was surrounding his ears. It was himself who was laughing. This laughter sounded so familiar, how could he forget it? The first time he saw the Green Goblin, he suddenly appeared above the carnival venue on a hang glider, laughing like this. And along with this piercing laughter came a pumpkin bomb with huge destructive power. The Green Goblin's laughter. Harry couldn't help laughing like this, slowly and piercingly. His thoughts belonging to Harry Osborn seemed to be eroded by the laughter that belonged to the Green Goblin. No, he didn't want to become a demon without thoughts. Harry refused. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, but the laughter still leaked out from between his fingers. The Joker walked briskly towards Harry. "Dear Harry, why don't you want to laugh?" Harry couldn't help but put down his hands that were covering his mouth, and he locked his eyes with red eyes on the figure of the Joker, the culprit who caused him to lose his mind. The accumulated anger seemed to have a direction to vent instantly. Once the laughing gas was injected into the body, this person would lose most of the ability to resist, and the Joker was almost completely defenseless against the laughing Harry. Harry, who had taken his hands off his mouth, clenched his fists. He couldn't help laughing, and at the same time, he bent his legs slightly and instantly shot towards the clown next to him. The clown, who was unable to react, was knocked away by Harry and hit the place where the black curtain was hung. The sound of human body and steel colliding was heard, and the black curtain was slowly pulled down as the clown slid down. The curtain covered a huge metal tank. But Harry didn't notice these at all at this time. He only saw the clown still breathing not far away. The clown, who was hit in the lungs by Harry's punch, gasped for breath. He stood up by holding the outer wall of the metal tank. "Ha, cough, ha 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 ha, Harry, how many surprises do you have?" When the first punch was thrown, Harry's consciousness was almost completely covered. He ran quickly towards the clown's position and got into a boxing posture. The clown's physical fitness had also been strengthened, but the attack just now caused him a lot of damage, making it difficult for him to dodge Harry's attack flexibly for a while. He kept leading Harry to run to a higher place, and was constantly hit by various attacks during the period. Soon, Harry followed the Joker and climbed onto the metal tanks. All of these tanks were open, empty and nothing inside, except for the one on the left-hand side, which was filled with green liquid. Although they were called tanks, they could be used as pools at this size, except that the liquid inside was obviously not friendly. The Joker stood next to the chemical pool filled with green liquid and waited for Harry. "Ha ha ha ha, Harry, hey, this was originally prepared for you. I don't know if it can still be used now." Not everyone can come out of the chemical pool alive, and the Joker didn't intend to let Harry Osborn go. He wanted to destroy him in public, let him degenerate, let him be despised by everyone, and then kill him. Unfortunately, the Joker licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. Harry rushed towards the Joker, and they fought in the narrow aisle. Harry laughed wildly and punched the Joker one after another, but the Joker's counterattack was not painful to him. The only thing was that the Joker turned the withered yellow flower on his chest, and a large amount of strong acid sprayed towards Harry. Harry didn't dodge completely. He subconsciously raised his right arm to block the attack. The strong acid quickly corroded his suit jacket and the flesh of his right arm. The severe pain of corrosion instantly spread to the depths of Harry's nerves, but was soon paralyzed by the side effects of laughing gas. The body strengthened by the strengthening potion was able to fight with Spider-Man. Although it was not as perfect as Spider-Man, the power it contained should not be underestimated. The Joker, who was hit hard by many punches, vomited blood and fell to the aisle. His ribs were broken and pierced into his spleen, and his jawbone seemed to be fractured. In addition, there were countless bruises. Harry's right arm was corroded so deep that the bone was almost visible. His reason was almost burned out, but he still remembered one thing he had to do. Ha ha ha. The Joker was still laughing, as if his pain perception had degenerated to almost nothing. Harry squatted beside the Joker and took out a piece of paper from his purple suit pocket. He then pressed the paper firmly into the pool of blood vomited by the Joker. The paper was completely soaked and softened by the blood. Harry stood up and stepped on the paper and turned his feet, completely crushing the information that the Joker used to threaten him. The only firm thought was achieved, and the Green Goblin's consciousness instantly overwhelmed Harry. He seemed to have turned into a beast that only knew how to attack. He kicked the Joker back to the ground with one foot, and then he jumped down with a crazy laugh. His attacks fell densely on the Joker. Soon, the Joker's whole body was almost soaked in blood. The purple suit was dyed black by his own blood, and the pale paint on his face was dyed red by his own blood. But even after being beaten like this, he still had a weird smile on his face. Harry, who had lost his mind, certainly had no intention of stopping his attack. Seeing that his fist was about to fall on the Joker again, The loud noise of the factory door being knocked open and the humming sound of the engine attracted Harry, who was laughing. Red Hood rushed into the Ace Chemicals on a motorcycle. The Joker was the only enemy he wanted to get rid of as soon as possible. He knew the Joker as well as Batman, so when Batman realized where the Joker was, Red Hood also realized it. He was closer to here, so he arrived before Batman. When Harry Osborn chose to detonate the bomb on his side during the live broadcast, Red Hood almost thought he could not catch up. But he rushed all the way and did not hear any explosion-like sound coming from the direction of the Ace Chemicals, so he still sped up and rushed over. He thought about how miserable the scene inside would be, such as Harry Osborn being beaten to death by the Joker, or the Joker simply shot Harry Osborn to death, but the only thing he didn't think about was that the Joker was pinned to the ground and beaten by the crazy Harry Osborn. Wow, Harry Osborn, great job. Red Hood had wanted to smash the Joker's face, but now someone else got there first. Ha 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 ha. The Joker couldn't laugh anymore. This ugly laugh was made by Harry Osborn. Red Hood saw the bomb that exploded on the table. It seemed to be a laughing gas bomb. His mask was a full cover type, which happened to be equipped with an air circulation and air purification system, so he would not inhale the laughing gas here at all. Red Hood, who was somewhat confused by the situation at the scene, had not yet gotten off the motorcycle, and Harry had already rushed towards him with a big laugh. Red Hood, who was prepared, started the motorcycle to avoid the fast-moving Harry, but it was really difficult to increase the speed of the motorcycle in the factory area. The Red Hood, who was being chased closely, jumped off the motorcycle and used the environment of the factory area to avoid Harry's attack. If it was the Joker chasing him, the Red Hood would have aimed the gun at his head, but now it was Harry Osborn who almost killed the Joker. Red Hood raised the gun to disrupt Harry's movements, but the bullet never hit him. Harry Osborn's body was more flexible than Red Hood imagined. While laughing irrationally, he could completely avoid the bullets and even chased him forward. It was obviously difficult to get a result if it continued like this. Red Hood put the gun back into the holster on his waist, ready to subdue Harry Osborn and tie him up. But when they really fought, he was even more surprised to find out how strong Harry Osborn was. Red Hood could fight him without any injury only by relying on the fighting skills he had accumulated over the years. Harry Osborn fought more and more fiercely, and even completely ignored the large corrosive scars on his right arm that were deep enough to see the bone. The strong acid that had not been cleaned was still corroding his body bit by bit. He had to be careful not to hurt Harry Osborn too much, and he had to be careful of the attacks from Harry Osborn. Red Hood felt very frustrated when he fought. When the two of them were fighting hard, the door of the chemical plant was hit again, and the Batmobile drove in. It seems that I will be on the 1,000-word profit list on Tuesday. In order to improve the ranking a little, the update time of Chapter 32 will be postponed to after 11 p.m. However, Chapter 33 will still be released after 12 a.m. Dear friends, do you want to change the title of the article? Green Goblin's Bat Strategy Plan, will this be more attractive? The Struggle of Naming. Chapter 32. The Batmobile made a sharp turn and rushed into the abandoned chemical plant. The dazzling headlights flashed over the Joker who was lying on the ground, and then swept over the Red Hood and Harry Osborn who were confronting each other, and finally stopped next to the giant metal tank. Like the Red Hood, Batman also did not expect this to be the case. The Joker, who was supposed to be the target of this operation, was now lying on the ground covered in blood, and the victim Harry Osborn, who was expected to be waiting for rescue, was laughing wildly and fighting with the Red Hood. Laughing gas. Like the Red Hood, Batman also came to this conclusion at a glance, but does laughing gas have the effect of developing human potential and making people violent? The fishy and sweet gas in the air was being dispersed by the fresh air with the smell of sea breeze. Batman frowned and looked at the little Osborn who was fighting with the Red Hood, and his heart became more and more confused. But thinking of the green potion that the little Osborn was injected with under heavy protection a few days ago, Harry Osborn said at the time that if the experiment failed, he would become a violent lunatic. He knew that little Osborn was hiding something from him, but he hadn't had time to find out what exactly little Osborn was hiding. Judging from the current situation, perhaps the potion, in addition to curing little Osborn's genetic disease, also has the effect of transforming human abilities, but the side effects. When the Batmobile drove in, Harry, who had lost his mind, subconsciously wanted to stay away, but Red Hood, who saw his intention, immediately rushed up to stop him. Now he and Red Hood have reversed their positions, one fighting and retreating, and the other becoming more and more courageous. Turning on the gas mask function of the mask, Batman quickly opened the door and got out of the car. "Old Bat." Red Hood grabbed Harry's uninjured arm and threw him out. "You're late." Harry, who was infected with laughing gas and could only laugh wildly, his voice gradually became dry, but he still couldn't stop. Being thrown by Red Hood against the wall of the giant metal tank, Harry smashed the entire metal tank into a dent. His wild laughter was stopped for a few seconds by the impact, but it quickly recurred. Ho ha ho ho ha ho ha. Harry ignored Batman next to him and rushed towards Red Hood again. "Red Hood, hold him down." The antidote for laughing gas has always been a regular potion in Batman's universal belt. It's not known whether ordinary antidotes will work in Harry Osborn's case, but it's worth a try. Batman's voice is particularly recognizable, deep and hard to ignore. He didn't shout, but Harry could still catch his voice and his crazy laughter. Even though he was completely covered by the Green Goblin's consciousness, Harry subconsciously slowed down his movements when he heard Batman's voice. When Harry flew over and kicked, Red Hood took advantage of Harry's distraction and grabbed his legs and threw him to the ground. "No need for your nonsense." Before he finished speaking, he stepped on Harry's chest, trying to trap Harry, who is laughing non-stop, in place. There is an injury on his chest. Batman remembered that when he last saw little Osborn, the scar on his chest was only getting better, not healed, but now was obviously not the time to take care of this. When Red Hood pinned little Osborn to the ground, Batman was approaching here quickly. "What is it?" Red Hood obviously heard this clearly. "How do you know what's on his chest?" This is really strange, but Red Hood soon had no time to think about it. Harry, who was thrown to the ground, took a breath and flipped Red Hood over. "Damn, why is he so strong?" Red Hood rolled to the side and took out the gun on his waist again. According to the situation of the fight with Harry Osborn just now, Red Hood speculated that Harry Osborn, who had no long-range attack methods, would pounce on him again at the moment when the distance was pulled away, but Red Hood didn't want to continue to fight him in hand-to-hand combat, so it's better to shoot and force him back to the corner where it is easier to capture. The old Bat was still beside him, and he didn't want to be embarrassed to fight a tie with a young master. "Don't hurt him." Batman next to him subconsciously said when he saw Red Hood take out the gun. "Huh." Red Hood aimed his gun directly at Harry Osborn. "Why should I listen to you? In your heart, I will always be confused about right and wrong and kill innocent people. No. Jason is always enthusiastic and optimistic in Batman's heart. He is full of energy and courage. If it weren't for Batman, Jason should always be like that. This is his fault, and some mistakes are not worth forgiving. But Jason should know that no matter when, he will always be loved and will never be replaced. Next time, he will tell Jason this next time." Batman was silent again, and Red Hood turned his attention back to Harry Osborn as expected. Unexpectedly, Harry Osborn fled in the opposite direction. Batman grabbed the metal walkway built around the tank with a grappling gun, and then used a rope to lead his body to intercept Harry. Seeing Batman's actions from a distance, Harry changed direction in advance. He jumped hard onto the ladder he had just climbed, and climbed up to the place where he had just fought with a Joker with great skill and speed. Compared to Harry's climbing relying solely on his body, Batman is obviously much faster with the help of tools. He stood in front of Harry again and rushed towards Harry. Red Hood aimed his gun below, ready to shoot and stop Harry. Harry's laughter had become hoarse too much. When Batman rushed towards him, Harry jumped off the metal frame again. "Old man, he is avoiding you, is it my illusion?" Red Hood looked at Batman, who jumped down with Harry Osborn in disbelief. He always thought that Harry Osborn had lost his mind like this, so how could he avoid Batman now? "I'm afraid not." Batman also felt that Harry Osborn was avoiding him. Maybe little Osborn didn't completely lose his mind and turned into a violent lunatic. Batman aimed at the beam in front of Harry and threw a batarang. Harry just thought he didn't aim and continued to run forward. However, the bat dart inserted in the beam suddenly exploded, causing a small landslide in front of Harry. In order to avoid the falling rubble, he had to twist his body and jump back. At this time, Batman had already been waiting at the place where Harry was about to jump back, and Red Hood had also intercepted on the side. The only side left was a giant metal tank. Ahem, ho ha ho ha. Little Osborn stood there with a pale face, and did not rush towards them at the first time. Red Hood inexplicably felt that he was being treated differently. Harry Osborn. Batman wanted to know if little Osborn was still sensible. At this moment, Harry, who was acting completely on instinct, just wanted to leave here. He followed his instincts and raised his fist to rush towards Batman. There were fighting skills, but not many. Batman did not fight back immediately. He was ready to capture little Osborn when he was close enough and directly inject him with the antidote for laughing gas. The fist with a fierce momentum stopped before hitting Batman's abdomen. His arm, corroded by strong acid, was completely presented in front of Batman, and the neat suit sleeves were tattered on his arm. Seeing that Batman did not stop him, Red Hood had already reached out to Harry to stop his attack on Batman, but he was just preparing. It was little Osborn who stopped himself at the last moment. His mouth was grinning, but he didn't laugh anymore. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Batman inserted the syringe he had in his hand into the inside of little Osborn's arm, which was still intact. Harry Osborn just stretched out his arm and let Batman inject the unknown drug into his body. He didn't dodge or attack. Batman's hand avoided the corrosive scars on Harry's arm and carefully grasped his exposed skin. With the special cooperation of the injection object, he successfully completed the injection of the antidote. The laughing gas antidote took effect quickly. Harry's grinning mouth corners quickly flattened, and his stimulated spirit relaxed instantly, and the paralysis effect brought by the laughing gas suddenly subsided. The severe pain and fatigue, coupled with the soothing effect of the antidote, made Harry fall to the ground with weakness. His arm was still carefully held in Batman's hand. At the moment when he couldn't stand steadily, Batman subconsciously brought him to his side, and then hugged Harry, who fell to his position. Batman's moves were so smooth that Red Hood hesitated to speak. Batman didn't think there was anything wrong with his actions, just holding an injured and unconscious person. Red Hood didn't pay attention to them anymore. Now he had to deal with another person present, the Joker. When they captured Harry Osborn, the Joker had been lying beside him. It seemed that he didn't move at all because of his serious injuries. But the Joker was always different from ordinary people. Even though he was injured enough to threaten his life, and even though he could hardly make a sound now, he still collapsed on the ground with a disgusting smile, and his eyes even revealed a sense of interest in discovering something interesting. Jason crushed the Joker's broken arm with his toes and twisted it twice. Batman, who was holding Harry Osborn behind him, saw it, but didn't say anything extra. The Joker could only lie on the ground and breathe heavily, but he seemed very happy. Batman and Red Hood have never been able to reach a complete agreement on the Joker, and the fierce conflict could not help them jump over the Joker's obstacle. So the two people who were eager for reconciliation in their hearts could only avoid each other as much as possible. If I want to kill the Joker now, I won't sit back and do nothing. Batman said this, and he would definitely do it. It was like this every time. Jason got angry once when Batman stopped him, and got angry 10 times when he was stopped. Each of them insisted, and each of them refused to compromise. Batman, one day. Red Hood only said this, and once again left the space where Batman was in the humming sound of the engine without looking back. He put the unconscious little Osborn in the co-pilot of the Batmobile, and threw the Joker into the trunk of the car that bound the criminals. Batman drove the Batmobile away from the abandoned factory as he did when he came. Why did the Joker go after Harry Osborn? Batman has been thinking about this question since the beginning. Maybe, as the Joker said, he saw the photo of Harry Osborn published in the newspaper, so he took the little Osborn as his target. But what about the arms smuggler that the Joker killed some time ago, and the batch of uranium that he wanted? Could these be related to Harry Osborn? Harry was tied to the seatbelt and leaned against the co-pilot of the Batmobile, and his head dropped to one side when turning. Batman, who was concentrating on driving and thinking at the same time, subconsciously used one of his free hands to support the chin of little Osborn, and carefully adjusted his posture. Batman took back his hand and gently rubbed his fingertips. He thought that perhaps because of the vague familiarity he saw in little Osborn, and the fact that he was about the same age as Jason, he was a little too caring for little Osborn. Batman automatically brought in, the old father was going to watch a clip of Spider-Man, No Return tonight to review Norman Osborn's schizophrenia, but he didn't expect to watch the movie from beginning to end. After the main text is finished, I want to open a spin-off of No Return. Is anyone interested? Also, the next chapter will be at 12 o'clock tomorrow morning, and there will be no updates tonight. Chapter 33. No one knows that Batman brought back Harry Osborn and the Joker. Everyone sighed for the little Osborn, who was willing to sacrifice himself for others when the live broadcast was suddenly disconnected, and perhaps they were secretly grateful, not caring at all how viciously they had just speculated about him. The Gotham Police Department, specifically Gordon, has not received any news from Batman, and is not daring to relax at all to explore the whereabouts of the bomb and find Harry Osborn. Whenever this happens, he really wants to expand the manpower of the Gotham Police Department. Bernard tried to follow the Joker, but they were too defensive and took the initiative to abandon their accomplices to prevent tracking. Therefore, Bernard could only follow the Gotham Police Department to get news about Harry in time. Bernard knew Harry's current physical strength. In a simple fight, he didn't think the Joker could cause any harm to Harry. Even if the Joker's gang was at it, he was completely sure that Harry would win in the end, of course, provided that the other party did not have so many lethal weapons. But the Joker is not a man with a brain full of muscles. His terrifying point is never in his skills. When the live broadcast was cut off, Bernard even breathed a sigh of relief. He could tell that Harry did it on purpose. The young master of their family must have some plan. After waiting anxiously for a few minutes, Bernard felt more relieved after confirming that there was indeed no place in Gotham that was detonated for no reason. However, the only thing he wanted to know was what was written on the paper that the Joker showed Harry, and why Harry suddenly changed his attitude and accepted the Joker's invitation to the game, if this could be considered an invitation. Bernard, who was waiting calmly in a neat suit next to the anxious Gordon, looked particularly strange, but the butlers of wealthy families, those who saw it silently understood, were all fearless in the face of danger. "What's the situation?" Gordon's cell phone suddenly rang, and he answered the call immediately, asking about the situation while walking to an open space nearby. When Bernard heard Gordon asking about the situation, he just thought that the police station had discovered something, but if this matter was related to Harry, Gordon would definitely tell him after hanging up the phone, so there was no need to eavesdrop. Sure enough. Mr. Halls. Gordon went straight to Bernard after hanging up the phone. "We found Mr. Osborn, but he was injured and will be taken directly to Gotham Central Hospital." "Injured?" Bernard stood up and took a step closer to Gordon. "Is he okay?" "Harry did not contact him after he was out of danger." "Could it be that?" "We have to see him first to know the specific situation, but he is safe for now." The Joker was knocked unconscious by Batman and tied to the back of the car, and Harry Osborn was unconscious in the passenger seat. B. The bomb in the residential area has been dismantled by Nightwing. How is the situation over there? The Joker has been caught. Notify Gordon to meet at Gotham Central Hospital. Little Osborn is injured. In this case, little Osborn should be sent to the hospital first. The injury on his arm needs more professional treatment. So after asking Tim to find a way to notify Gordon, Batman drove the Batmobile directly to the direction of Gotham Central Hospital. Gordon and Bernard were already waiting near Gotham Central Hospital. Bernard was a little shocked to see the Batmobile coming directly, but after thinking carefully, who else in Gotham could find the Joker so quickly and take Harley out of the Joker's hands except Batman? The Batmobile stopped, but only Batman got out. Bernard was about to go forward to ask where Harley was, but unexpectedly Batman went around to the co-pilot and carried their young master out of the Batmobile. Compared with Batman's nearly 1.9 meter tall physique, Harley looked very thin. At this moment, he was held by Batman, leaning on Batman's chest armor unconsciously. The injury was urgent, and Batman quickly walked to Bernard's side and handed the little Osborn in his arms to his butler. Even though Batman has been stationed in Gotham for 10 years and every citizen of Gotham knows about Batman's existence, he is still one of the many urban legends in Gotham. He is mysterious and real, and this is also one of his means of deterring criminals. Batman is everywhere. In order to maintain this mystery, Batman would not do something like carrying a person to the hospital for treatment in the middle of the night, so he notified Gordon in advance. Bernard carefully took Harry from Batman's arms, but it seemed much more difficult for him to hold him. Gordon helped Bernard take Harry to the hospital lobby and quickly returned. Batman was waiting in the inconspicuous shadow next to the hospital. "Where is the Joker?" Gordon received the news that Batman would bring the Joker over. Opening the back of the Batmobile, the unconscious Joker appeared in front of Gordon in a horrible way. Batman, this time the attack was a bit heavy. Gordon sighed, but he didn't have any idea of pitying the Joker. For some reason, Batman didn't tell Harry about it, and he tacitly accepted that it was his own doing. It was the next day when Harry woke up. The wound on his arm, corroded by strong acid, had been carefully cleaned and was now neatly bandaged, and there was no trace of the hideousness of last night. The wound seemed to be numb with anesthetic, but this kind of thing was useless to him. His body could no longer be confused by drugs or anesthetics. He could only feel the severe pain while awake. Although there was nothing wrong with his body, his mind seemed to be a little shocked. His mind was now full of his own echoing laughter. And he appeared in front of Batman with a hideous face, and Batman called him in a low voice, "Harry Osborn." "Oh, no. Harry, think of something happy." He tried to look at this matter more optimistically. At least he remembered what he did when he lost consciousness, right? In particular, he did not attack Batman, even when he lost consciousness. Harry did not want to repeat the same mistake, such as fighting with his friends for some reason. That was too stupid. Bernard came to the ward at this time. "Master Harry, you are awake." "Oh, Bernard, I'm sorry to make you worry again." In fact, this time it was okay. Bernard was not too worried about Harry's safety. Perhaps it was because the young master in the live broadcast always looked confident. "What is that piece of paper?" "A list of large quantities of arms and other contraband purchased by the Osborns, as well as uranium." Harry began to worry. He didn't know how many of these things were in places he didn't know about, and they needed to be destroyed as soon as possible. Bernard was responsible for purchasing these things. Bernard looked at Harry in shock. "You mean?" "I'm sorry, I'll find out about this as soon as possible." "Hey, Bernard, I asked you to do this." Harry hurriedly sat up from the bed. "You don't need to blame yourself at all. We haven't been exposed yet." "Not yet." Bernard was very sure that he didn't leave any traces in this matter, whether it was surveillance video, transaction records, transportation methods, or even delivery routes. He guaranteed that there would be no traces left. "So that piece of paper." "Very good. It can only be John Jones who violated the agreement and recorded it himself, and the arms smuggler discovered his identity. I will put an end to this matter, please rest assured. As for the Joker? If the Joker doesn't have other evidence, a mental patient is not to be feared." "That's true. There's no need to be too anxious. Besides, the Joker was beaten badly by him, and who knows when he will be able to speak." After relaxing, Harry suddenly heard a commotion outside. "Why is the hospital so noisy?" "You should ask yourself." Bernard couldn't help laughing. "Mr. Harry Osborn, the conscience of Gotham." "What?" Harry thought he had heard it wrong. "What in Gotham?" "Conscience, you heard it right." Bernard repeated it, and then explained to Harry, "Remember what you did? Last night you chose to detonate the bomb next to you between the two bombs." "Oh, yes, he wanted to get rid of the Joker and clear his suspicion at the same time, so he chose to detonate the bomb on his side, which was a win-win situation. If the bomb was not fake, Harry's plan could be said to be perfect, and he who got rid of the Joker should now be called the hero Osborn, not the conscience of Gotham who saw ghost. After the Gotham media learned that Harry Osborn was injured and hospitalized, they all squatted at the door of the hospital. They were all waiting to interview him so that they could write a touching enough news article about his experience. But Harry was impatient with these superficial efforts, and he didn't really want that title. It was just as simple as New York's Good Neighbor. It wasn't even as good as New York's Good Neighbor. Not to mention compared to Gotham's Dark Knight. Also, Mr. Wayne called ahead and said he would come to the hospital to visit you this afternoon. Well, Harry didn't look forward to it, but it was good to have a friend who could come to visit the patient. "By the way, Bernard, do you know a man with a red hood?" "If you mean the Red Hood, he's the leader of an underground force that has risen rapidly in Gotham recently." "Why does an underground leader seem to have such a good relationship with Batman?" No matter how relieved Harry was, the arrest of the Joker on Batman's side did not mean the end of this matter. The buyer of the uranium has not been found yet, which is always a threat. And now, he suspected that the uranium was in the hands of Harry Osborn. In Gotham, the Osborn family happened to have the ability to offer a higher price than the Penguin. Moreover, the Joker went to Harry Osborn as soon as he appeared, which coincided with their speculation that the Joker would definitely find a buyer. One condition is enough for Batman to suspect a person, let alone two conditions that point to a clear direction. There is another thing that makes Batman very confused, the page of paper that the Joker showed to Harry Osborn during the live broadcast. He searched Harry's body when he tied him to the passenger seat, but found nothing. Before handing the Joker to Gordon, Batman also searched the Joker, but found nothing. So he later returned to the chemical plant and finally found the crushed paper in a pool of dried blood. The page of paper could threaten Harry Osborn, so Harry Osborn agreed to leave with a Joker in order to find an opportunity to destroy the paper. This is the only reasonable conclusion Batman can infer. If combined with a batch of uranium, the paper may be the transaction record of John Jones before his death. He should have realized it long ago. Even if little Osborn was not the buyer of the batch of uranium, Harry Osborn was not as pure and harmless as he saw. He should have realized this the day he learned that Harry Osborn bought, murdered, and killed people. But what did he do? He ran to the terrace of the Osborn family villa, and was frightened by the blunt words of little Osborn before he even had time to ask questions. He even forgot his cape on little Osborn. He was confused by a certain characteristic of little Osborn for too long, but he did not resist that confusion. Admitting this undoubtedly made Batman feel the blow for the first time in a long time. Should I take off the pity filter? The last 2 chapters feel a bit rushed. Hug my friends, I will adjust as soon as possible. Chapter 34. Although Harry was seriously injured, it was unnecessary to stay in the hospital for such an injury that needed to be recuperated. Harry, who had only been hospitalized for less than half a day, had already begun to plan for Bernard to help him arrange for discharge. However, Bernard was still busy dealing with the follow-up of the purchase of weapons from smugglers, so it was better not to cause him trouble now. Master Harry, Bernard pushed the door open and walked in. He sat down beside the bed and wiped his hands with the disinfectant paper towels in the ward. Then he picked up an apple and began to peel it. At the same time, he whispered to Harry, I found out that John Jones was killed by the clown a few days ago. He was the one who sold me uranium. Now we may need another way to clear the relationship. After saying this, Bernard put the apple he had peeled and cut into small pieces on the fruit plate and handed it to Harry. What way? It seemed that the clown had also set his sights on the batch of uranium. No wonder he came to him. Divert the trouble, but we need to give up some of the things we have. Harry did not know much about this matter. Since Bernard said it could be solved, Harry completely believed him. It's okay. If you run out of things, you can buy more. Harry forked the fresh fruit flesh on the plate and put it into his mouth without any care. I can't use so much at a time. The problem was not difficult to solve. Bernard just wanted to tell Harry in advance, in this case, I will finish this matter as soon as possible. I hope you can stay in the ward and recuperate during this period. As soon as Bernard finished speaking, there was a sudden noise outside the hospital. It seems that Mr. Wayne is here. Bernard didn't even go to the window to look. Won't Bruce feel very hard? No matter what he does, he is being watched by the outside world. Harry sighed, but maybe he enjoys it. Bernard tidied his clothes a little and prepared to go outside to greet him in advance. If you go out now, you will receive the same welcome, Mr. Conscience of Gotham. Just don't call me that, please, Bernard. Soon, Bernard took Bruce Wayne back to the ward. Harry was about to put the fruit plate on the low table next to him. As soon as Bruce came in, he saw Harry, who was sitting on the bed wearing a large blue hospital gown, stretching his gauze-wrapped arm to put the plate. He still clearly remembered the hideous scar on Harry Osborn's arm that was so deep that the bone was visible last night. Harry. Bruce walked over in surprise and put the gift box in his hand on the low table next to him. He took the plate and put it aside, then gently held Harry's arm wrapped in gauze. Is your arm okay? Although Harry and Bruce Wayne were already friends, Harry was still not used to his enthusiasm. When he pulled his arm out of Bruce's hand as naturally as possible, Harry accidentally saw his hand. The palm was large and the skin was delicate, but there were obvious marks of exercise on the knuckles, and there were some light scars. In short, it was not the same as Harry imagined that it should belong to Wayne's hand. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Bruce. Alienation, this is what Bruce felt at the moment. It was strange that he was friendly and proactive when facing the fierce Batman, but he was cautious when facing Bruce Wayne. Bruce took the initiative to sit next to the bed. Harry, I'm sorry I didn't attend the dance last night. Harry relaxed his body and leaned against the headboard of the bed, which was soft and hard. It's okay, Bruce. Even if you were here, you couldn't change anything, and I feel great now. Harry shook his tightly bandaged arm and made an expression that it was no big deal. In fact, although his arm hurts now, he just needs some time to recover. At most, there will be some scars that cannot be healed, but this is not on the face, so it's really no big deal. In addition, the Joker's injuries are much worse than his, so he has nothing to complain about. Bernard had left the ward while Harry and Bruce Wayne were talking. Harry saw Bernard leave, and he guessed that Bernard was going to deal with the uranium issue. "You are very brave, Harry." Bruce seemed to admire him a little. "You know, not everyone has the courage to face the Joker. Those criminals are lawless guys. They don't care how useful you are or how much money you can use to redeem yourself. If you are not afraid of death, there is nothing to be afraid of," Harry said in a joking tone. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Bruce said sincerely. His beautiful and clear blue eyes looked at Harry softly, as if he was really curious about the answer to this question. Harry was speechless. Of course he was afraid. He was very afraid. Whether it was being pierced through the chest by 2 swords or dying from the strange genetic disease of the Osborn family, he had countless similar nightmares. No one is not afraid of death, but there are always things more terrible than death. Perhaps thinking of his own death, Harry was a little depressed. He wanted to evade this topic, but no one had ever asked him if he was afraid. Compared to his own safety being threatened, for Harry, what was more terrible was seeing the death of someone he cared about with his own eyes, so no matter how many times it happened, no matter how scared he would still stand in front of Peter without hesitation at that time. "There are things more terrible than death," Bruce repeated softly. At this moment, little Osborn seemed to have experienced death. His body was clearly healthier than before, but Bruce still felt that he seemed to have been floating lightly in this world, unable to fall down or rise up. Perhaps it was caused by the loneliness of the first 20 years of his life. Bruce guessed that he had no close friends and had not seen his father for many years. Now the only close person was probably his butler. However, Bruce quickly realized the purpose of his visit here today. Visiting little Osborn was just a byproduct. He came to test little Osborn. Harry, no. Gotham. No. Harry seemed to realize what Bruce was about to say. He sat up straight and widened his eyes, and quickly interrupted Bruce. "Don't call me that name." Bruce couldn't help laughing. Only at this time could he see the vitality that should belong to this age in Harry Osborn. Okay, Bruce comforted the excited Harry. "I just want to ask, when you make that choice, will you be afraid? That's a bomb. You may be injured or die." "No." Harry seemed to be angry and embarrassed. He spoke in a firm and angry tone, and his gray blue eyes looked at Bruce with a shy and angry light. "Are you not afraid because you have the confidence to defeat the Joker?" Bruce wanted to ask this, but he obviously couldn't. "Why? Do you have any way to deal with it?" Bruce asked with some curiosity. "You know, I occasionally encounter some not-so-nice kidnappings." Before answering this question, "Can you answer a question for me?" Harry wanted to ask this question for a long time, and wanted to ask it before the ball, but he didn't see Bruce on the day of the ball. A very familiar sentence. Bruce remembered that little Osborn once said this to him. On an ordinary morning, he was still sleeping, and little Osborn called him. He asked himself how his relationship with Batman was privately. What was he going to ask this time? Bruce intuitively felt that it was related to Batman. "Of course, I am always willing to answer your questions. Last time," Harry gestured with his hands, "last time, I called you in the morning." Bruce was very worried that his wound would burst, so he grabbed his injured arm again and forced it down on the bed. "Well, last time. Why did Batman answer the phone?" "Good question. Why did he answer the phone with Batman's voice?" Bruce's memory has always been excellent. Of course he remembered why. He could even recall the scene in his mind exactly. He controlled his gaze and didn't fall on Harry's pale skin exposed outside the hospital gown. After all, it was really impolite. "Batman only came to me because of the Justice League. He subconsciously answered the phone because he saw the note was you. That's what he said." Bruce explained the matter patiently and carefully, without any ambiguity. "So that's how it is." One of them explained deliberately, and the other breathed a sigh of relief, but their usual sharp intuition unexpectedly stopped working. "So, what is the secret of not being afraid? Can you tell it to me now?" Harry thought, because he believed in his ability, and even if he failed like this time, Batman will come to save me. He said this with a firm tone, and his gray blue eyes seemed to contain infinite trust. Bruce was a little speechless. He always knew whether others were sincere, but now he would rather not be able to tell the difference. Perhaps because he was saved by Batman several times, Harry Osborn relied too much on him. He didn't know what would happen if he continued like this. After he has thoroughly investigated the uranium incident, Batman will never appear in front of little Osborn again. Before coming, Bruce had 8 points of suspicion about Harry Osborn, and now he still has 8 points. He will find evidence to prove little Osborn's innocence, or find evidence to prove that he has ill intentions. But no matter what the result is, he thinks he will never be able to hate Harry Osborn. Before leaving, Bruce opened the blue gift box he brought with him, which contains neatly arranged snacks that looked very delicate. "Alfred knew I was coming to visit you, so he made these cookies specially. He likes you very much, Harry." To be honest, Harry suddenly felt flattered. He had never realized so clearly that Bruce was his friend, the only one in the world except Batman. Harry was obviously stunned, and Bruce chuckled and put the cookies aside. Later, Batman took off his mask in front of Harry. "Harry, mixed feelings of sadness and joy, friend -1. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35. Not long after Bruce left, Harry checked himself out of the hospital. When he got home, half of the things in the weapons research and development room had been moved away, including uranium, but the remaining ones were enough. He just wanted to make a power device, not a dangerous weapon. The development progress of various weapons was still at the stage before the ball. The wing of the hang glider was half built, which was very similar to the one he used before, but when designing the appearance, it was accidentally designed to be more like a bat wing. But this is not a big deal, and it will not affect the flight effect. The Green Goblin suit is also being polished. The general outline has been made, and the structure of the details will take some time to perfect. Harry plans to perfect the Green Goblin suit first, and then make the power device of the hang glider. After all, the suit is the closest to perfect equipment at present. Regardless of his seriously injured arm, Harry went straight to the weapons research and development room and started polishing the suit. Although it is called a battle suit, it actually only includes a chest armor, arm armor, knee pads, special combat boots and a full face mask that can be moved. At most, it includes a set of wear-resistant and corrosion-resistant close-fitting black suits to be worn under these armors. It is a set of crude battle armor, but since Harry wants to make the Green Goblin's equipment as soon as possible, he has to make a set first. There are 3 rows of sharp double-layer short blades on the outside of the forearm of the Green Goblin's battle suit. Harry chose to use the most common steel to make it, requiring only sharpness and toughness. With sufficient tools, even if the arm movements are inconvenient, the short blades can still be made very quickly. This set of 3 rows of double-layer short blades is the only hidden weapon attached to this set of battle armor, but if it is only used to deal with some ordinary people, Harry thinks it is completely sufficient. The full face mask that can be moved is divided into 2 parts. The upper part is a black goggles that can be windproof, which is connected to the mask that is simply used to cover the lower half of the face. Harry looked at the operating system of the battle suit for a while. He felt that this function was not urgently needed. As long as it looks like a mask, it is enough for the time being. If you need to show your face, you can manually take off the mask first. Very good, let's put this feature in the category of to be improved for the time being. Special combat boots are a little more troublesome. The bottom of the combat boots needs to be equipped with a traction device that matches the hang glider. If he is forced to separate from the hang glider in the air, he needs this function to make the hang glider return automatically. It is related to life safety, so Harry made this function very carefully. After returning from the hospital in the afternoon until late at night, Harry has been working in the weapons research and development room. Except for the traction device of the combat boots, he has completely copied the combat suit. By the way, it has not been painted yet. On the other side, Batman is patrolling at night as usual, and at the same time trying to replicate all the actions of John Jones after he came to Gotham this time during the night patrol, and then find loopholes in it. The Joker has just been arrested. Gotham has been in a calm state in the past 2 days. Almost all the criminals with names are in danger, and more scattered criminal activities are also dormant for a short time. Everything seems peaceful, but with a little encouragement, even if a small gang somewhere in Gotham secretly fights for territory, this pot of boiling magma will be detonated in an instant. Batman always needs to be careful. B. A merchant ship was found leaving Gotham at dawn tomorrow. It is suspected to be related to the arms smuggled by John Jones. Red Robin was also continuing to investigate the matter, and he contacted Batman as soon as possible. Red Robin, who originally planned to start the investigation from the dock where the merchant ship brought by John Jones docked, was ready to return empty-handed. This was not the first time he investigated this harbor, but he had never found anything before. "What did you find?" Batman stopped and stood on the roof of the Wayne building. The strong night wind at high altitude made his cape rustle. He opened the call with Red Robin, and while talking, he looked at the high-rise building of Osborn Group from a distance, and his expression seemed a little complicated. "Remember the ship that John Jones brought a batch of goods to the shore?" Red Robin was now squatting on the lighthouse on the coast and talking to Batman. "It will leave Gotham tomorrow morning, without any cargo, and leave empty." Batman certainly remembered the ship, and he even went up to check it. "Hasn't the ship been seized by the Gotham Police Department as evidence?" Because there is no definite evidence to prove that the ship is a smuggling ship, and its actual owner is actually a shipping company in Star City, the Gotham Police Department cannot forcibly seize it. Red Robin quickly explained, "The seizure will be lifted this afternoon." However, since the ship is just leaving empty, Red Robin will not be so anxious to find Batman. It is precisely because of this that Batman is still silently listening to Red Robin's findings. The waterline of the ship is deeper than when we investigated. In the same sea area, on the same night, the waterline of a ship will not change significantly at all, but tonight, the hull of the ship seems to have sunk a little visibly. "I'll be there right away." Batman disappeared from the rooftop of Wayne Group before he finished speaking. "We'll be there right away, Xian Hong." This was Nightwing, who had just hung the criminal on the street light in front of the Gotham Police Department after solving a robbery with Robin. After Nightwing and Robin left the Gotham Police Department, Gordon, who was directing his police to rescue the robber from the streetlight, received an anonymous message. Gordon was originally focused on the robber on the streetlight, but after just a glance at the anonymous text message, Gordon's face suddenly changed, and he quickly turned around and ran back to the police station to organize people. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, some people were running outside to stop crimes, and some people were secretly developing weapons in the basement. "Master Harry, your arm is seriously injured. You should go and rest." After finishing all the things, Bernard secretly rushed back to Osborn Villa and came to the basement. As expected, he found the young master who left the hospital in the afternoon. There is no rush for equipment research and development. Operating the lines and panels in his hands, Harry said without raising his head, "Bernard, it will be done soon. Give me another 10 minutes. This is the sensor panel of the special combat boots and gliders, which is used to assist the traction device. Now it is just a mess of data, but it will be really cool after it is sorted out. Hey, Bernard, how about a batch of arms?" Without waiting for Bernard to deny his proposal, Harry took the lead in changing the subject. "It has been resolved. After tonight, that matter has nothing to do with the Osborn family." Of course, this sentence is not wrong, but both of them know that the clown is still an insider of this matter, but since few people will fully believe what he said, they can ignore it temporarily and think of a solution when the clown jumps out later. "Harry." Seeing Harry put down the panel in his hand and ran to the side to pick up his combat boots, Bernard reminded him again, "You need to rest." Harry certainly wanted to continue. He looked in Bernard's direction and observed the butler's face. "Oh, okay." He looked too serious, and Harry decided to stop here for today. Near the coast of the port, on the deck of a medium-sized cargo ship, Batman, Nightwing and Robin met Red Robin here. They were all familiar with this ship. After all, they had searched here. Before boarding the ship, Batman observed the waterline of the ship from the side. It was indeed visibly deepened. Although not much, it was very obvious in their eyes. "Have you searched here?" Batman has begun to look for corners in the cargo ship that are suitable for hiding cargo. "I searched it briefly, but nothing was found. I'll go to the wheelhouse to have a look." Nightwing's figure quickly disappeared in the dark cargo ship, and several of them began to search the ship separately. Robin chose to investigate the cargo hold. He even jumped to the mezzanine on the top of the cargo hold to look for it. Although it was called a mezzanine, it was actually a small space separated by some corners. Cough, cough, cough. Robin, who pried open these corners and was covered with dust, coughed and jumped down again. "Red Robin, tell me where you haven't looked." "Just these corners you pried open." Red Robin did not pry open the board to investigate. After searching almost the entire ship again, the four people met on the deck again. It seems that the extra things are not on the ship. Batman's eyes were on the surging sea under the moonlight. After a few breaths, 4 figures jumped from the deck into the sea, and they swam quickly to the bottom of the ship. Batman took out a waterproof high-intensity flashlight from his universal belt, which instantly illuminated the environment around them. The cargo ship was not very large, and it took them less than a minute to swim to the bottom of the ship. In the place illuminated by the high-intensity flashlight, at the bottom of the cargo ship, several large waterproof tanks tightly tied with chains as thick as arms were hanging steadily on the bottom of the ship. These cans are the type that can be seen everywhere in the nearby warehouses. Some goods need to be transported in these waterproof cans. Someone took advantage of the chaos when loading and unloading goods at the harbor to tie these waterproof cans here. Nightwing swam close to one of the cans and observed it. There was no gap at all. There was no smell on the seabed, and it was impossible to open these cans rashly. Batman made an upward gesture, indicating that they should return to the sea with him first. Before jumping into the sea, due to the remote location of the ship, the surrounding area was still in a relatively deserted and dim environment. However, after only staying in the sea for a few minutes, when it surfaced again, the shore was already crowded with police cars flashing red and blue lights. Why is the Gotham Police Department here? Robin remembered that when he and Nightwing left the Gotham Police Department, they did not show any signs of going out on duty. Leave here first. A group of police officers surrounded the shore. Batman changed direction and dived into the sea to swim towards the lighthouse. Robin, Red Robin, and Nightwing followed him one by one. After the Gotham Police Department arrived here, Gordon directed his men to investigate the bottom of the ship with a clear goal. The anonymous text message Gordon received earlier said, "The goods brought by JJ will be hoisted from the bottom of the ship and transported away." JJ refers to John Jones, and Gordon realized this almost instantly. And the person referred to in the text message will be hoisted from the bottom of the ship and taken away. The ship that was used as evidence, but they failed to keep, will leave Gotham tomorrow morning. Although he didn't know who sent the text message to him and didn't know whether the content was true or false, Gordon still chose to go to the police quickly. Batman and his men didn't leave, and the Gotham Police Department would soon pull the things out from the bottom of the ship. They also wanted to know what was inside. Although it would be a drag in handling the case, the Gotham Police Department was quick in such things. Many of them cooperated, and the 4 waterproof cans were quickly salvaged. Batman took out a folding telescope and watched the Gotham Police Department open the cans with his own eyes. "Hey, I just replaced the telescope from my belt last night." Nightwing could only turn on the far-sighted function of the eye mask. In fact, among the few people who also had a universal belt, only Batman had a telescope in his belt. The 3 of them all had farsightedness on their eye masks, but the effect was not as strong as that of night-light telescopes, but it was better than nothing. After the waterproof can was opened, the Gotham Police Department took out a large number of munitions, various weapons, and various materials from it. Another can was stored separately with extra care. The waterproof can was wrapped in a waterproof layer, and the waterproof layer also had a waterproof box coated with waterproof paint, and a waterproof bag inside. And what was wrapped in the waterproof bag was just a few pieces of inconspicuous silver-white metal. It's that batch of uranium. The Batman family was a little silent for a while. They should be relieved that the things were found, but this matter revealed an indescribable sense of absurdity. It might be described as a tiger's head and a snake's tail. Batman especially felt this way. He had just suspected that Osborn Jr. played a very important role in it, but the thing he was looking for appeared immediately. The little Green Goblin was online soon. Chapter 36. 3 days had passed since the smuggled arms were fished out from the bottom of the cargo ship. Batman found out that the people who hoisted the waterproof cans under the cargo ship were a few homeless people. A man asked us to hoist these cans to the bottom of the ship because he offered a high price. The homeless people were taken to the Gotham Police Department for questioning. Batman personally forced them to be handed over to Gordon. "Who told you to do this?" Gordon asked the man sitting behind the interrogation table with a serious expression. "Do you know what these are?" The homeless man spread his hands and looked like it had nothing to do with him. "Mr. Officer, we are just doing things for money, so why would we care so much? Your accomplices are all being questioned. If they say something different from you, have you considered the consequences? No matter how you ask, we don't know who that person is." Batman stood outside the one-way glass and watched the interrogation in silence. He had asked these people individually before handing them over to Gordon, But they really didn't seem to know who asked them to do this. I only know that the man was wearing a suit, a black wide-brimmed hat, sunglasses and a mask. The tramp tried to recall. Oh, right. I remember one thing, the man was wearing gloves, and there seemed to be a three-wave logo on the gloves. The three-wave logo? Batman frowned. The trademark of the Star City Shipping Company, to which the merchant ship belonged, was the three-wave logo. He had contacted Green Arrow to investigate the company, but had not received a reply yet. If necessary, he might have to go there himself. Before the interrogation was over, Batman had already climbed out the window and left the Gotham Police Department. The night patrols of the past 2 nights were all handed over to Nightwing and Robin, while Batman and Tim continued to investigate the arms smuggling. Red Robin, is there any movement from Harry Osborn? Although Batman had no direct evidence to prove that the Osborn family was related to this matter, there were too many indirect coincidences that happened to the little Osborn, so he had to be vigilant. Bruce Wayne could ignore all this and become a good friend of Harry Osborn, but Batman had to pay attention to everything that Bruce could ignore. There's been no movement at the Osborns, and Harry Osborn hasn't left the house for several days. Tim would be responsible for monitoring the situation at the Osborns when he was free. On the day the smuggling of arms was discovered, little Osborn had been recuperating in the hospital, so he probably had no time to arrange these things. If it was really related to Harry Osborn, then he must have a helper. Where's the butler of the Osborns? He hardly left the Osborns either. Where was Bernard Halls on the afternoon when the cargo ship was found to be suspicious? Batman still remembered that afternoon after Bernard took him to Harry's ward. He left the hospital and did not show up again until he left. The sound of keyboard tapping came from the headset, and Red Robin began to retrieve the surveillance. After leaving the hospital that afternoon, he returned to the Osborns, then drove away and went to. Red Robin checked the surveillance all the way, East Gotham. He had not appeared in any surveillance camera for quite a long time, and only appeared again in his car late at night and returned to the Osborns. So if he really wanted to do something, he had plenty of time. Now there are 2 suspects in this matter, one is the shipping company in Star City, and the other is the Osborn family. Before the results of Green Arrow's investigation came out, the 2 were equally suspicious. The Osborn family's underground weapons research and development room. The armor that was carefully sprayed with dark green paint was placed on the metal model next to it. Under the white light of the research and development room, it seemed to glow with a little bit of light. Harry was testing the fit between the special combat boots and the glider. The entire fuselage of the glider had been manufactured. The wings were indeed very similar to bat wings. The unpainted metal fuselage looked ferocious and cold. When he stood in the corresponding position of the glider wearing combat boots, the glider showed normal use. When he jumped down, the panel of the glider began to automatically plan the return route, but there was no power device to drive it. The power device is already being manufactured, but the reaction of the chemical substances still needs to wait. Taking advantage of this time, the production of the pumpkin bomb can also begin. These bombs are disposable. According to the situation in Gotham, he will definitely need a lot of them in the future. But he can take his time and make a few first. Harry has been in this research and development room for nearly 3 days without sleep or food, but the results are not in vain. If Harry is in poor health, Bernard will never allow him to consume his body like this. Even now, because of the injury on his arm, Bernard often calls him to rest at a fixed time. Harry, who is debugging the bomb, looked up at the time. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Why didn't Bernard call him to rest today? Did something happen? Harry, who was a little worried, put down the materials in his hand, took off his latex gloves, changed his clothes and walked out of the research and development room. Bernard. Harry called Bernard's name and walked into the hall. Bernard was sitting at the table with a laptop in his arms. Master Harry. Bernard adjusted his glasses and looked at Harry, and then his attention returned to the computer screen. What are you looking at? Harry walked over curiously and took a look at the computer screen. Surveillance outside the Gotham Police Department. Harry was a little surprised. You hack into Gotham's public network. Regarding the smuggling case, we must always pay attention to it until the Osborns are completely free of suspicion. Bernard rewound a video to a few hours ago. Several homeless people were thrown to the door of the Gotham Police Department by the Batmobile, and then the Batmobile quickly left. These homeless people are the people I found to help. Bernard explained to Harry in a calm tone. If they are caught, will we be exposed? Judging from Bernard's appearance, It should not be, but Batman is also paying attention to this matter? No, not only that, we also need these homeless people to lead the suspicion directly to other cities. Bernard investigated that the shipping company in Star City has always maintained a cooperative relationship with John Jones. They cooperated privately to smuggle arms and drugs, and even occasionally trafficked in human beings. Since the Osborns are to be pulled out of the incident of buying contraband this time, there must be a scapegoat. So Bernard immediately decided to direct the attention of the Gotham Police Department to the shipping company. He first anonymously informed the shipping company of the news of John Jones' death and the seizure of the cargo ship, and the company indeed contacted the Gotham Police Department to lift the seizure. Then, while the merchant ship was still on duty, he pretended to be a member of the shipping company and hired a nearby homeless person to tie a batch of arms under the ship. The arms alone were dangerous enough, not to mention that they contained uranium. Bernard would certainly not allow such dangerous things to fall into the hands of anyone with bad intentions, so he sent an anonymous text message to the Gotham Police Department. The plan was really perfect, except that the quality of the uranium was not right. Bernard found a way to make up the quantity of the rest of the arms, but there was no way to make up the uranium. Fortunately, no one actually knew how much uranium John Jones brought. Just listening to Bernard talk about what he had done recently, Harry was shocked enough. "Bernard, what did you do before you became the butler of the Osborn family?" Bernard had been in the Osborn family for many, many years, before Harry was born. "I can't remember it anymore. Maybe my life started when I came to the Osborn family," Harry just asked casually. He didn't want to explore Bernard's past life, but a Batmobile that flashed in the surveillance video just now made Harry very concerned. "Bernard, will Batman know that we are related to arms smuggling?" Harry asked this question with some concern, but compared to this, he wanted to ask more. "If he knew that I bought these privately." If it was before, Bernard would definitely say without hesitation that Batman would bring the people who bought and sold uranium to court, but now, Bernard recalled the few times he and Batman met. He and Harry always seemed to hug each other. Besides, the young master of the Osborn family would not use these things to hurt anyone, and Harry never knew about the transaction of things. "I don't know, Harry." Bernard weighed his words. "If it was you, I don't think there would be any problem." The other protagonist of the topic has become more and more suspicious and even determined that there is something wrong with the Osborn family. Just when Batman made up his mind to go to the Osborn family to find out, the Green Arrow sent him a contact signal. "Hey, Batman, how do you know that the shipping company has problems? That company looks really clean, and Quinn Industries has even had a long-term cooperation with that shipping company." After Batman got through the call, before he even opened his mouth, Green Arrow had already asked the question directly. After hearing what Green Arrow said, Batman was sure that the shipping company was indeed not clean. The suspicion of the shipping company rose sharply, and the suspicion of the Osborn family began to decline. Just knowing this news, Batman was relieved. He really didn't want Harry Osborn to have any dangerous or harmful thoughts behind his back. Gotham should have a prince who can really enjoy life. Because... Wait, I know. Green Arrow interrupted Batman, "Because you are Batman, right?" Batman cut off the contact signal. Reason told him that he should continue to investigate, but emotion drove him to end this matter as soon as possible. "Red Robin, contact Green Arrow and ask him to send the results of the investigation of the shipping company." Red Robin, who received the call from Batman, also received an email from Green Arrow to the Batcave. "In fact, Green Arrow just sent it to me." The results of Green Arrow's investigation were very detailed. This shipping company not only engaged in the sale of arms smuggling in secret, but also involved in more illegal businesses. In the arms trade, John Jones is their company's long-term partner. It seems that this matter is gradually becoming credible. Red Robin's tone seemed a little excited and a little solemn. "You don't believe it?" Batman said calmly. "Although all this seems reasonable, there are still many things that don't make sense, such as who sent an anonymous text message to Gordon. They checked the phone number, a virtual number, and there is no trace. Do you believe it?" Red Robin asked back. "This is not like you, Batman. In any case, the matter has been resolved on the surface. If something like this happens again next time, I hope I can get the news earlier." Dick sat on his motorcycle and said goodbye to his family. Damian, Tim and Alfred all looked at Bruce subconsciously. Bruce paused and simply replied, "I will." Dick, who had been on leave from the Bloodhaven Police Department for many consecutive days, was going back to work overtime desperately, but none of his brothers seemed to feel sorry for him, especially Jason. "Dickie, stop sending harassing text messages to me." Dick, who sent a text message to say goodbye to his brother, received such a reply. The next chapter of Harry's version of the Green Goblin is online. Chapter 37. At the Gotham Police Department, the arms smuggling case of John Jones and the shipping company has been closed due to sufficient evidence. The next step is the matter of the procuratorate and the court. Things have developed to this point. Batman and his team must continue to keep a close eye on the Osborn family. Tim set up an alarm for the surveillance of the Osborn family. As long as someone enters or leaves the Osborn family, the alarm will be triggered. The reason why he did not choose to go directly to the door at night is probably because the batch of arms was found. There may be other considerations, but as long as he keeps a close eye, nothing irreversible will happen. Harry, who has no idea that he is under Batman's surveillance, stays in the weapons research and development room day and night to develop equipment. At the same time, he uses the excuse of recuperating and not going out or socializing. Almost all the company's affairs are handed over to his assistant Miss Felicia. Occasionally, he will contact her by phone for some undecided matters. Harry's staying indoors has reduced a lot of workload for the Batman family's surveillance, if we ignore the fact that he has not left the house all the time, which is not normal. The calm of Gotham in just a few days seems to be broken soon, and robberies appear again on the streets of Gotham late at night. It was not a small-scale individual robbery, but an organized, large-scale, planned group robbery, with each member armed with a submachine gun. Of course, the target of the robbery was no longer the office workers returning home late from get-off work, but the Gotham Commercial Bank. The gangsters dressed in black and wearing simple black hoods, the kind of simple black hoods that only showed two eyes, got off two white vans. Each of them carried a gun, and after getting off the car, they immediately held the submachine gun at their side, bent slightly, and walked lightly to the bank door. The surveillance camera next to them, flashing red lights, faithfully recorded their behavior. The bank door was closed at night, and one of them walked up to the door and began to try to pick the lock. 5 minutes later, the strong man in the lead punched a man who was trying to open the lock on the waist and angrily asked, "Damn it, why haven't you opened it yet?" The man who was punched wiped his sweat through his hood and answered very guilty, "Boss, this is an electronic lock." "So what?" "I can only pick the iron lock with a lock cylinder." The boss raised his hand and punched him twice and pushed him aside. "Then you said you were a master of lock picking. Since the lock picking failed, the only way is to blast it." The gangsters outside were installing bombs at the bank's door, while the security guard on duty in the monitoring room inside was still eating a hamburger for a snack. Until there was a loud bang outside, the bank's alarm system started to automatically alarm at a sound of 120 decibels. When the hamburger in his hand fell to the ground because of his shaking hands, the security guard found the surveillance at the door and zoomed in. At the same time, after sending a message to his colleagues guarding the vault, he quickly picked up his pistol and rushed out of the monitoring room. In this case, the bank has automatically called the police, so there is no need for the security guard to call the police temporarily. The 120 decibel alarm sounded throughout the streets and alleys of Gotham. The originally quiet Gotham nights suddenly became like a pot of boiling water. Batman received the message from Alfred when the gangsters tried to pick the lock. He and Robin turned around and drove the Batmobile to the bank at that time. What a pity. I thought they would pick the lock for a while longer. Red Robin was originally in the Batcave as a backup today, but when he found this group of robbers, he changed his uniform and rushed out of the Batcave. According to him, "Alfred, I haven't been active for several days. If I continue like this, my body will degenerate." Robin did not respond to Red Robin's words in the headset, but he had never seen such a gangster. "Stupid, and there are those useless security guards." Batman drove the Batmobile silently. The gangsters had already blown up the door. If he went too late, there might be casualties, which he didn't want to see. However, the gangsters' actions were not affected by Batman's will. They filed in through the blown-up door. At this time, the bank's security guards had already set up an ambush at the entrance of the vault, just waiting for the gangsters to show up. Compared with the bank security guards, the criminals obviously have more numbers and equipment than the bank security guards. However, if the security guards set up an ambush in advance, there is still a chance to fight. The criminals rushed to the bank vault regardless of the alarm. The security guards pointed their guns at the door of the vault. When the first criminal appeared in the security guard's sight, the shooting started quickly. The gunshots were mixed with the alarm, and the scene was in chaos. Several criminals were hit by bullets and retreated to the back, covering their injured parts. The security guards also suffered some minor injuries, but in order to survive, they had to continue to hold on, at least until the Gotham Police Department or Batman arrived. Boss. Many people here are injured, what should we do? The gangster boss retreated to the side to check the equipment and took out a bomb from the weapon he carried, used this to blow it up. When the bomb was thrown out, the security guards and the criminals stopped shooting at the opposite side at the same time. The criminals did it because it was unnecessary, and the security guards also did it because it was unnecessary. They all looked at the bomb thrown in the air with expectation or despair. This is what Harry saw when he arrived here on the Green Goblin skateboard. He accelerated and rushed to the middle of the two sides of the firefight, and knocked the bomb that was flying towards the bank security guard's hiding place to the side. The bomb exploded very timely, and it suddenly exploded half a second before it hit the wall. A large hole was blown in the wall of the bank vault, and the cold wind outside blew in, but the smoke in the room was not blown away. Both the gangsters and the security guards were shocked by the sudden change. They looked at the masked man who suddenly appeared in the middle of the venue, floating in the room on a metal hang glider, wearing dark green segmented armor. For a moment, the place was completely still except for the whistling wind and the alarm. They were all alert to this man of unknown origin. His appearance was not very friendly, and even the mask was made of metal without any facial features. The security guard didn't know whether this person was an enemy or a friend, and the gangsters thought he was a support for the bank. "Who are you?" The gangster boss came to his senses first. "You can call me Green Goblin." There was a small voice changer in the mask, and Harry's voice sounded mechanical. The Green Goblin turned around in the air with the glider and faced the direction of the gangsters. The gangsters had a strong sense of crisis. From the moment the Green Goblin turned to them, the boss shot at the exposed security guard continuously. Harry saw him shooting, so he turned the direction at the moment he shot and rushed towards the security guard who was about to be hit. The speed of the glider can reach a very high speed when needed. He used his uninjured left arm to carry the security guard who almost died to float above the room. Although he moved quickly, the security guard was hit in the thigh by several bullets. While being held in the hands of the Green Goblin, he couldn't help screaming. A man wearing dark green armor, black windproof sunglasses on his face, and a mask covering the lower half of his face, stepped on a metal glider and floated in the air with the help of a white glider. He held the screaming bank security guard in his hand, and bright red blood flowed down the security guard's legs, and then dripped from the air. This is the scene Batman saw when he came in. The rest of the security guards were terrified, and the gangster with his back to him was still pointing his gun at the rest of the security guards. Harry, who was facing the gangsters, saw Batman suddenly appear. He was stunned for a moment, looked down at the screaming security guard in his hand, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Maybe he should explain it immediately, but this was obviously not a suitable place to explain. The gangsters were shocked by what happened in front of them, and they didn't realize that the real terror appeared behind them. Batman just took out a few ropes wrapped with double balls and threw them out. Most of the masked gangsters were tied together and fell to the ground. Harry thought about it, and he felt that he should go down first to help Batman subdue the remaining gangsters, so that it would be easier to explain later. So he carried the security guard down, and when the height was right, he threw the security guard to his colleague next to him, and they hurriedly caught this unlucky partner. But Harry didn't have time to pay attention to whether the security guard was injured again. As he was falling, a thin figure suddenly jumped out of the broken wall next to him and slashed at him with a knife. It was Robin. Harry knew of Robin's existence, but he had never seen him. Apparently Robin thought he was an enemy. Harry used his hang glider to dodge Robin's sword in this small space. "Hey!" Harry tried to persuade Robin to stop attacking, but Robin's sword was too fast, and he had to be serious to completely dodge it. It didn't matter if the sword hit him, because his body could recover on its own, but if the hang glider was injured, it would take a lot of time to repair it. The room was still too restrictive for the hang glider to move, so Harry had no choice but to leave here first. He controlled the hang glider to fly out of the hole in the wall, and Robin chased him out with a knife, and Batman, who had completely solved the kidnapper, chased him out. The Gotham Police Department drove a police car to the scene, and the Green Goblin flew over the police cars on a hang glider, brushing against the roofs of the cars. What the hell is this? Officer Davis, who was driving, was stunned to see an unknown creature riding a strange skateboard rushing towards the police car, and then brushing past a police car and leaving. Before he could react, the short Robin nimbly jumped on the roof of the police car and chased the unidentified flying creature away. Gordon was in a heavy mood, thinking that some crazy criminal had appeared in Gotham again. But Batman was in the same mood at this time. He quickly climbed up the high-rise buildings in Gotham with the help of the grappling gun, and jumped between the high-rise buildings to track the Green Goblin. Yes, he had learned from the security guard that the man on the glider called himself the Green Goblin. Green Goblin, Green Goblin. Just looking at the title and behavior, Batman couldn't think that he was not a dangerous person. The Green Goblin on the glider flew higher and higher. Robin put away his knife and took out the grappling gun, and jumped onto the roof in a few steps. In order not to be caught up by Robin, Harry deliberately flew to the other side of the high-rise building opposite to Robin. When he looked back to see Robin's whereabouts, a man holding a long stick and wearing a red uniform suddenly appeared here. Harry didn't recognize him this time, but judging from the style of the uniform, he should be with Batman. Harry was almost hit by the stick while flying past a high-rise building, but fortunately he reacted in time. "Are you with Batman?" Harry's mechanical voice sounded from behind the mask. Red Robin saw that he was not flying any further, so he temporarily stopped attacking. "Who are you?" On the rooftop of a building far away, which no one noticed, Red Hood was aiming at Harry's glider with a sniper rifle. The Green Goblin appeared at the wrong time. "Thank you all for the nutrient solution and the mines. Chirp. Love you all. I also read all the comments. Kiss everyone." Chapter 38. The man in dark green armor stopped less than 2 meters away from the rooftop of the high-rise building. Red Robin stood on the edge of the rooftop and confronted him. Red Robin found that the other party did not seem as aggressive as he imagined. "Who are you?" "Green Goblin," Harry introduced himself, and then vowed, "I will soon become a friend recognized by Batman." The Joker also thought so. It seems that no matter how much time has passed, Gotham's villains can never resist Batman's charm. Red Robin even felt that Green Goblin's idea was within his expectations. Putting aside the atmosphere between the two of them, Batman had already set up an ambush in another building not far away, and Robin was meeting Batman. As for Red Hood, he saw the guys in the Batcave chasing a strange character, and they hadn't even caught up yet, so he subconsciously set up a sniper rifle on the rooftop farther away, aiming the muzzle at the glider that the other party was standing on. Bang! While Green Goblin was distracted by Red Robin, Red Hood decisively fired this shot. The bullet, which was traveling at a speed of up to 1,000 meters per second, was fired from more than 700 meters away. The moment the sniper rifle sounded, the bullet was already infinitely close to the Green Goblin's hang glider. Harry discovered it too late. He only had time to tilt the fuselage. The bullet brushed against one side of the hang glider's wing and took away a piece of metal on the wing. The stable hang glider instantly lost its balance and flew out diagonally. Harry tried to adjust the leverage and use his own weight to rebalance the hang glider. My hang glider. After finally standing firm in the air, Harry immediately looked for the place where the bullet came from. This hang glider was made by him and had just been flying for half an hour. He vowed to teach that bastard a lesson. The Green Goblin's flying position happened to be near the ambush side of Batman. Batman, who had been prepared for a long time, chose the right time, aimed at the position, and hooked a grappling claw on the tail end of the left wing of the Green Goblin's hang glider at once. As the Green Goblin's flying height and speed increased, Batman was soon pulled away from his original position and hung in the air. This was simply an unbearable weight for a hang glider that had just had half of its wings destroyed. The entire hang glider was tilted almost 180 degrees in flight. Harry screamed and looked down quickly. Batman? In the strong wind over Gotham City, Batman was hanging under his hang glider with only a rope. His cape was fluttering in the wind, and when it was raised, it looked like a black flag. The black flag of Gotham. After seeing Batman hanging under his hang glider, Harry hurriedly controlled the hang glider to increase the flying height. If he flew at this height, Batman would probably crash into the wall of the tall building next to him. Should I say that it's a good thing that Gotham doesn't have a large GG sign set up at this height? Although it was inappropriate, Harry couldn't help but recall the GG sign in New York. At the moment Harry increased his altitude, the grappling gun began to retract the rope, and Batman quickly approached Harry's position. But the hang glider was still in a sideways position. As long as Batman was still there, the hang glider would always be unbalanced. So Harry simply took off quickly and did a 360-degree flip. Batman was thrown higher than the Green Goblin by the terrible inertia. His grappling gun fell off during the glider flip, and there was no place around to use as leverage, except for the Green Goblin's hang glider. Batman quickly retracted the grappling gun and prepared to pull the grappling gun on the hang glider again and subdue the Green Goblin. Harry took advantage of Batman's fall from a high altitude to straighten the hang glider. After having the experience of straightening it once, he quickly adjusted the force. At this time, Batman just started to fall, and he prepared his weapons in his hands and could attack the Green Goblin at any time. The Green Goblin aimed at Batman's direction and rushed towards him on the hang glider. The moment Batman's hook shot out, Harry reached out and grabbed Batman's arm while he was falling, and pulled Batman to his glider to stand opposite him. The hook missed its target because of this and retracted into the gun. This was really amazing, especially for Harry. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to explain to Batman that misunderstanding and deception were always the things he hated the most, and he didn't want any of these two to happen to him. Is there a better place to talk than the sky above Gotham? The lights of thousands of houses were under their feet, and the trajectory of the city was clearly displayed in front of them. The surroundings were dark and quiet, and only the wind and the night surrounded them. And they only had each other in their eyes. Harry raised his hand to take off his mask. He didn't care that Batman knew his identity, and he was willing to tell him everything about himself. But Batman obviously didn't think so. When Harry had a few short thoughts in his mind, Batman had already raised his fist towards him. So the action of raising his hand to take off the mask quickly turned into resisting the attack. Batman, stop. Batman's attack was heavy and fast. He stood on the glider without any safety protection and attacked the owner of the glider without hesitation. Who are you? Harry Osborn. Harry wanted to answer like this, but Batman's fist that broke through the wind blocked his words. Maybe the Green Goblin would be fine if he was hit in the chest by a wall, but being hit in the chest by Batman's fist did make him gasp in pain. So he also began to fight back. Both of them tried their best not to leave the glider, but they did everything else. The Green Goblin's fist collided with Batman's. Both of them took a step back, but the glider always followed the Green Goblin, so Batman was thrown out. Although angry but still rational, Harry turned around in the air and caught Batman again, and the two continued to fight. The already damaged glider suffered more damage in the process, and Harry had to pay more attention to balancing the glider. A gust of wind blew by, and Harry stepped hard on the left glider with his left foot, crossed his hands in front of his chest to block another punch from Batman, but when Batman retracted his fist, his other hand had already tightly pinched Harry's neck. Harry was forced to look up and couldn't say a word. If it was an enemy, he should fight back at all costs, but this was Batman. So Harry slowly raised his hands that were crossed in front of his chest to show that he was harmless. At this moment, Alfred's voice came from Batman's headset. Batman, I just checked the bank surveillance. The man who calls himself Green Goblin saved the bank security guard. He may be a new, partner. Batman's hand on Green Goblin's neck paused, and he quickly loosened his grip on Green Goblin, and whispered in front of Green Goblin, who are you? Feeling Batman's hand on his neck loosening, it was no problem to speak now, but Harry still chose to show the truth to Batman directly. He raised his hands and simply put them on the mask on his face. At this time, he suddenly hated his shoddy work. If he had made the mask into an automatic wearing mode, he could show up easily and handsomely now. He untied the knot of the goggles behind his head, and then pulled off the black glasses that covered the entire upper half of his face. The moonlight leaking from the dark clouds shone on the familiar gray-blue eyes, and Batman was stunned. So Harry continued to take off the metal mask on the lower half of his face, and his pale and delicate face was completely exposed to Batman, with a hint of crystal red on his cheeks and the corners of his eyes after intense activities. Then the white moonlight quickly disappeared behind the dark clouds, as if it had just appeared to illuminate a special moment. Harry Osborn. Batman gritted his teeth. What are you doing? His attitude was fierce, completely different from the surprise Harry had imagined, but after what happened just now, it was inevitable that Batman would misunderstand him. Well, I just appeared in the bank because I was attracted by the explosion and the alarm, and the security guard. I saved him from the gun of the gangster. Perhaps before knowing who the Green Goblin was, what happened in the bank was very important to Batman, but now he wanted to know more. "I asked you what you were doing," Batman roared in a low voice. He and Harry stood facing each other on the hang glider. Perhaps for one person, this hang glider was considered spacious, but with an adult male who was nearly 1.9 meters tall and weighed 210 pounds, the spacious hang glider seemed a little embarrassing. It was fine when they were attacking each other, as they were all focused on defeating each other, but now it was a little strange. Batman's hand was still gently pinching Harry's neck, and he could clearly feel the throbbing carotid artery in Osborn's neck and the blood in his veins. In the dim night sky, he seemed to be able to clearly see Osborn looking at him without any struggle. Harry didn't know what to say. It seemed that he chose to embrace the power of the Green Goblin again to protect himself and Bernard, and then he appeared on the streets of Gotham on a hang glider for Batman. So what was he doing? I don't know, Batman. Harry's tone was blank, and Batman seemed to have returned to the afternoon when Bruce Wayne went to the hospital to visit Osborn. Osborn leaned on the hospital bed in a depressed mood, as if he was out of tune with this world. Batman's newly ignited anger seemed to be extinguished by a basin of cold water. He thought that no one had ever taught Osborn these things, and he didn't know what he should do or what he could do. It was difficult enough for him to grow up all the way. Batman closed his eyes slightly behind the white visor and sighed in his heart. In the empty night, Batman rarely spoke. "You shouldn't wear a mask, and you shouldn't wear this uniform." Why not? Harry didn't want to be denied. His life had been denied enough. Hidden anger rose from his chest. He didn't find it, and couldn't stop it. Why? If he wanted to be someone who protected something, he should have a firm belief, instead of being confused about why he was here. If his purpose was just to seek excitement or fun, sooner or later he would be attracted by more excitement and bury his body or soul too early. This was not what Batman wanted to see, but he didn't know how to convince little Osborn. Someone will worry about you. When Harry's anger was about to burn to his brain nerves, Batman's low voice sounded in his ears. It turns out that anger can be easily wiped out. 12 minutes late today. Hug my friends. Chapter 39. Did I hear it wrong? What did Batman say to the Green Goblin just now? Would someone be worried about you? Red Robin turned his head and looked at Robin, who was standing on the edge of the rooftop staring at Batman and the Green Goblin in the air, and asked in confusion. Robin stood there motionless with his arms folded, but his mouth was curled down, and he didn't look very happy. But Tim was not sure. After all, Damien often had a sour face in front of him. "Master Tim, what did you hear?" Alfu's puzzled voice sounded in the headset, sounding as if nothing had happened. Red Robin, who already doubted his hearing, became even more suspicious. "Did I hear what Batman just said? If your hearing is damaged during the evening activities, do you need me to arrange a family doctor for you as soon as possible?" Alfred paused and continued seriously, "After all, someone will be worried about you." Red Robin finally realized that he was fooled. "Hey. Stupid." From the moment Batman's claws were hung on the glider, the Red Hood in the distance stopped aiming. He watched Batman being dragged into the air by the glider, put away his gun and turned around to leave. Old Bat will be fine. His baby birds are still watching. Jason thought he had left the ranks of the baby birds, and he didn't want to wait for the old guy to come down and teach him a lesson. Tim noticed Jason. He wanted to go over and discuss with Jason how to deal with the Green Goblin, but he was soon attracted by the actions of Batman and the Green Goblin. Batman grabbed the Green Goblin's glider and was pulled into the air by the other party. Red Robin began to consider whether to contact Alfred to control the Batplane. After all, if the enemy is in the air, they still need some air support. It is not difficult to simply shoot down the man who calls himself the Green Goblin, but Red Robin thinks that the other party may be a person with whom he can communicate. Moreover, if he is not very aggressive, this kind of friendly communication can be tried. As for the safety of Batman above, hey, that is Batman. In short, they have been communicating with Batman all the time, and it is not too late to provide support if there is any accident. Red Robin believes in Batman's ability, and Robin certainly believes it even more. If you ask who is the most flattering person in the world for Batman, Damien is definitely in the top 3. It was normal at the beginning, until Batman was flipped and thrown out by the Green Goblin. The subsequent development began to be confusing. The Green Goblin stepped on his glider and carefully caught the falling Batman. Very good. This reminded Red Robin that the Green Goblin had previously claimed that he would soon become a friend recognized by Batman. It seems that the other party may really be an admirer of Batman. Since Red Robin was standing high enough, Robin quickly jumped over to this side of the floor. Batman was standing on the Green Goblin's glider in the air and fighting with the Green Goblin. When Robin stood on the roof of the tallest building nearby, he and Red Robin next to him saw that Batman was careless and was pushed out of the range of the glider. The two of them took out their grappling guns and prepared to rush over to support, but before they could act, Batman was pulled back to the glider by the Green Goblin. What on earth does he want to do? Robin was angry. I don't know, Red Robin shrugged. Maybe he wants to make friends with Batman and do a ballroom dance or something like that. They had always found it difficult to understand the Green Goblin's behavior until Batman called out his real name, Harry Osborn. In fact, not only Batman, but the other three people in the headset were also very shocked by this. Harry Osborn, the current CEO of the Osborn Group, was almost killed by a genetic disease by the group's shareholders a few days ago, and later fell into the hands of Scarecrow and Joker, but he was lucky to survive. Besides, they have been keeping an eye on the Osborn family recently. Robin gritted his teeth and listened to Harry Osborn's explanation in the headset. Red Robin, where's your alarm? In order to better monitor the Osborn family, Red Robin set up an automatic alarm for people entering and leaving, but until now, they have not received any news that someone from the Osborn family has come out. Who would have thought that little Osborn would fly out of his home? He didn't set up an automatic alarm for flying objects. Someone will be worried about you. Batman's voice revealed an uncomfortable dryness, and it can be heard that he is not used to saying such things. Especially when he heard Tim's surprised question on the other side of the headset. Batman raised his hand to cut off the call. Harry felt that his whole body was light, pulling the anger that dragged him to hell to dissipate, as if he was surrounded by floating clouds in the sky. Even though this world is extremely strange, without his father, without Peter, without Mary Jane, without everything in his past, there are still people who care about him, Bernard and Batman. He is never alone. If you insist, Batman didn't believe that little Osborn could be persuaded by a few words. You must act with me. This way, he could observe little Osborn's character and behavior patterns most directly, or to put it more directly, it would be convenient for surveillance. Of course. Harry agreed very straightforwardly. He originally appeared on the streets of Gotham at night for Batman, and now he has exceeded expectations. Although the two people's goals are poles apart, from a certain perspective, they seem to have the same goal. There is no doubt that Batman and Harry Osborn, who put on the mask again, came back together on the hang glider. The space on the hang glider is limited, and the two people are very close. Robin and Red Robin even saw the Green Goblin holding Batman's cape. Although the actual situation is that the wind in the air is very strong, when the hang glider rushed down, Batman's cape was blown close to Harry's body. Harry had no choice but to hold Batman's cape aside. After all, the hang glider does not need to be controlled by hand. The two of them appeared on the rooftop not far away. Batman jumped off the glider and took out a communicator from his universal belt and threw it to Harry. Use it to communicate in the future. Harry took the communicator and held it in his hand. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Harry, feeling relaxed, completely forgot that his glider was broken. He just skillfully adjusted the balance of the glider and flew out happily. Batman turned his head and walked towards Robin and Red Robin. Red Robin hesitated for a moment, still thinking about how to organize his words. What did you two say? Robin asked directly. He will join our night patrol next. Batman's tone was flat, as if he was notifying. Why? Robin couldn't accept the appearance of insignificant people in Batman's night patrol. Red Robin couldn't understand. Are you serious? His glider is powered by nuclear power. Batman didn't explain this directly, but talked about another topic. But the Batman family has been keeping an eye on the Osborn family recently because of the arms. Red Robin frowned. So, the Osborn family is indeed John Jones's trading partner. They were right to suspect Osborn Jr. He acted cleanly and decisively to manipulate the whole incident, and completely got rid of the suspicion on himself. But after discovering that the other party was not simple, shouldn't he be doubly vigilant? What does it have to do with a night patrol? Harry Osborn acts without scruples. Batman still remembered Mike's death. He thought about helping him restrain himself the night he went to find Osborn Jr. If you let him do whatever he wants, he will definitely go astray. Oh, okay, it sounds like Batman's old problem has come back again. What about the remaining uranium? Although it is not necessary to find it and return it to the National Weapons Research and Development Laboratory, it is always unreliable to leave it in the hands of others. I will watch him. Neither intending to take it back directly nor to confess to the other party, Batman just watched Osborn Jr. holding extremely dangerous weapons. But does he really not care? If you are familiar with Batman, you will know that he will not trust anyone. When your existence is dangerous enough, he must grasp your weaknesses and flaws. Similarly, little Osborn is dangerous enough now, so Batman will take the opportunity of joint night patrols to observe him and monitor him. The communicator is just the first step of monitoring. Robin turned his head and snorted coldly, seeming dissatisfied, but did not say anything else. After Harry returned home in a happy mood, he finally realized that his hang glider was seriously damaged and felt sad. Which bastard broke my hang glider? Bernard was waiting for Harry to come back at home. This was the first day that his young master decided to become another urban legend in Gotham. He always had to see people return safely with his own eyes before he could feel at ease. But now he is back safely, but the equipment he brought out has become tattered. Seeing Harry flying in from the attic with a window open without any injury, Bernard asked in confusion, "What happened?" As you can see, Bernard, Harry's tone did not sound angry about the equipment being damaged. I saved a bank security guard and was chased by Batman, and then he invited me to join his night patrol team. In fact, no matter how you look at it, you can't see these. I'm happy for you, Master Harry. Batman, who also returned to the Batcave, sat in front of the computer and turned on the one-way communication of the communicator, and began to listen to the situation on Harry Osborn's side. Bernard, the rumors on the internet really can't be believed. Harry's voice sounded very happy. While he was talking, he took off his armor, and Bernard was holding the prepared robe on the side. Harry continued, Batman is the most gentle person in the world. Harry's voice echoed in the Batcave, which seemed empty because of its large size. Bruce, who was taking off his hood, was breathing stagnantly. Robin and Red Robin, who had just finished their night patrol and were sorting their equipment, were both stunned and looked at each other in disbelief. No matter how big of a filter they had for Batman, they could not agree with this statement. You can say that Batman is brave and fearless. You can say that he is steady, responsible, and far-sighted. You can put any description that makes people trust Batman, but gentle? However, Alfred, who was sorting out the information, nodded in agreement. That's right, Master Bruce. Someone finally discovered Batman's advantages besides making people afraid. Harry continued to talk to his butler. Robin and Red Robin slowed down the speed of sorting their equipment, and even Alfred put down the information at hand. After taking off all his equipment, Harry was almost naked. Bernard put a gray robe on Harry. You deserve everyone's gentle treatment. Bernard, I'm already 20 years old. Maybe I would have believed this before I was 11. Harry laughed at himself nonchalantly. Except you, I don't think anyone thinks so. Batman took off his hood and listened silently. He suddenly remembered that he had once had such an idea that Harry Osborn deserved everything good in the world. It was just an idea that existed for a moment, but Batman has remembered it until now. Now, does he still think so? No matter how slowly he organizes his equipment, Damien still has to rest as soon as possible so that he can go to class tomorrow. Tim also has a long-lost free time and is taken to rest by Alfred. Before the three of them left, Alfred stopped and told Bruce, Master Bruce, remember to rest early tonight. After all, someone will worry about you. Come back to update. Every time I reach a plot point, I feel that my writing is so boring, but I believe that I will make progress soon if I keep writing. Chapter 40. Because Harry slept too late last night, he didn't wake up until almost noon the next day. Bernard tried to knock on Harry's door several times to wake him up, but every time he thought of his young master's sleepy eyes and dark circles, he gave up completely. During the time when Harry was suffering from the genetic disease, he had been speeding up to do his work. Now the will he stayed up all night to sort out is still on the desk in the study. Bernard was thankful several times when he cleaned the study that the will would not be used at least in the short term. If good health only requires going to bed late and getting up late, Bernard thinks he can accept it happily. One day, the Osborn family's breakfast time finally synchronized with the Wayne family. Although he got up late enough, Harry was still sleepy when he sat at the dining table to eat breakfast. He mechanically stuffed the waffles that Bernard had carefully prepared into his mouth, and by the way, he also picked up the milk next to him to help swallow. "Master Harry, I think you need a Batman to have breakfast with you at this time. Maybe this will cheer you up." Bernard sorted out the newspapers delivered this morning. "Eat fruit too." Harry subconsciously followed Bernard's words and forked the big strawberry placed next to the waffles. After putting the strawberry into his mouth, he reacted, "No, Bernard, people who can eat breakfast together are usually family members." Harry paused and continued, "I don't think I have any other family members besides you." Considering that the genetic disease in his body is not completely cured, but interacts with the repair function of the enhanced potion, which can present a healthy appearance, in fact, the genetic disease of the Osborn family is still lurking in his genes and blood. This alone is enough to dispel Harry's idea of forming a family with anyone. "Although I do expect you to form a harmonious family," Bernard slowed down his action of sorting out the newspapers, as if thinking about something, "but for me, the most important thing is always your wishes." Bernard is always willing to compromise on anything that has nothing to do with Harry's life and health. Harry pushed the fried egg on the plate aside. "One more thing, in addition to life, health and diet, if you really don't like fried eggs with butter, they will be boiled eggs tomorrow." Harry pulled the fried eggs back. After having something to look forward to, time seemed to be infinitely slowed down. After the not-so-long breakfast time, Harry went to the attic to move his hang glider to the basement. It broke down just one night after leaving the factory. Harry was angry and felt fortunate. Fortunately, only the wing was damaged. As long as the missing part was repaired, it would not be unbalanced during flight. But that shot was really fierce. An ordinary sniper rifle should not be able to damage his hang glider. If the wing needs to be completely remade, Harry may need to spend a little more time. Now it's just a patch, and he finished it in 2 hours. It's only 2 hours, and Bernard hasn't even come down to call him for lunch. There are still 9 hours left before the night patrol agreed with Batman, and Harry has nothing to do. Think about it, what do you usually do at this time? Harry asked himself in his heart. Developing weapons. In the past period of time, apart from eating and sleeping, he seemed to have been staying in the weapons research and development room. However, the weapons are almost ready now. 2 small ground-to-ground missiles have not been made yet. After they are made, he needs to put them into the cavity of the hang glider. Now he is in no mood to make missiles. The only thing he wants is the night to fall. The sky has completely darkened. At this time, there are still 3 hours left before the time agreed with Batman. But Harry is ready to go. He decided to fly over Gotham for a few laps. He has been in Gotham for so long, but he hasn't seen the city properly. This place is really special. Harry flew over Gotham on the repaired hang glider. He could see the brightly lit high-rise buildings and the dim low houses. Some streets are still bustling at night, with vehicles passing through without fear, while some streets have fallen asleep early and are lonely. Gotham still retains many old Gothic buildings. Harry likes this style. It has a kind of ancient beauty. He passed by the spire of a tower and stopped on the spire to look around. No matter what time of year, the wind over Gotham was always strong. Harry adjusted his goggles and observed casually. In fact, with only a pair of ordinary goggles without telescopic and night vision functions, Harry could not see what was happening in the distance, but he could always see the bigger noises, such as the flashing of fire in the middle of the desolate highway. Explosion? The fire of the explosion attracted Harry's attention, and he rushed to the explosion. The closer the distance, the more things he could see. When Harry was about to arrive, he could clearly see that there were 2 groups of people confronting each other below. One group had 16 or 17 people, and the other group had only 1 person. Coincidentally, the person on this side was someone Harry had seen before, the Red Hood who had a good relationship with Batman. The Red Hood nimbly moved to a hiding place when the other side threw explosives at him, and shot a person in the thigh by the way. He didn't fall into disadvantage at all. But helping others is a pleasure. It was a good thing that the Joker arrived early that time, otherwise the Joker would have been beaten to death by Harry, which would be difficult to explain. However, he beat the Joker like that, but the police didn't come to find him. Could it be that the Joker's human rights are so shallow? Harry was thinking about all sorts of things, but this didn't hinder him from controlling the speed of the hang glider. He dived behind the truck where the Red Hood was hiding. Hey! Before he could say hello, the Red Hood fired a bullet at Harry. It's you. Didn't the old bat catch you and put you in Arkham last night? The Red Hood looked at the man whose hang glider he shot last night with vigilance. His hang glider was repaired tonight. Don't confuse me with those crazy people in Arkham. He didn't even have time to ask why the Red Hood suddenly attacked him. After all, he knew that he was just a suspicious person now, but even so, it was too offensive to associate him with Arkham. Even if Harry had only seen the Joker and Scarecrow in Arkham Asylum, it was enough for him to guess what kind of people were there: hopeless mental patients. Harry didn't want to be compared with a group of mental patients at all. I don't care if you are crazy or not. Red Hood aimed his gun at Harry. Why? Come to avenge your hang glider. Hang glider? You were sniping me last night. Harry was angry and thought about why. Is it because Batman and Robin are chasing me, and you want to help them? If it was for this reason, Harry could be less angry. I don't want to help them. Hearing Harry's question, Red Hood seemed to be angrier than Harry. Black Mask will deliver a batch of weapons to Gotham tonight. Red Robin investigated the news and immediately informed Batman. He even took the highway openly. I don't know how many people he bribed on the way. Black Mask has a grudge against Jason, and it is easy to imagine what he will do with this batch of weapons. It's nothing more than taking back the territory and business, and dealing with Red Hood by the way. Jason is not someone Black Mask can deal with now. Batman is sure of this, but it is better not to let the weapons fall into Black Mask's hands. Let's go. Batman opened the Batmobile and sat in the driver's seat, followed by Robin in the passenger seat. Although Batman was fast enough, when he and Robin arrived, all the people in Black Mask were seriously injured and fell to the ground. Some were unconscious, and some were still screaming. The culprit may be the only two people standing there, Red Hood and Green Goblin. The two of them were fighting fiercely, and Green Goblin stepped on the glider to attack Red Hood. Because the glider was very fast, Red Hood had a hard time dodging. Similarly, Red Hood could still raise his gun and shoot in the gaps of dodging. His shooting skills were terrible, and Harry had to be doubly careful to dodge. Despite this, his glider was inevitably hit by a few more shots. Neither of them could do anything to the other. However, Red Hood only had a gun, and Green Goblin did not take out his pumpkin bomb. The Batmobile saw the right moment to get between the two men. The Green Goblin stopped his glider, and the Red Hood insisted on holding his gun as if to show his attitude. Batman, who was sitting in the car, took a look at the tragic scene and directly opened the internal call to contact Tim. Tim, who was connected to the channel, said directly, "The police have been called and the hospital has been notified." The tacit understanding between Batman and every Robin is very good, whether they are Robins now or not, and whether they agree with his ideas and behaviors. This tacit understanding is immersed in their love for each other, which cannot be expressed in words and cannot be broken. Just as Batman knew that Jason could not shoot him now, he pushed open the car door and got out of the car under the muzzle of the Red Hood's gun. Just as the Red Hood knew that Batman was not afraid of this, he turned his head and put away the gun with a twisted expression. "Batman, your friend has a bad temper." The Green Goblin was about to step on the glider to Batman, but as soon as he said this, he heard Robin sneer. "Is his words so funny? You guys hit me too hard." Batman ignored Green Goblin's previous words about his friends, and his eyes swept over the seriously injured people not far away. The gunshot wounds on those people were all from Red Hood, and the collision injuries should all be from Green Goblin. "Old man, don't think you can still control me now. If you can't control it now, it means you could control it before." Harry didn't have to explore the relationship between Batman and Red Hood, but Robin's sneer just now made him very concerned. It seems that they are really not friends, at least not now. Harry wanted to continue observing, but Red Hood didn't seem to want to stay here. The weapons transported by the Black Masked Man were on the truck next to him. Red Hood turned and ran over there, and Batman quickly followed. "Leave the stuff behind." The bat dart passed through the side of Red Hood and stabbed into the tire of the truck. Red Hood turned around unhappily. "You can stop me once, can you stop me every time?" Red Hood just heard that Black Mask had bought a new batch of goods, and disrupted his plan as usual. As long as the goods did not fall into the hands of any potential enemy, Red Hood did not care, but it was difficult for him to accept being stopped by Batman halfway. "I can't, but you can." Even if Jason became the Red Hood, he still insisted on punishing evil and promoting good in his own way. Although Batman could not agree with his approach, he believed that Jason would not continue like this. Sooner or later, Jason would save himself. Harry flew to Robin on the glider, Are they really not friends? Robin's eyes were on the Green Goblin's glider. No. How fast is your glider? 300 miles per hour, with a load of 400 pounds. Harry's tone was calm and proud, and then he continued to ask, what is the relationship between the two of them? You should ask Batman yourself. Without Batman confessing his identity to Harry Osborn, Robin would not tell him anything. Did you make the glider yourself? This speed is higher than the Batmobile, but the size is many times smaller than the Batmobile, and the weight is also lighter than the Batmobile. It is normal for the speed to be higher than the Batmobile. Of course. Harry flew around Robin. He thought that boys like Robin should like all kinds of machinery. How about it? Isn't it cool? The Batmobile is the coolest, but because Robin thought it would be stupid to say it out loud, he only refuted it in his heart. You must know Red Hood first before you can find Red Hood when you quarrel with Bat. The update time will be adjusted as soon as possible. Yesterday at 1 a.m. I tried to type a few words. I typed a paragraph and looked carefully. There were 16 or 17 people in one group, and only one cat in the other group. Chapter 41. The night patrol with Batman was not what Harry had imagined. He thought he could fly beside Batman on a hang glider, and chat and have a heart-to-heart talk in between solving cases, but the actual situation was really different from what he had imagined. Batman and Robin were sitting in the Batmobile, while the Green Goblin was hanging gliding in the sky to chase the Batmobile. It couldn't be said to be completely different from what he had imagined, but it wasn't the same at all, and Harry felt a little depressed because of this. When he asked Batman why he couldn't fly low and follow them, Batman actually said, because you are too conspicuous. Dark green armor is conspicuous? Then you must have never seen red and blue mixed together. But before Harry could refute, Batman had already driven the Batmobile with Robin, and Harry had to reluctantly fly up on the skateboard. Yesterday's bank robbery caused too much noise, especially when they heard that a new guy who was not sure whether it was a city vigilante or supercriminal appeared. The more powerful illegal organizations decided to stay quiet for 2 days to see how things went. Therefore, there is still no crime worth mentioning in Gotham tonight, only robbery or rape on impulse, usually accompanied by murder. He has seen the statistics of the number of ordinary citizens who died in crimes in Gotham City in recent years, from nearly 300 many years ago to more than 100 now. I don't know if this number has been beautified, but it can be seen that Gotham is getting safer year by year. Gotham's night seems to be always shrouded in dark clouds. The Green Goblin flies under the entire dark cloud on a hang glider, and is not conspicuous in the dim night. This is exactly the effect Batman wants to achieve. The Green Goblin's rash appearance in the eyes of Gotham citizens will only cause panic, just like last night, so he needs to keep a low profile. If Harry Osborn gets tired of playing this kind of hero game, or can't stand the activities of always being in the shadows, he can easily end it all. But plans can never keep up with changes. When the bat light hit the dark cloud above Gotham, the Green Goblin happened to stop under the dark cloud. How to describe it? Like a thief targeted by a searchlight at night. Although this description is unpleasant, it is probably like this. Harry was flying well, but was hit by the light unexpectedly. He suddenly stopped in the middle of the light and subconsciously looked in the direction where the light was shining from far away, the bat light on the roof of the Gotham Police Department. He turned his head blankly and looked at the dark clouds behind him. The dark cloud seemed to be the most natural curtain, with a huge bat shadow projected on it. This was the first time Harry really saw the bat light, and it was so shocking to witness the projection of the bat light up close. It was like a brand, the brand that Batman left on Gotham. Harry stopped in the middle of the dark clouds and did not run away for a while. Batman covered his forehead while sitting in the driver's seat of the Batmobile, but he couldn't help looking up at the sky. Because the distance was too far, the Green Goblin was just a vague shadow to people on the ground, but Batman was different. His eyes had night vision and telescope functions. When he looked up at the bat light, he clearly saw the Green Goblin shrouded in the shadow of the bat. And the Green Goblin stayed in that shadow, without any idea of escaping. Batman instantly retracted his sight, turned the car around and drove towards the Gotham Police Department, never looking back at the sky. Robin in the passenger seat did not notice anything unusual. Batman was always silent and reserved, and his hidden emotions could not be easily discovered. Gordon turned on the bat light as usual, raised his head and casually glanced at the sky, which was the same as usual, and then turned his eyes to the ground. It was the same scene for more than 10 years, but he never got tired of it. This bat light has also been placed on the roof of the Gotham Police Department for many years, helping them to build a bridge of communication with the mysterious Batman. Although it is only one way, it must be said that it can really help a lot sometimes. Because there have been no large-scale vicious incidents in Gotham recently, of course, except for the bank robbery where all the criminals were arrested last night. Gordon was relatively free today, and his mood waiting for Batman was not as anxious as usual. What happened? Gordon, who was in a relaxed mood, was startled by the sudden voice behind him. Even if this happened hundreds of times, Gordon could not accept it without any fluctuations in his heart. Taking a deep breath and turning around, Gordon saw Batman standing next to the Bat-Lantern and Robin in the elevator shaft. He had been complaining about his appearance for several years, and this time was not bad. Gordon sighed inwardly. It's about the man who called himself the Green Goblin who appeared in the bank robbery yesterday. Are you talking about me? Before Gordon finished his sentence, a strange male voice with a slightly mechanical feel suddenly came from behind him. If Batman's voice behind him made him nervous, then this voice behind him was simply terrifying. Gordon subconsciously turned around and looked behind him vigilantly. The man wearing dark green armor and riding a hang glider, who was seen in the surveillance video of the police car and the bank last night, was flying behind him. Instantly, a feeling of shame came over him for saying bad things about someone behind his back and being heard by the person concerned. After Harry arrived on the hang glider, he heard Gordon talking about the Green Goblin, so he spoke with good intentions, but he didn't expect Commissioner Gordon to turn around suddenly with a frightened look. Of course, this good intention was only what Harry said. Well, Gordon looked at the Green Goblin flying next to the rooftop of the Gotham Police Department, and then looked at the indifferent Batman next to the Batlight and Robin standing with his arms folded in the machine room. So, the Green Goblin will act with me recently, Batman said briefly, without any intention of explaining the cause and effect. However, Gordon and Batman have worked together for many years, and now Batman obviously considers the Green Goblin to be in the same camp. Gordon still believes in Batman's approach for the time being, and more can be observed later. What is more important now is that since the Batlight is turned on and Batman is here, in fact, Gordon began to recall whether the police department has received any cases that endanger Gotham's security recently, and thought to no avail. All 3 people, 6 eyes, looked at Gordon from different directions. This is the first time Batman left the rooftop of the Gotham Police Department with an empty pocket. Gordon or the Gotham Police Department did not encounter any problems, and Gotham was calm enough tonight. The only purpose of Gordon turning on the Batlight tonight was just for Batman looked at the young man who was following him on a hang glider, the Green Goblin. In fact, Batman didn't know what attitude he should take towards Harry Osborn in uniform. If Harry had always been Harry, he could always interact with him as Bruce, and Batman would try his best to protect him. But Harry is not only Harry now, he has become the Green Goblin, a dangerous existence with high-tech weapons and a large amount of contraband and no restraint. According to the current situation, the Green Goblin's physical strength is extraordinary. Although he does not have good fighting skills, the weapons he has can make up for this. Batman does not believe that the Green Goblin only has a glider in his hand. Just like his Batmobile can be used as a gun or a chariot at any time, he believes that the Green Goblin's glider is not as simple as it seems on the surface. The Green Goblin is dangerous and needs attention and guidance. But this still cannot solve his problem. How should he treat Harry Osborn? Maybe Bruce Wayne is good at this kind of problem, but Batman is different. Harry is already 20 years old. He can't guide Harry Osborn like he used to guide Dick or Jason, nor can he treat him with the attitude of treating his own children. As for Harry, after leaving the rooftop of the Gotham Police Department, Batman and Robin both used their grappling guns to jump between tall buildings. They finally left the Batmobile, and Harry followed them in a group. When Batman and Robin swung in the air on ropes, Harry always reminded him of Spider-Man. Although they had different styles, and Spider-Man swung with spider silk, Harry could easily associate them together. Harry thought, perhaps because Peter and Batman were both his friends. He had never even wandered the streets of New York with Spider-Man, like he was doing with Batman now. When he recalled Peter, he would think of the things they had experienced together as best friends for more than a decade. There was no other friend like Peter in the world, but when he thought of Spider-Man, he could only think of the several fights between them and the mutual forgiveness before death. Perhaps some truths can only be deeply impressed after experiencing them. Harry did not reconcile with Peter until the last moment of his life. He wished that they had more time to forgive each other. Perhaps it was because he had enough regrets, and he did not want his friends to experience the same regrets one day, or perhaps it was because he wanted to find something to talk about with Batman. Anyway, Harry followed Batman closely on his skateboard. He hesitated for a moment, and the voice changer in the mask kept working intermittently with his hesitant voice, sounding like the machine was stuck. Harry wanted to remove the voice changer and fix it. But if he was in front of Spider-Man, he would not feel embarrassed because of this, just like he would not mind that his mask that could not be turned on and off automatically was not cool enough in front of Spider-Man. Is this the difference caused by the length of time between friends? Or is it because he and Peter always embarrass themselves together, while Batman is always so calm and reliable? Harry sighed and successfully convinced himself. As the Green Goblin followed him hesitantly, Batman stopped on a tower in confusion, and Robin also stopped. "What do you want to say?" Batman looked at the Green Goblin beside the tower and asked in a deep voice. Robin also moved his eyes over. After Harry Osborn's speech about Batman's gentleness last night, Robin had to admit that he was a little curious about him. "I just want to say," Harry sorted out his words, "it's better to resolve conflicts between friends as soon as possible." Harry said this dryly, but Batman didn't seem to understand, so Harry explained with a stiff upper lip, "Just like you and Red Hood." Alfred, who worked with Tim in the Batcave, spoke for the first time tonight. "I couldn't agree more with this statement." Batman looked at the Green Goblin with a complicated look. It was because of this that he couldn't be completely wary of Harry Osborn. Little Osborn was honest and depended on Batman, and Batman himself couldn't ignore this dependence and treat him coldly. The brand will have to be branded somewhere else one day. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42. When there are no major criminal activities and no supervillains escaping prison, the danger level of Gotham at night will be greatly reduced. Of course, this is only for Batman. For ordinary citizens of Gotham, supervillains can kill them cruelly, and ordinary criminals can easily kill them. This short period of peace is really precious for Gotham. However, even on the calmest nights, there will always be vigilantes in Gotham who insist on night patrol. They may not encounter any incidents in a whole night, but even if they only encounter one case, it is worth it no matter how much time they spend. Harry has now barely joined a vigilante team, although he doesn't really care about this night job. Although there have been fewer cases recently, there are still patrols that should be done. Even if Harry only needs to fly around on a hang glider, he will be very sleepy after a night. Because of his consideration for Harry's sleepiness, Bernard has repeatedly postponed the time when he wakes Harry up. Usually, Harry can sleep until noon, and even eat lunch directly after getting up and washing up. But today Bernard knocked on Harry's door at 9 in the morning. The warm sunlight in the morning shone into the bedroom through the screen window floating in the wind, casting a flickering light on the big bed in the bedroom. In order to avoid the light, Harry buried himself in the pure white and thin silk quilt. His golden brown hair was exposed outside the quilt, shining with golden luster under the sunlight. 9 o'clock in the morning was not the time for Harry to wake up. He heard the knock on the door, but his consciousness was still asleep. There was no way. After knocking on the door 3 times, Bernard opened the bedroom door directly. "Master Harry, Director Gordon of the Gotham Police Department is visiting," Bernard said as he slightly lifted the quilt covering Harry's head, revealing Harry's pale face and slightly dark eyes. His eyes suddenly came into contact with the sunlight, and Harry was half conscious. "Gordon." He slowly matched Gordon with the director of the Gotham Police Department and opened his eyes slightly. "What is he doing here?" "He just said he was coming to visit, but it seems that there are people from the FBI with him." Hearing this, Harry was completely awake. The FBI's reputation is not very good. Why did they come to him? "Well, Bernard, you've taken the trouble to entertain them first." Harry took a deep breath and sat up from the bed. His exposed skin suddenly came into contact with a slightly lower temperature air. The red marks on his shoulders caused by the comfortable sleep quickly faded and soon returned to paleness. The corrosion wound on his right arm had healed under the effect of the strengthening potion, but the scar was still left. Perhaps he was destined to have some scars on his body. Because he was really curious about the FBI's purpose, Harry quickly washed up, changed into the clothes for the meeting, put the communicator that he had used frequently recently close to his body, and then walked out of the room. When Harry came downstairs, Gordon and the other two agents had been waiting in the reception room for a while. "Good morning, Director Gordon and..." Harry looked at the other two people. One was tall and dark-skinned with a good figure, and the other looked a little thin. Gordon wanted to introduce them to each other, but the black man took the initiative to come out and stretched out his hand to Harry. "Morgan, Derek Morgan." "Well," handshake. Harry shook hands with the other party politely and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Morgan. I think you should know, but Osborn, Harry Osborn." Then Morgan introduced the thin young man who came with Harry. "This is Dr. Spencer Reed." Harry looked at the young man next to him, who didn't look very good at socializing. "We are agents from the Behavioral Analysis Department of the FBI. We came here today because we have a case and want to learn about it." Morgan looked at Harry, and didn't seem to have any suspicion or any aggression. Behavioral Analysis Department of the FBI. Harry was even more confused. If the FBI was looking for him, he might be able to guess the reason, but why did the Bow look for him? "Yes, Bow." Morgan smiled and nodded. Although Harry was confused, Bernard seemed to realize something, and he shook his gloved right hand. "Can I ask what the case is?" Harry motioned for them to sit down. Morgan and Reed returned to their previous seats, pushed aside the steaming coffee on the table, and then took out the information they brought with them. It was called information, but it was just a few case photos. They pushed one of the photos that seemed to be printed from a social network in front of Harry, and Reed was staring at Harry's expression. The photo showed a white young man, and the background of the photo was a dim bar. Harry knew him. "This is Bird. Have you found him?" Bird, the son of the owner of the old Jack Bar in the East District, once secretly put drugs in Harry's bottle, causing Harry's genetic disease to surge. Harry remembered this face, and he should be wanted by the Gotham Police Department. Morgan pushed another photo over. This time it was a real shot of the scene. A man covered in blood was lying on the ground. His abdomen was cut open, intestines. Harry looked away. Anyway, this was a restricted photo. If this can be called being found, yes, he has been found. Bird is dead? Harry realized later that the owner of the restricted photo just now was Bird. "So you came to me. You wouldn't suspect that he did it, would you?" "Don't get me wrong," Morgan waved his hand. "We just found out that you were the person he interacted with most frequently before his death when we were investigating the deceased's interpersonal relationships, so we wanted to find you to learn about the deceased. And they have already locked the murderer, a professional killer who specializes in killing men. He killed people just for his own interest at first, and later used it to make a profit. So they don't suspect that Harry Osborn killed Bird, but they suspect that he hired someone to kill someone. If that's the case, they might be able to find the killer through Harry Osborn." However, Morgan and Reed looked at each other obscurely. They didn't find anything wrong with Harry Osborn, and he looked like he didn't know that Bird was dead. Could their inference be wrong? Unlike the two people from the Bow, Gordon didn't think that Harry Osborn would hire someone to kill someone. As early as the incident of the Joker kidnapping Harry Osborn, Gordon had been optimistic about this young man. Even after learning that the Bow suspected Harry Osborn, he objectively explained the situation to them. After Bow stepped into Gotham, Batman quickly got the news. A roving killer had fled to Gotham, and Bow came for this. But the first thing they did when they arrived in Gotham was to investigate Bird's situation and find Harry Osborn. Bird, Batman still remembered this person, who accounted for a large part of the information he had previously investigated about Harry Osborn. He was almost the key to Mike's single-handed introduction of Little Osborn into hell. Now this person is dead, brutally killed by a hired killer. Batman, no, it should be Bruce Wayne. He flipped through the information about Bow's visit to Gotham sorted out by Alfred with his right hand, and crushed a coffee cup with his left hand. The brown coffee liquid stained Bruce's snow-white shirt cuffs, and soon flowed half of the table, and the entire coffee stain soon soaked the information about Bird's murder. Could it be Harry Osborn? Bruce couldn't help but doubt that little Osborn had bribed the warden to kill Mike, so would he let Bird go? Bruce leaned back in his chair and looked up at the classical and gorgeous chandeliers on the ceiling. Perhaps the little Osborn was like these fragile glass lamps, attractive and fragile on the outside, but shining inside. These were the labels he gave to the little Osborn, but now these labels are no longer applicable. Bruce Wayne, in a bad mood, changed his shirt stained with coffee, changed his clothes and went directly to the Batcave. I hope that the communicator is near the little Osborn. In fact, Bird and I. Harry thought and said, he didn't have much memory about Bird, whether it was him or the original Harry. They didn't like to get along with Bird, not very familiar. Since returning to Gotham, there has been no contact. About his death, Harry wanted to say that he was sorry, but he actually wanted to applaud. A bad person should have a bad end. This is what he deserves. This is what he deserves. Bruce turned on the bug, and the voice of the little Osborn came out clearly. He carried his own communicator with him. Maybe he shouldn't, but this was Bruce's first thought. Then, he began to frown at Osborn's cold words. Morgan and Reed, who were opposite Harry, were stunned for a moment after hearing these words. You seem to be. Morgan tried to find a word to describe Harry's attitude at this time. Don't care at all. Reed interrupted. That's right, don't care at all, whether he is dead or alive. It seems that it has nothing to do with Harry Osborn, as if it doesn't matter if that person is alive, and it's better if he is dead. This does not conform to the logic of hiring a killer. In Bird's death, Osborn almost meets all their profiles of hiring a killer. Killing for revenge, this kind of person is usually very aggressive, has a narrow social circle, and will be influenced by many aspects of family and even society in childhood. Harry Osborn's mother died of dystocia when he was born. When he was young, his father was busy with work and hardly paid attention to him. After he was 11 years old, he was sent to a boarding school in Virginia. After that, he hardly saw his father and went to school alone. At first, he was isolated by everyone. He had good grades but no friends. He had a chaotic life for a while until his father died and his temperament changed drastically. And according to the confession of Mike, a shareholder of the Osborn Group, Bird followed his instructions to assassinate Harry Osborn. This could be his motive for hiring a killer. But he didn't care about Bird's death. This point can erase all doubts. Unfortunately, Morgan and Reed didn't find any suspicious points, so they had to say goodbye to Harry Osborn for the time being. Gordon walked at the end, and he talked to Harry. Mr. Osborn, how is your wound recovery? He saw the miserable state of Osborn's right arm with his own eyes. That kind of injury is almost difficult to heal in a short time, but today Osborn looks good. Thank you for your concern, Commissioner Gordon. Harry's deepest impression of Gordon was the embarrassing scene at the Gotham Police Department a few nights ago, but Gordon didn't know he was the Green Goblin. The wound is healing well, I believe it will heal soon. Similar to the inference of the bow, Bruce also felt that Osborn Jr. was emotionally stable, and he didn't seem to be excited about Bird's death, but was overly indifferent. From this point of view, Bird's death should have nothing to do with Osborn Jr. Bruce secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then cut off the wiretap. Bernard personally sent Gordon and the other two away from the Osborn family, and Harry sat in the hall waiting for him. Bernard, who had just come back from seeing off the guests, was a little surprised to see Harry here. Master Harry, aren't you going to catch up on some sleep? Don't worry, Bernard, Harry pondered, I still have some questions to ask you. Bernard said seriously, I'll answer everything you want to know. Harry wanted to ask about the old-fashioned mobile phone that was broken and thrown into the water after a call, but he hesitated for a moment and still didn't ask it. He just changed to a less straightforward question. Well, I just want to ask, do you need a raise? Bernard was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, of course, I'd love to. Bruce, no, Harry, okay. Trying to change the update time back. Now I'm going to code the update at 12 o'clock in the morning. If I update it, it means I'm successful. If I don't update it for more than half an hour, it means I've failed. Chapter 43. Bow came to Gotham. Patrols in Gotham began to be strengthened. But everyone in Gotham knew that patrols would not be very effective. After all, crimes would not happen in places that were easily patrolled. In order not to cause panic, Bow decided to conceal the fact that a serial killer had entered Gotham from the public, but GCPD thought it was unnecessary, as Gotham did not need a perverted killer. However, Gotham's citizens were used to living cautiously, so it didn't make much difference whether they were informed or not. So Harry didn't know that the killer who killed Bird had come to Gotham until he met Batman on a hang glider at night. In order to capture the murderer as soon as possible before he commits another crime, Red Robin also joined them tonight, so he briefly introduced the information he had investigated about the murderer at the beginning. This murderer has been roaming around in the past 2 years. He has killed 13 adult males in a brutal manner, and all of these 13 people were disemboweled. Judging from the wounds of the 13 victims, the weapon was a dagger from beginning to end. The crime scene was so bloody. He must be dirty. Why haven't he been caught in 2 years? Robin couldn't understand it. Not only could he not understand this bloody killing method, but he also couldn't understand why such a low-level killing could last for 2 years. He only committed murders on rainy nights, Red Robin continued. At first, he simply killed people to vent his emotions. It can be basically determined that the first 7 were his spontaneous actions. Later, he began to post his contact information on a secret website by concealing his identity and ID. People offered him high prices to kill people from time to time, but he still only killed men. Posted contact information. Robin was about to continue asking the next question, but Red Robin seemed to know what he wanted to ask and answered in advance. It was only posted for 10 minutes, and then the message could never be found again. Harry listened quietly. He was thinking about another thing. Did this serial killer know the identity of his customers, or how much information he knew about the customers? If the fact that Bernard had contacted him was exposed, they might not be able to get away easily. Why do you keep referring to him? Harry was worried, but as long as the killer was found in advance, many unknown crises could be eliminated. There are obvious differences between male and female murderers. Generally, men would choose to kill with blunt instruments, while women would choose to use sharp instruments. Why can it be confirmed that it was a man here? On the other side, Gordon also raised this question to the bow. The thin young doctor sat at the conference table and looked at the desktop in front of him. First of all, the 13 people who were killed were all adult males. Most of them were strong, and the autopsy results showed that they were not anesthetized before they died. Therefore, the killer used the dagger to complete the entire killing process without injury when they were awake and unrestrained. From the perspective of physical fitness, the possibility of the killer being a man is higher than that of a woman. Red Robin was also explaining to Harry. Secondly, male killers are generally more antisocial, serial killers are more active and impulsive, and female killers pay more attention to motivation and method when committing crimes. In these 13 cases, especially the first 7 cases in which he acted spontaneously, it is difficult to find other commonalities between the victims except that they are male. Their skin color, race, hobbies, height, age and family situation are almost never exactly the same. Therefore, this killer does not carefully select his targets. He kills randomly more often on rainy nights. This exposes his serious antisocial tendencies and his confidence that he can definitely succeed. Red continued to supplement. In addition, from the statistical data, female killers generally choose acquaintances as their targets, and rarely kill in passion. They usually have obvious motives and almost never kill randomly for no reason. In summary, the murderer is almost certainly a male. Well-educated, excellent in computer technology, most likely a white male, able to blend in with the crowd, normal body shape but with combat experience. Red Robin and Dr. Reed, they both came to this conclusion. But the scope is still very large. How can we be more detailed? It is not difficult to come to such a conclusion. The difficulty is how to refine it, how to discover more characteristics of the serial killer. A cautious and arrogant white male, a new face who has just arrived in Gotham not long ago. Batman was listening next to him. Compared to him, Tim is more suitable for this kind of work of explaining to everyone. As a highly educated and self-important person, even if he is forced to flee, his current situation will not be too miserable. Red Robin concluded. The other party is likely to have a decent and respectable job now. Harry has never acted like a detective or a policeman. Even if he has a lot of clues, it is difficult for him to guarantee that he will find the murderer before Batman or Bow. If the murderer really has some information about the customers, Harry thinks it is very likely. After all, this serial killer can be confirmed to be a computer expert. Will Bernard be very dangerous? But Bernard has always been very cautious. Thinking of the old flip phone soaked in water, Harry began to think that the situation might not be so bad. Find the murderer first and interrogate him before everyone else. Harry decided to do this, but in this way, he could not act with Batman. Should we act separately? So Harry took the initiative to propose. But putting aside the rumored powerful Bow, he should probably imagine whether he can really find the murderer in advance through the Bat family, whose surveillance cameras are all over the streets of Gotham. The situation is not particularly urgent, especially since the murderer is just an ordinary person with a strong desire to kill. and the mentally ill people in Arkham have not made any unusual moves recently, so the proposal to act separately was quickly passed. Harry stopped in front of Batman on his hang glider, holding the communicator Batman had given him, and waved his hand. "Remember to contact me if you need anything." Batman glanced at the communicator in Harry's hand, and then remembered that he carried the communicator with him, and then responded in a low voice, "Yes." Flying over Gotham on the hang glider, watching the cars with flashing red and blue lights passing through the road one after another, and seeing the figures jumping between the tall buildings in different directions, Harry suddenly felt anxious. He had a reason to find the serial killer before everyone else, and he had to do it. So, does he have any advantages that others don't have? Harry looked down at the vehicles passing by on the ground, and the dim lights coming through the glass windows of the tall buildings. Hey, Bernard. He still has Bernard. Without further ado, Harry increased the speed of the hang glider to the fastest speed, and rushed to his home with a clear goal. This time, Harry didn't go to the attic. He flew directly into the hall on the hang glider. When he went out at night, Bernard often sat here reading and waiting for him to come back. Sure enough, this time was no exception. No matter how many times, seeing Bernard's figure under the light, Harry could truly feel that he was back home. "Master Harry, what happened?" This was the first time Harry came home from the main gate on a hang glider, and he looked a little hurried. Indeed, something small happened. Harry landed the hang glider on the floor and jumped off it. "There is a serial killer who has been roaming around Gotham recently, the one who killed Bird." Bernard frowned. "Are you worried about me?" "I just want to find him before Batman and Bow." Harry explained his thoughts. "To be cautious, this is necessary." "So you rush back to find me because I want the contact information of that person." Although he couldn't find the serial killer, he could let the serial killer come to him. The butler, who knew his young master very well, understood Harry's plan almost instantly. "You want to use yourself as bait again. It's different this time, Bernard." Harry picked up the solid wood table next to him with one hand. "That serial killer can't beat me even if he has a Gatling gun." Bernard was confident that he didn't reveal any of his information, but since there was a way to find the serial killer as soon as possible, it would be great. So Bernard, who blindly trusted Harry's current skills, memorized the phone number to Harry. The other party called himself the Ripper when he posted the contact information, so you can only trust him if you call him the Ripper after the call is connected. Ripper? Jack the Ripper's imitator? At the same time, Bernard went to the storage room and took out a familiar flip phone and handed it to Harry. "Anonymous phone card, anti-tracking, anti-location. Bernard, you are so reliable." He gave his all-powerful butler a hug. Harry hurriedly stepped on the glider again and flew out. He stopped above the highway where he met the Red Hood a few days ago, took out the flip phone and called the serial killer. The unique ringtone of the old-fashioned mobile phone rang over the Gotham Expressway. After the call ringtone rang 3 times in a regular pattern, the call was finally connected. "Hello." A gentle male voice came from the phone, sounding like a good-tempered middle-aged man. "The Ripper," Harry said with a faint electric current in his voice no matter what he said when he was wearing a mask. "Do you want to do business?" "How?" A chuckle came from the phone, but the man's gentle appearance just now seemed to be suddenly revealed. His voice was normal, but it sounded very sinister when listened carefully. "Tell me, who is the business?" "Harry Osborn, I want his life." Harry was excited. He really contacted the murderer. The serial killer in Gotham certainly knows Harry Osborn, a powerless but lucky rich man who has never killed anyone. Then, the deal is done. Until the night patrol was completely over tonight, except for Harry who was hiding something, the others found nothing. However, it was not easy to find a criminal who was hiding very deeply. After they returned, they would continue to check the new faces in Gotham through surveillance cameras, so there was no need to rush. The night patrol ended like this. Harry said goodbye to Batman as usual and went home to check the weather forecast. Red Robin mentioned in the previous introduction that this serial killer only acted on rainy nights, so Harry began to pray that the rainy night would come as soon as possible. Gotham was originally a rainy city, and it happened to be rainy recently. Harry was surprised to find that the next rain would be the night after tomorrow. Very good, now I have to think about how to skip the night patrol reasonably. Failed at 12 o'clock. But I finally moved the update back to the first half of the night. Also, I should thank all the friends who subscribed and commented. I am so happy with every additional comment. I am happy even if I am catching bugs, covering my mouth, bushy. Chapter 44. Harry Osborn has been recuperating at home recently, and this is something that most of Gotham knows. Not long after the last Joker incident, the news that little Osborn was seriously injured and hospitalized spread throughout Gotham. After that, Harry Osborn has never appeared in public again. Some people speculate that he was frightened by the consecutive kidnappings and dared not show up again. However, those who watched the Joker's live broadcast at the time knew how calm and brave little Osborn was, so almost no one agreed with this statement. Most people speculated that he was seriously injured and had been receiving treatment. Harry has indeed not appeared in public for a long time. He has been developing weapons some time ago, and by the way, he waited for the citizens of Gotham to forget that outrageous title before appearing again. Later, he began to follow Batman on night patrols. Recently, he has spent almost all day in bed, and has never been to the company. Fortunately, his assistant Miss Felicia is good enough. Although I don't know what method the serial killer will use to find him, Harry wants to shorten this deadline as soon as possible, but it is also a technical job to walk into a trap. If he lives a regular life, such as having a regular date every night, then at least the killer can catch him when he comes home to commit the crime, but like he is now, he stays at home every day. In short, in order to appear outside reasonably and be known by everyone, Harry needs to do something. Only at this time will he feel that the entertainment tabloids that keep an eye on other people's private lives all day are useful. The next morning, no, it was already lunchtime for people with normal work and rest schedules. Anyway, Harry used the communicator given by Batman to contact Batman during the day for the first time. Although according to the time, tomorrow night is the rainy night, some preparations still need to be made early, so he will ask for leave from tonight for the night patrol. At the lunch table of the Wayne family, Bruce was cutting the steak in front of him with a knife and fork, and Alfred came up from the Batcave with a communicator. "Master Bruce, Mr. Osborn seems to have something to ask you. Is he looking for you right after waking up?" Tim was sure that little Osborn had just woken up. After all, when he first started the night patrol, he basically slept until this time. Bruce took the flashing communicator and connected Harry's call without hesitation. "What's up?" This time he remembered to switch to Batman mode. Harry had been waiting for a while, and now the communicator was placed next to his plate. He had just stuffed the cherry tomatoes and his salad into his mouth when the communicator was suddenly connected. Ahem. Harry was choked by the juice of the cherry tomatoes, and he cleared his throat. "Batman, is it convenient now?" Yes. It was the first time that little Osborn contacted him at this time, and Bruce was also curious about what the other party wanted. Putting down the tableware and holding the communicator in his hand, Harry said with some lack of confidence, "Actually, I want to take a leave for the night patrol in the past 2 days." "Why?" "Night patrol is not an interesting game. The past 2 days have been enough for little Osborn to experience and then give up." Bruce should hope so, but he also feels a little regretful. Perhaps it is because the Green Goblin performed well in the night patrol, with strong enough mobility, strong ability, and good sense of action. Bruce found a suitable reason for his regret. "I'll tell you, Harry didn't want to lie to Batman, just not now. Okay. Night patrol is not work, and Batman is not the Green Goblin's boss, so of course little Osborn doesn't need to punch him in every day. Besides, Batman has plenty of ways to know what Harry Osborn has done, but he is not dangerous enough for Batman to keep an eye on him all the time. Ask for leave for night patrol." Tim looked at Bruce hanging up the call, and then spoke. "This is the first time I've heard of this. How is the investigation of outsiders who have come to Gotham in the past half-month?" "We have locked onto a few targets." Tim spent almost all night investigating people who have recently come to Gotham, but the results are not bad. "We can start tonight." Night fell, but it was not time for Batman and his team to go on night patrol. In view of what he was about to do after going out tonight, Harry found a not-so-expensive and conspicuous red Ferrari from his garage and drove out, with a clear goal to drive to the most lively place in Gotham's commercial district at night, Yesterday's Wine, a bar with a good atmosphere. The waiter who greeted him at the door will be responsible for parking for Harry. After getting off the car at the door of the bar, Harry walked in directly. The musician in the bar was playing a soothing piano piece. With the dimmed lights, the atmosphere of the whole bar seemed more comfortable. Harry sat near the bar. The bartender here was a gorgeous woman who looked older than Harry. She took the initiative to greet Harry. "Sir, would you like a Cinderella?" "Cinderella? A non-alcoholic cocktail. Obviously the lady thought Harry was not yet of drinking age. In fact, Harry really was not. Don't underestimate a man because of his appearance. Harry smiled and refused a glass of scotch. Harry was usually more accustomed to drinking whiskey with a lighter taste, but tonight he wanted a strong aroma. Perhaps it was because Harry was used to alcohol when he was studying alone. Anyway, he was not bad at drinking now. In order not to delay what he was going to do later, Harry calculated his alcohol consumption while drinking. A glass of wine is 30 milliliters, and a whole bottle is 700 milliliters. He can drink 1/3 of it while ensuring that he is sober in a short period of time. That is, he can drink up to 8 glasses. However, in fact, alcohol consumption cannot be calculated in this way. The beautiful bartender pushed a glass of pure liquor in front of Harry, drinking alone. Drinking is not a group activity, at least for me. Harry has always drunk alone. Peter hardly touches alcohol, and he has no other friends close enough to drink with. The piano music in the bar is very nice. Although Harry can't quite tell which song it is, it still doesn't prevent him from enjoying it. It's really easy to get drunk drinking alone in such an atmosphere. After drinking the 6th glass, Harry already felt that he couldn't continue. Very good, he stood up with the help of the bar, and walked out with a slightly shaky step. At this time, the waiter also drove his car back. "Sir, we provide a designated driver service here. Do you need me to take you home?" Yesterday's wine bar will provide the best service to every guest, and they have always done a good job in this regard. But Harry doesn't need it. He wants to drive drunk today. No, thank you. The waiter in the bar's black formal uniform wanted to persuade him again, but Harry had already opened the car door and waited for him to get out. Drunk driving is wrong, Harry warned himself before getting in the car. In order to avoid accidents that are out of control, he scanned the surroundings and chose a direction where no one was and drove the car directly into it. The front of the red Ferrari crashed directly into the window of the closed women's clothing store. The carefully placed plastic models and silk dresses in the window fell to the ground. The alarm in the store suddenly sounded, and the vehicle's airbag suddenly popped out and trapped Harry in the seat. The moment the airbag popped out, Harry almost thought he was going to be knocked unconscious. The safety of the Ferrari was not bad. Even if it broke the window, the body of the car was hardly damaged, and there was no risk of explosion. So Harry leaned on the seat and did not get out of the car. When something like this happened, the Gotham Police Department usually came quickly. Especially recently, patrols have been strengthened. But in this case, reporters also came faster. Of course, this was also because Harry asked Bernard to release the news that he was here in advance. Harry slumped in the seat, and he could feel the flash of light shining on him with his eyes closed. After the patrol police came, they helped to transfer Harry out of the car. Although Harry was not actually injured, he pretended to be injured in order to leave the police station conveniently. The reporters nearby came up boldly to ask Harry some questions, many about a previous Joker case and the drunk driving tonight. Harry picked a lady with long red hair at random, exhaled alcohol, and said in a hoarse voice, "Does this lady need an interview? Maybe we can meet at the bar next door tomorrow night." "Great. Of course." The red-haired reporter was very happy, but she quickly reacted, You. Will you be released by the Gotham Police Department tomorrow night?" She wanted to ask this, but then she remembered that the first drunk driving would not be detained, and even with Harry Osborn's identity, even if it was not the first time, there might be no problem. No matter who it is, drunk driving is always wrong, but considering his identity, the police from the Gotham Police Department chose to politely invite him back to the police station. "Master, there was a drunk driving incident in Gotham's business district." Batman, who was checking several suspects, suddenly heard Alfred's voice. However, they would only know about drunk driving when danger occurred, so it was not usually within the scope of the night patrol. Why did Alfred mention it specifically? Is the damage caused very big? No, Alfred looked at it specifically. It just broke the window of a women's clothing store. Bruce didn't understand why such a thing needed to be mentioned specifically. The drunk driver was Harry Osborn. What? Robin's voice also appeared in the inner line. He took leave from the night patrol just to drive drunk. Batman pursed his pale lips. What was Harry Osborn doing? Bernard was already waiting for Harry at the Gotham Police Department, and he had to take his young master home. So Harry sat quietly in the lounge, and Bernard ran around to pay the fine for him and other things that needed to be done. Gordon was not in the police station tonight. Although the BA was temporarily working in the Gotham Police Department, it would not interfere with Gotham's public security, so Harry was taken home smoothly. "Master Harry, how do you feel?" Bernard helped Harry down from the back seat. Harry tried to walk by himself, but he was dizzy now. Not very well. But he was already home and had completed all the things he needed to do tonight. The consequence of mental relaxation was that it was more difficult to control his hands and feet. After sending Harry back to the room and watching him lying on the bed, Bernard left with peace of mind. But Harry, smelling the alcohol on his body, got up again in a daze and walked into the bathroom. The night patrol was about to end, and Batman deviated from the route back to the Batcave again. "Where are you going?" Robin tried to keep up with Batman, but was stopped by Red Robin. "Look at the direction, it's Osborn's house again." It was not right that little Osborn suddenly drove under the influence of alcohol. Red Robin thought that Batman should go to see the situation. "Harry, what situation to see? Drunk driving is not right, don't scold Harry." Chapter 45. The slightly warmer water washed over Harry's body, taking away the strong smell of alcohol on his body. The diluted aroma of alcohol evaporated in the mist of the bathroom, and every breath was drunk. In the warm and somewhat stuffy bathroom, Harry's blood flow slightly accelerated as the temperature rose, and the alcohol in his body was absorbed more quickly by the blood as the blood flow accelerated. The more Harry washed, the more drunk he became. His vision gradually began to blur in the drunkenness. Harry fumbled to turn off the shower. His originally pale skin began to turn red at some point. Crystal clear water droplets attached to the slightly red skin, and then slid off the smooth skin with his stumbling steps. Fortunately, it was in a familiar space. Harry wiped his hair hastily, and casually put on a pure white bathrobe and stumbled out of the bathroom. Harry almost fell on the bed and curled up. The chaotic brain and uncontrolled limbs gave him a sense of drifting that was out of tune with the surroundings. Not only was he out of tune with the surroundings, but he was out of tune with the whole world. Life has been so busy and fulfilling lately that he almost forgot about New York and that he was not born in Gotham. His entire life has been turned upside down and his past track has been completely erased. This feeling is terrible. But coming here, not all the things he encountered were bad. Harry was about to fall asleep as his consciousness gradually sank, but after a slight sound of the sliding door being opened, a cold breeze with the smell of seawater blew into the bedroom. Harry, wrapped in a damp robe and with slightly wet hair, was almost instantly sobered up by the cold wind. He opened his eyes slightly and saw Batman with his cape flying. And when Batman pushed open the terrace door and came in without thinking much, he saw this scene. Little Osborn was curled up on the bed in a bathrobe, his left shoulder and half of his chest were exposed, his body was flushed, and his gray-blue eyes looked at him with wonder and confusion. "Batman." Harry's voice was hoarse from the alcohol. He got up from the bed and tried to make himself look less embarrassed. However, the result of struggling to get up was that his bathrobe became looser. He stood barefoot on the carpet and slowly approached Batman. Seeing little Osborn walking towards him in a twisted way, Batman thought that it would be difficult to ask anything tonight, but maybe little Osborn was the type whose guard was weakened after drinking, so it didn't matter if he asked first. "Why did you do that tonight?" Batman wanted to know what little Osborn was going to do, or maybe he was in trouble. But Batman was more inclined to believe that little Osborn did it on purpose, because the bar would not let customers drive home drunk unless they were tough. What? Harry had already walked in front of Batman, and they were close enough, but he staggered a few steps closer and pressed his slightly hot body against Batman's cold armor. Batman just wanted to see what Harry was going to do when he came over, and he was stunned the moment Harry pressed against him. Through the cold armor, he could feel the warm body in his arms. Slightly lowering his head, Batman saw his shoulders covered with thin muscles and white with a hint of red. He raised his hand with a black tactical glove and tried to push Harry away from him. When he grasped Harry's bare arm, he seemed to grasp a soft and defenseless clam without its shell. He hadn't seen little Osborn without his Green Goblin identity for a long time. There was no difference between his two identities in Batman's eyes, but tonight he realized more about what this similarity meant. Little Osborn was defenseless against him when he was just Harry, and he was still defenseless against him when he put on the Green Goblin's armor and stepped on the glider. He believed in him when he was sober and when he was drunk. He paused with his palm on Harry's completely relaxed arm, and still pushed Harry away, who was leaning on his chest. But Harry had completely lost consciousness just now, and after Batman pushed him away slightly, his forehead was still leaning on Batman's shoulder. Batman remained silent, but still picked up Harry and put him back on the bed. He then covered Harry's exposed body with a quilt that was piled up on the bed, and turned to walk out of the bedroom. Of course, he remembered to close the door to the terrace. Harry, who did not have a night patrol but still went to bed late, slept until 10 in the morning. When he woke up in the morning, he had no memory of Batman coming that night. Covering his swollen forehead, Harry yawned as he went downstairs to find Bernard, who was preparing brunch. "Bernard, how is it?" "The newspapers have been sorted and placed on the dining table." Bernard was frying eggs. "You can check it later when you eat." Harry glanced at the perfectly shaped fried eggs in the pan and chose to make himself a cup of black coffee in advance. When he came to the dining room with the black coffee, Bernard had already laid out the meal, and several newspapers were folded and placed to the right of Harry's seat. He first drank some coffee to wake himself up, then picked up the newspapers, schemed over reports about drunk driving accidents, and then schemed over random speculations about being in love and going out for a drink late at night. Finally, a newspaper wrote about gossip like what is Harry Osborn's intention in inviting a beautiful female reporter to meet at night. Harry picked out a few reports that specifically wrote about this invitation, and they all implicitly wrote that he would meet a lady in a bar tonight. Very good, he believed that the murderer could see through this ambiguity. He would wait for the murderer to find him tonight. Harry continued to flip through his gossip, and suddenly turned to a headline like "Revealing the Secrets of Osborn You Don't Know." Harry took out this newspaper alone. He wanted to see how Osborn was revealed. The report started with drunk driving, and Harry could already guess what they would write about later: nothing more than lawlessness, arrogance and the like. However, Harry Osborn not only cooperated very well with the patrolman to be taken back to the police station, but was even polite throughout the whole process. "What is this?" Harry looked at the name of the newspaper on the newspaper and found that it was not invested by the Osborn Group. The Osborn Group would not invest in such an entertainment tabloid, so why did they write the report like this? Bernard happened to come over and saw the name of the newspaper marked on the newspaper. "Isn't this the newspaper that spread rumors about you being gay?" Alfred raised his eyebrows and prepared the latest newspapers for today, and specially pulled one of them to the top. Bruce, who was about to go downstairs for breakfast at noon, picked up the newspaper casually, and a huge headline came into his eyes: "Revealing the Osborn You Don't Know." This kind of report has always been eye-catching. Bruce didn't want to read it at first, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at the whole report. "Your newspaper writes about Mr. Osborn exactly according to your wishes." Alfred put a glass of milk in front of Bruce. "My newspaper." Bruce looked up at the name of the newspaper and suddenly remembered that he seemed to have bought an entertainment tabloid that spread rumors about his and little Osborn's sexual orientation. But what did he mean? Did he let people write about little Osborn like this? "You said that we must not let little Osborn be discredited," Alfred reminded Bruce. Bruce couldn't even figure out whether there was something wrong with what he said, or whether there was something wrong with the understanding level of the entire newspaper. Unlike the Osborns and the Waynes, the Bow, which was temporarily working in the Gotham Police Department, was still working overtime to investigate the serial killer. The Bow was also investigating people who had come to Gotham recently, but they couldn't find suspicious people one by one and then monitor and investigate them. Their investigation direction was more inclined to start from the case itself and the victims in the case. This serial killer started killing people with a feeling of venting his anger, especially in the first 3 cases. This feeling of venting was particularly obvious. Gideon looked at the crime scene photos pinned on the whiteboard. There must be someone he really hated in the first 3 cases. Reed sat at the conference table. Morgan flipped through the victim information in his hand. These 3 cases happened in different cities. How can we determine which one is the target of his hatred? The first case was crudely done. Gideon frowned and thought, he spent a lot of effort to kill this victim. As the first victim of the entire series of cases, he should have some special features. If he is not the real target of the serial killer, then there must be some similarities between him and the real target. He put the victim information of the first 3 cases together. In the first case, the victim was a white male, about 31 years old, strong and cheerful. The victim of the second case was 40 years old, with a more gentle personality in life, medium build, not tall. The third case, the victim was a white male, 30 years old, who was once a star player on the college football team and has always been very popular. So his real target is the victim of the third case. It's very likely. Morgan took out his mobile phone and called Garcia. Hello. Can you find all the social information of the victim in the third case? Especially the unfriendly ones. Morgan made a request directly to Garcia. All. Garcia could find all the traces that had existed, but doesn't your all have a range? Morgan looked at Gideon and Reed, focus on high school and college. Although Garcia has already found people who had conflicts or contradictions with the victim of the third case, their work still needs to continue. The victim of the third case, whether it is residence or high school and college, is in Oklahoma. If their speculation is correct, the murderer is likely to be from Oklahoma, or at least studied in Oklahoma. In this direction, they began to check whether there are people who have come to Gotham recently who are related to Oklahoma. This is a stupid way, but if combined with the social list that Garcia can find, it may be easier. At least, if their speculation is correct, they can find the suspect tonight. Batman, Robin and Red Robin have already checked more than half of the suspicious people who have been marked, and they will continue to check the remaining part tonight. In addition to the BOW, the Gotham Police Department and Batman's private investigation, Harry, who is still looking for the serial killer, will also take action tonight. It was only evening, and the sky had gradually become gloomy. Dark clouds were covering Gotham. The heavy rain that Harry was waiting for was about to come. In terms of bitterness, I am not as good as many friends in the comment section. Chapter 46. It was raining heavily, and the headlights shining through the rain looked like they were shining through a thick fog, with visibility limited to a few dozen meters ahead. Perhaps due to the weather, there were very few vehicles on the road tonight. It was unknown when the Ripper would choose to strike, but Harry estimated that it would be on his way home tonight. Harry's driver's license had been confiscated due to drunk driving last night, so a special driver drove him today. However, he believed that if a person was really determined to commit a crime, he would overcome all difficulties, and it would not be difficult for him to just divert a driver, but the driver's personal safety also needed to be protected, so Bernard had already waited in the bar parking lot in advance, and he would not show up as long as the driver's life was not in danger. The journey to the bar was very smooth. Harry was welcomed into the hall by the waiter holding an umbrella. A red-haired reporter was already waiting for him at the bar. Harry walked up to her with a clear goal. I hope I'm not late. In fact, you've arrived at the right time. The reporter stood up from her seat and handed over her business card. I'm Mel Riordan from Gotham Daily. Mr. Osborn, I'm glad you gave our newspaper this opportunity for an exclusive interview. I haven't appeared in Gotham for a long time. I'm sure many people are curious about me. Harry motioned for Mel to sit down and chat. If you don't want to be watched all the time, maybe it's a good choice to appear in public appropriately. Miss Mel smiled reluctantly. In fact, although there are reporters who do things like stalking or squatting, they are only a minority. Harry smiled. What would you like to drink? After all, the interview location was chosen in the bar. Whether you drink or not, you still have to order a glass of wine. The bartender at the bar tonight was still the lady who recommended the non-alcoholic cocktail to Harry. After last night's drunk driving incident, she was forced to know Harry's identity and his age of 20. What would you like to drink tonight? The bartender kept smiling. If it's still whiskey, I'm sorry, we can't provide it to you tonight. As a very formal entertainment venue, they generally do not sell alcoholic beverages to guests under the age of 21, but generally they don't specifically ask for identity verification. Harry didn't have to drink anything. A glass of Cinderella, thank you. Miss Mel with the long red hair seemed to want to laugh, but she politely held back. A glass of sangria. In the parking lot next to the bar, the driver in a black suit got out of the car and walked to the vending machine at the corner to buy a can of coffee, but something seemed to attract his attention, and he took the initiative to walk to a corner that the surveillance camera could not capture. But after a while, the driver with his head down returned to the car. He wore a pair of white gloves and sat back in the driver's seat of the black business car without any abnormality. Then he took out his mobile phone and operated it simply. The parking lot and the surveillance cameras along the way completely erased his figure. Batman and Robin drove the Batmobile through the rainy night in Gotham. They had already screened out the last two suspects. If nothing unexpected happened, the real serial killer was between these two people. Tonight was a rainy night. In order to prevent the other party from committing crimes again, they had to hurry up and find this person. The BOW and GCPD were also anxious. They had found all the people who had come to Gotham recently and were related to Oklahoma. The number was not large, but there were 6 of them. They were already investigating whether these 6 people had any connection with the victim of the 3rd case. However, this was only the most basic investigation. More information would have to wait for Garcia's results. "Do you mind recording?" Mel read and asked, taking out a recorder. "Feel free." Harry not only didn't mind this, he didn't even mind all the conversations tonight. The only thing he was looking forward to was the assassination that he would probably encounter on the way home. "You've been getting a lot of attention in Gotham recently." Mel didn't intend to ask about last night's drunk driving, which was not news to them. "Please forgive my intrusion, but why did you choose to detonate the bomb next to you without hesitation during the Joker incident, since you didn't know it was actually a laughing gas bomb at the time?" Everyone in Gotham was curious about this question, but no one knew the answer. Well, Harry thought about how to answer. Although he didn't mind this conversation, he still had to work hard to maintain the face of the Osborn family. "There's actually no special reason. I just want to take a gamble to see if I can stop the Joker. If it succeeds, no one will be in trouble." In fact, he was sure that he would be fine. If he faced such a choice without the ability, Harry couldn't guarantee what choice he would make. If the next questions were all like this, Harry would have wanted to leave, but this was not the proper etiquette for inviting a lady to meet. Besides, he used this lady for his own purpose first, so Harry still wanted to cooperate as much as possible in answering the other party's questions. But fortunately, the next questions were much easier to answer, and almost no questions about personal matters were asked. Miss Malriaden of the Gotham Daily was very tactful and did not make people feel aggressive during the conversation. Overall, it was a pleasant conversation. When Mel stopped recording, their interview ended. "Do you need me to take you home?" Harry and Miss Riordan walked out of the bar playing comfortable music together. The rain outside was getting heavier. Mel waved her hand. "Thank you for your kindness, but my wife will pick me up." "Well, it seems that the appointment tonight disturbed your dinner time." Harry did not expect that the other party was already married, but this also understands why the Ripper did not choose to attack him on the way here. In addition to the driver's reasons, it is probably because he is unlikely to stay overnight outside. Harry's car has arrived. After saying goodbye to the reporter, he sat in the back seat of the business car. Bernard will ensure that the reporter gets home safely, and Harry. He casually glanced at the driver's white gloves. He was going to meet the serial killer. When Harry got into the car driven by the Ripper and drove into the deep rain of Gotham, Batman and his team had already investigated the penultimate suspect, leaving only the last one who disappeared without a trace. Even all the surveillance cameras that captured him had been tampered with. There was definitely something wrong with him. The serial killer was almost certainly him. Red Robin tried to find the surveillance videos that were deliberately erased. His hacking skills were definitely better than the serial killer. Within a few minutes, he had changed those surveillances back. Following the figure of the last suspect in the surveillance video, they saw him walk into the parking lot of yesterday's wine. He seems to have a new target. Red Robin was sure that the other party would not hide his whereabouts and go to a bar parking lot for no reason. The video continued to play until a black commercial vehicle stopped in the parking lot, and then the driver got out of the car and was lured to a blind spot of the surveillance. "Check who owns the car." Batman continued to stare at the screen. Red Robin was already checking. It was very easy to check the owner of the vehicle. In a few breaths, the information of the vehicle owner was displayed on the page, but the result was a little unexpected. Robin's attention was attracted by the stunned Red Robin. He lowered his head to see the result of Red Robin's investigation. Harry Osborn? How could it be him? Batman's brows hidden under the mask had already frowned. "Find out where they are now." While speaking, he turned on the eavesdropping device, but only the faint sound of rain could be heard from the other side. Harry found that the direction the vehicle was driving was becoming more and more desolate, but he thought that the driver didn't mind being discovered by him at all, so Harry pretended not to notice and sat quietly. They both needed a quiet space to achieve their goals. Harry decided to reluctantly leave this secluded and deserted place to the Ripper to find. Raindrops hit the speeding vehicle, and the water droplets slid down the car window. It was dark outside the window and looked very cool. It must be said that sitting in the warm car seat and looking at the rain outside the window, this feeling is very hypnotic, but Harry is not going to fall asleep now. He sat in the back seat with his eyes closed and rested, and gradually felt that the bumps of the vehicle were rapidly increasing and the speed was gradually slowing down. When the vehicle completely stopped, he opened his eyes at the right time and asked in confusion, "Are we there yet?" When the Ripper heard this, the three eavesdroppers, Batman and others, also received a real-time broadcast. They were already on their way to chase Harry and the murderer in the Batmobile. Although he knew that Harry would be fine, Batman still drove as fast as possible after hearing Harry's doubtful voice. "Harry Osborn." A sticky tone came out of the driver's mouth. He took out a dagger from his arms, turned around and leaned into the back seat, and put the sharp and smelly dagger against Harry's neck. "From now on, listen to me." The moment the dagger was pressed against Harry, he saw the man's face. A white male, about 30 years old, of medium build, with an ordinary appearance, nothing to say. "Who are you? Where's my driver?" Harry's voice sounded a little flustered. "Shut up." Harry's voice seemed to anger him, and he stabbed the dagger forward suddenly, with the tip of the knife accurately piercing Harry's flesh. Hiss. Blood quickly flowed from Harry's neck, and the wound seemed a little deep for the fragile neck. Harry had never seen such a low-level criminal before, and he was totally unprepared for this. Getting hurt was not part of Harry's plan. How many bacteria were on that dirty dagger? "Now, push open the car door and get out." Very good. Harry opened the door and walked out obediently. His white shirt had been stained red with blood. In order to disinfect himself as soon as possible, this guy had to be dealt with quickly. Harry walked into an abandoned warehouse with a dagger against him. From the moment he got out of the car, the heavy rain poured down on Harry mercilessly. Now he was soaked, and the red blood mixed with the rain flowed all over his body, looking extremely embarrassed. I hope Bernard won't be too angry. This is Harry's only desire at the moment. After making sure that there was no one here, and even the surveillance camera in the car couldn't capture it, Harry turned around and pinched the dagger in the hand of the criminal with his bare hands. He smiled evilly and said to the surprised man, "From now on, listen to me." Covered in blood, he looked more like a demon than a real murderer. Unfortunately, Bernard was not the only one who was angry. I haven't written the part 1 want to write yet, and it's already 11:55. Chapter 47. The Ripper tried hard to get the blade of the dagger out of Harry's hand. Seeing that he was not going to cooperate, Harry kicked him out. Amid the Ripper's screams, his back hit the wall of the abandoned warehouse and he slid down the wall to the ground. Because Harry kicked too hard, the Ripper was unable to get up for a while. He struggled and squirmed, saying in a panic, "Damn it, who are you?" Harry held the blade between his fingers and turned the dagger in his hand a few times. He turned the handle in his hand and pointed the blade in the direction of the Ripper. Harry Osborn. Harry's neck was still bleeding. He looked at his red-stained shirt and smiled dangerously. "Aren't you here to find me?" In the empty warehouse, Harry walked towards the man who was lying on the ground in his leather shoes that were almost scrapped after being soaked in water. The soft collision of his heels and the ground pressed on the man's nerves. As a serial killer who has killed 13 adult men, his mentality and methods are definitely more ruthless than those of ordinary people. He is facing a strong enemy and even has his weapon taken away, but he will not give up. When Harry, covered in blood, approached him step by step, he stood up with the help of the wall behind him, his black eyes full of malice. "So what if I took away a knife?" His voice was harsh and his tone was mocking. "Do you dare to stab someone with it?" The short and sharp dagger was still stained with Harry's blood. Harry tossed it up and down. "Who asked you to kill me?" Harry knew, of course, that it was him, but since the Ripper came today, it probably meant that he didn't find out the identity of the person who called him, but he still had to confirm it again. "You care more about this?" The man smiled maliciously. "I thought you would care more about who wanted Bird dead." As a master in the computer field, the Ripper usually investigates the target's life before selecting a target and taking action. When he received Bird as the target, he certainly investigated Bird. A wanted criminal, wanted by the Gotham Police Department for murdering Harry Osborn. This is no big deal and not worth worrying about at all. But when he received the murder order about Harry Osborn, everything began to look subtle. The customer's defense method was the same as that of Bird's order. He couldn't break through the other party's defense line to obtain the customer's personal information. So he simply came to a conclusion that the orders for these two targets were placed by the same person, so he said what he said just now. But Harry didn't think so. "I thought you would care more about who wanted Bird dead." This sentence sounded like a threat to Harry. He already knew that Bernard was the one who bought the murder. Harry's face was gloomy, his eyes were fixed on the Ripper leaning against the wall, and he tightly grasped the dagger in his hand. Harry was not a person who could hide his emotions. His anger was obvious and his killing intent was also outward. It just so happened that the Ripper was extremely sensitive to these two emotions. When Harry raised the dagger, the Ripper also rushed towards him. From an angle that was out of sight, a sharp folding knife stretched out from the sleeve of his black suit. However, this was not a dagger against the neck. Harry, who was prepared, could easily spot the movements of an ordinary man. When the dagger in Harry's hand stabbed the Ripper's abdomen, his free left hand even broke the wrist of the Ripper who tried to sneak attack him. See, the Green Goblin wanted to kill people, and he could easily achieve his goal. Harry looked at the man's distorted face with cold eyes. He gently turned the hand holding the hilt of the knife, and the dagger took advantage of the situation to turn half a circle in the Ripper's abdomen. "Tell me, what do you know?" His voice was more murderous than ever before. The Ripper was so painful that he couldn't speak. He screamed and twitched his body, and he didn't even have the strength to fall down. The blood gushing out of the man's abdomen dyed Harry's right hand and half of his sleeve red. The sticky, warm, bright red, and fishy blood stimulated Harry's senses. His eyes were red and he continued to turn the dagger. "Don't you want to tell me?" The demon who had always killed people in more cruel and bloody ways seemed to be dying under the same knife today. If Batman was only slightly worried when he found out that the serial killer's target was Harry Osborn, then he began to worry when he heard Harry injured in the wiretap and even being taken out of the car in a panic. With Harry's ability, he would not be easily threatened by an ordinary murderer. Batman knew this very well, but there were too many times when the people he cared about were hurt, too many times in places he couldn't see. So every time this happened, he believed in the ability of his friends or relatives, but worried about their safety. All the worries stopped with Harry's words. "From now on, listen to me." The Batmobile was like a black ghost in the rainy night, rolling over the heavy rain and countless thunders, chasing all the traces that could be traced and driving forward. Harry's conversation with the serial killer continued. Ever since Harry was forced out of the car, his attitude and tone changed instantly. Batman listened silently to Harry's cold and crazy voice coming from the bug, and his face gradually became gloomy. In the Batmobile, Robin and Red Robin shut their mouths at the same time, letting Harry's cold voice and the serial killer's screams echo in the quiet car. They couldn't see the situation on the other side, but judging from the sound, it was definitely not Harry Osborn who was in trouble. Only by killing the man in front of him could the problem be solved. Harry didn't know when he started to have this idea. Looking at the screams and twitches of the man in front of him, he frantically wanted to increase this pain. He was out of control, and Harry was clearly aware of this, but he couldn't stop himself. Just when he couldn't help but pull out the dagger and stab it in again Harry Osborn. Harry heard a familiar low voice, like a basin of cold water that instantly extinguished his murderous intent. He looked in the direction where the voice came from, but before he could turn around, the owner of the voice had rushed to his side and kicked him away. Harry used the force to turn over, so he didn't fall to the ground in embarrassment. "What are you doing?" Batman's voice was mixed with anger. He looked at the serial killer, who fell to the ground completely because Harry didn't hold the dagger. He was sweating and screaming. Robin landed beside the man lying on the ground and checked his wounds. It was a dangerous intestinal rupture, but he didn't look like he was in shock, so he shouldn't die. He simply sprayed some hemostatic medicine on the man and treated it. Robin shook the blood off his hands in disgust. Batman was in a heavy mood. Harry Osborn almost killed this man. If he came a second later, Harry Osborn would have killed someone himself. Harry came back to his senses and looked at the gloomy Batman. While killing people, Harry's right hand trembled uncontrollably, and the blood of another person on his hand burned his palm belatedly. He looked down at his hand stained with dirty blood and his sleeve soaked in blood, and suddenly felt that he couldn't face Batman, who always sticks to the bottom line. How did things turn out like this? Didn't he just want to interrogate at the beginning? Harry was stunned. He suddenly began to think, what about after the interrogation? Did he really have no intention of killing anyone in the first place? "We've called an ambulance." Red Robin stood at the door of the half-covered warehouse. The wind and rain swept his cloak. Except for the increasingly weak screams of the man, the whole warehouse fell silent for a moment. Harry wanted to escape from here, but Batman was here. He didn't want to be a coward who shirked responsibility in Batman's mind, although he now thought that this evaluation was correct. The silence was broken by the footsteps of many people approaching. Red Robin looked outside and saw people from the Gotham Police Department and the bow. What should we do now? They couldn't face the police station face to face, and they needed to leave as soon as possible. Red Robin's question was directed to Batman, but his eyes were on Harry Osborn. Gideon and Gordon had already approached the warehouse with guns raised, and Morgan and the rest of the Gotham Police Department followed them. Batman looked at Harry, who was soaked to the skin. The wound on his pale neck was still bleeding. His soaked clothes were stained with blood and stuck to his body. His right hand was shaking constantly. His lips turned pale due to blood loss and cold. Not only his lips, but his entire face. Except for his red eyes due to emotional fluctuations, his entire face was extremely pale. In contrast, his body was almost completely stained red by blood. While Batman was staring at him, Gordon and Gideon had quickly approached here. They kicked open the half-covered warehouse door and pointed their guns at the people inside. Batman. Gordon was stunned, but before he could put down his gun, Robin had thrown a smoke bomb on the ground. The thick smoke instantly spread throughout the warehouse and all the police officers and agents at the door. When the smoke dissipated, there was no one in the warehouse. Oh, no, there is another suspect lying on the ground. Batman. Morgan put down his gun and looked at Gordon in confusion. Was that Batman just now? Oh, Gordon didn't know how to explain to the agents outside Gotham, so he could only simply answer, yes. Isn't Batman an urban legend? Morgan looked like he had seen a ghost. Batman and his men moved too quickly. The Gotham Police Department and BOW agents only had time to see a few figures. They had left before they could see the situation clearly. Batman embraced Harry's waist in the thick fog. He opened his arms wide to embrace Harry, but after he really embraced Harry in his arms, he realized how redundant his arms were. Harry's waist was very thin, and his abdomen was covered with a thin layer of muscle. He was flexible and strong. Even if he was suddenly picked up by the waist, he was able to stabilize his body well. Harry thought he would be left here. The moment he was wrapped in the smoke, a strong sense of abandonment filled his uneasy heart. The loneliness that had accumulated for several months in this strange world finally began to show. Always disappointing others, always being abandoned, always suffering from one's own faults. Harry was in a low mood, but the sad thing was that he could only be disappointed in himself. Before the sadness could spread, he was already held in Batman's arms with one hand. The thin clothes clung to Harry's body, and his body was pressed against Batman's cold and hard armor. All the loneliness and anxiety seemed to be blocked outside Batman's arms. The moment he was carried into the rain, Harry couldn't help but stretch out his arms to deepen this hug that was not a hug. The cold armor plus the storm made this the warmest moment in Harry's life. Trying to add a little more failure. Chapter 48. You like him. When Harry clung to Batman's armor and stretched out his arms to hug Batman back, he realized this very clearly. Harry Osborn likes Batman. Although this is different from his previous liking for anyone, he is very sure that his feelings for Batman come from the dual attraction of body and soul. The ambulance arrived quickly and took away the serial killer lying on the ground, while the people from the Gotham Police Department and BOW were still investigating the scene. They found the suspect based on the screening results and compared them with Garcia's results, and easily found the other party's whereabouts through surveillance. A hacker should hack the surveillance to hide his whereabouts. When they found that they could easily check the surveillance, they almost completely denied the major suspicion of this person. However, in fact, this was just the surveillance that Red Robin had just restored. In order not to miss any clues, they found that the serial killer had targeted Harry Osborn through the surveillance, so they quickly organized people to rush to the scene, fearing that they would be a step slower and find that little Osborn had been disemboweled. However, the situation was not quite the same as they imagined. After Gordon saw that the seriously injured man lying on the ground was the suspect, he was relieved, although he shouldn't have been. Little Osborn should have been taken away by Batman. Gordon was sure that he had just caught a glimpse of the bloody little Osborn. Since he was taken away by Batman, it should be because of injury or other reasons. Gideon didn't quite understand Gordon's trust in Batman, but this was an internal matter of Gotham, and the BOW would not say much about it. Although Harry was taken away, his fully functional business car with the door wide open was left in place. The police may have to consider the evidence at the crime scene, but the BOW has already started collecting evidence. The surveillance in the car clearly recorded how the killer coerced Harry, which will be strong evidence to accuse the killer. The Batmobile rushed towards the lake, and a door opened directly in the lake that was large enough for the armored vehicle to pass through. After driving through a long dark tunnel, the Batcave was finally reached. The Batcave was very quiet. It stored a lot of Batman's equipment, and even displayed several uniforms of Batman and Robin with different functions. Different armored vehicles and even a helicopter were parked in the open space next to it. However, because the Batcave was too large, even if there were many things stored, it still looked empty. There was also a whole wall of computer screens, and it seemed that every screen was working, processing the same or different data. In order to hide his identity from being discovered, Alfred had packed up and left here in advance. Harry was placed in the back seat of the Batmobile. From the time he was carried into the car to the time the door was reopened, he lay motionless in it, and was quietly and silently taken back to his lair by Batman. Batman opened the door and took Harry out of the Batmobile with his eyes blank. He said to Robin, who got out of the car with him, "You should go to rest." Now there were only 3 of them in the Batcave, including little Osborn. Red Robin had to stay there to observe the situation. Alfred had already returned to Wayne Manor on the ground in advance. Now Batman asked Robin to rest. Wasn't it obvious that he was getting rid of him? Robin didn't understand why he couldn't bear to see it, but he still left with an unhappy look on his face. Anyway, there were surveillance cameras up there to see the situation in the Batcave. Batman put Harry on the only black sofa in the Batcave, glanced at the wound on Harry's neck that was still bleeding, and turned to get the medical kit. Harry said nothing, his eyes always following Batman. The blood on Harry's hands had almost been washed away by the rainstorm, but his clothes were still stained with deep and shallow blood stains. These wet clothes stuck to his body, and Harry felt the coldness and numbness of his body belatedly. But he didn't dare to tear the clothes that were close to his skin away from his cold body, and didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements. Just like a child who had done something wrong, he instinctively tried his best to reduce his presence. Batman quickly came over with a medical kit. He squatted on one leg beside the sofa and prepared to treat the knife wound on Harry's neck. He raised his hand but met Harry's panicked and dependent eyes. He paused with the tweezers and continued to wipe the cotton ball soaked in iodine on Harry's wound. The wound was a little deep, so Batman's disinfection was inevitably a little forceful. He felt Harry's muscles tense for a moment, and then quickly relaxed. Disinfection would be somewhat painful, and he thought that little Osborn would react more. After disinfection, he applied some ointment that would help the wound recover. Finally, Batman took out gauze and wrapped it around Harry's neck. During the whole process, Harry leaned on the sofa motionlessly, allowing Batman to move on him. He tried to suppress his rapid heartbeat, fearing that Batman would discover his hidden feelings. Knowing that Harry Osborn was taken to the Batcave, Red Robin went back to Wayne Manor directly through another road. Alfred could not appear in front of little Osborn yet. Tim guessed that Alfred should be observing the Batcave through the surveillance, so Tim went directly to the monitoring room, but he didn't expect Damien to be there too. "Alfred, good evening." Tim greeted Alfred, who was sitting in front of the screen first. "And you, Damien?" "Good evening, Master Tim. Are only B and little Osborn left in the Batcave?" Tim asked as he approached the screen playing the surveillance. At this time, Batman was squatting in front of little Osborn to bandage his wounds. From the perspective of Alfred and other bystanders, Batman's actions were very cautious. As for Harry Osborn, this was the first time Alfred had seen Harry directly. "Little Master Osborn is more innocent than I thought." Alfred looked at Harry with such eyes, and only wanted to get such an adjective, but considering that the other party was still stained with other people's blood, such a description was somewhat inappropriate. The treatment of the wound was simple. Harry's body had a good recovery ability and did not need extra medicine. Batman put the packed medical box aside, stood up again, and looked down at Harry. The snow-white gauze wrapped around his neck made Harry look even sicker. No matter how Batman thought, he could not connect the crazy person in the bug with the evasive Harry in front of him. "Is there anything you want to say to me?" Batman's voice was as cold and hard as ever. Harry couldn't hear any extra emotions from him, but even if he guessed, he could guess that he was not in a good mood. But what should he say? Harry was silent. He was willing to tell everything about himself, but all of this did not include anything about Bernard. "I'm sorry." Harry's voice was dry, and he lowered his head to completely avoid Batman's gaze. "You didn't participate in the night patrol just to find the serial killer yourself." Batman's tone was firm, but this sentence was still a question. "Yet, why do you want to find it by yourself?" Batman took a step closer to the sofa. He bent down and pinched Harry's pale chin with his hand, wearing a black tactical glove to make him look directly at him. "Did you do Bird's death?" That's why he was worried about being exposed by the other party when he learned that the serial killer had good computer technology, so he had to find the killer before all of them. Harry was forced to look up, his hands propped up on the black sofa, his gray-blue eyes misted with water. He deserves to die. How much pain did the original Harry endure because of him? How many nights he had to hold the scar on his chest in pain and fear and couldn't fall asleep. He destroyed Harry's body so recklessly, and even put drugs in Harry's wine, trying to lead Harry's soul to degenerate. Such a scum, just like Mike, deserves to die. Batman's hand holding Harry's chin suddenly tightened. He pulled Harry up hard, and at the same time lowered his head, his voice angry and suppressed. "Tell me it's not you." This was the first time Harry noticed obvious emotions in Batman tonight, angry and disappointed. "No, don't be disappointed in him." Harry's nose was sour, his eyes were red, and his gray-blue eyes seemed to be able to squeeze out water at any time. His pale and dry lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just looked at Batman stubbornly. Tim looked at the increasingly anxious situation in the surveillance, and suddenly turned his head to Alfred and said, "Alfred, maybe we shouldn't show this to Damien. It's not good for the child's growth." Drake. Damien hadn't changed out of his uniform yet, and was about to draw his knife. "Don't use your dirty brain to speculate about Batman." Alfred could tell that Tim was joking, but he looked at the surveillance carefully and felt that things might not be that simple. Batman grabbed Harry's chin and pushed him hard, pushing Harry onto the back of the sofa. The blatant blue-red fingerprints were easily engraved on Harry's pale skin. "Harry Osborn," Batman straightened up and looked at the young man who was hiding something indifferently. "I won't always have the patience to listen to you." The young man's hands that were supporting himself on the sofa curled up inadvertently. He was threatened by Batman's simple words. Batman turned around and made a move to leave, and his wide cape swept across Harry's legs. When Harry was unconscious, he had already grabbed a corner of Batman's cape and stopped Batman from leaving. "No," Harry looked down at his hand holding the cape tightly, "it's not me. So, don't be disappointed in me." Batman was relieved without even realizing it. He only wanted this one result, that Harry Osborn would not be the next unrestrained killer. As for the serial killer who was almost killed by Harry tonight, Batman was sure that he would not die because of this. Besides, a ruthless serial killer had no right to ask for more. In the quiet space of the Batcave, a system-built mobile phone ringtone suddenly rang out. Harry loosened Batman's cape and fumbled to get his phone out of his pocket and answered the call. He really didn't expect that the phone, which was almost soaked in water, was still intact. The call was from Bernard. Harry thought Bernard must have been worried because he didn't wait for him to come home. Bernard. After the cape was loosened, Batman, who was walking to the side, stopped in his steps, intending to leave space to call Harry. Bernard, the butler of the Osborn family, who cared about Harry very much? As if the clouds had been cleared, Batman instantly figured out why Harry wanted to find the serial killer alone, because the real person who hired the murder was his butler, and he didn't want this to be exposed. Batman suddenly remembered the first time he heard the name Bird. It was when the Osborn family's butler interrogated the killer who was fed the truth potion. So the Osborn family's butler wanted Bird's life since then. However, these were just speculations, and he had no evidence. Harry's phone was not hung up yet, and Batman was standing next to him listening. "I'm fine. The serial killer should have been caught by the Gotham Police Department." Harry's tone was relaxed, as if he didn't want his butler to worry at all. "I'm not going home tonight." Harry glanced at Batman. "I'm not going back tonight. He is bad at relationships. This is too difficult." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49. This was the first time Harry stayed out overnight after returning to Gotham. Bernard always had a strange feeling that the child had grown up, but tonight he was at least sure that Harry had no intention of staying out at first. "Where are you sleeping tonight?" Harry hesitated. If it were before, he would have told Bernard very straightforwardly, but today he suddenly felt guilty. "I'm staying with Batman tonight." Batman. This was something Bernard didn't expect. "Are you volunteering?" "What?" Harry thought he didn't hear clearly, After all, what does this have to do with volunteering? No, nothing. Bernard might have heard that he was overthinking. I'll wait for you to come back. When will there be a room to live in the Batcave? Is Batman going to invite little Osborn to live in Wayne Manor? Tim was puzzled, but Batman, who was talking to little Osborn now, would not fly here to give him an answer. There are no empty rooms for guests in the Batcave, but there are few cells for temporarily detaining dangerous people. But even as cruel as Batman is, he would not let an injured innocent young man live in a cell. Harry was still dressed in a wet state, his golden brown hair hung down in front of his forehead, the redness in his eyes due to his excitement had not faded, and there were traces of Batman's fingerprints on his cheeks and chin. In addition, there was a circle of glaring gauze wrapped around his neck and blood-stained clothes. When his wet gray blue eyes looked at someone with dependence and trust, no one could help but be attracted to him. Even if this person was Batman. "Can I take a shower here?" Harry asked as he watched Batman rub his stiff arms carefully. Batman looked at Harry's current appearance and said helplessly, "Yes." There was a bathroom in the Batcave where they usually washed their bodies after changing their uniforms, and he also had spare clothes there. Batman turned around and took Harry to the bathroom. Perhaps the atmosphere just now was too tense. Harry, who had just discovered his feelings, had not had time to panic before he fell into a moral struggle and Batman's coercion. When the atmosphere eased and Batman walked beside Harry in silence as usual, he finally had the opportunity to savor his sudden feelings. When did it start? Harry didn't think he would fall in love with a man simply because of a hug, although the hug he defined as a hug was not simple at all. Perhaps it started from the day he saw Batman in the dark alley at night. From that day on, his good impression of Batman continued to accumulate. From the moment Batman blocked him behind him, his love for Batman began to take root, so he cared about his image in Batman's heart and always hoped to appear in front of him in the best way. His love was so obvious, but he never took it to heart. When this feeling was not discovered, he could look at Batman honestly and straightforwardly, without being flustered or having his heart beat fast for any of his actions. But when this feeling was placed in his heart, even if the cape just brushed against the back of his hand, it was enough to make his ears red. Batman took Harry to the bathroom door and turned his head to briefly introduce the functions of the bathroom to Harry, but when he turned his head, he saw Harry's cheeks were redder than before. Could it be that he had a fever? Batman took off his gloves and put his palm on Harry's forehead. Not only did he not have a fever, but the skin he touched was even cold. Harry was completely stunned when Batman's warm palm suddenly touched his forehead. He breathed lightly, lowered his eyes, and more blush spread to his neck outside the gauze. Realizing that Harry's body had become cold due to excessive blood loss and being caught in the rain, Batman withdrew his hand and pushed open the bathroom door. He casually pulled out a bathrobe of the largest size from the bathroom cabinet and handed it to Harry. "This is my bathrobe, you can wear it first." Harry followed Batman into the bathroom and took the thin gray bathrobe with stiff hands and feet. "I'll bring you some clean clothes later." Batman raised his foot to leave, and suddenly remembered Harry's injury. "Be careful not to get the gauze wet." After saying this, he hurriedly left the bathroom. Do you think their actions are too intimate? Tim didn't believe that he was the only one who felt this way. No. Damien really didn't think so. Maybe, Alfred looked a little upset, as if he was happier than usual. "I think I should hurry up and go to the Batcave to prepare a room for rest." Maybe not only the Batcave. Alfred raised the corners of his mouth, pushed the door and left the monitoring room, and reminded Tim and Damien before leaving, "Two young masters, it's getting late, it's time to go to bed. I hope you two will be back to your room when I come back later." Batman has returned to Wayne Manor through the secret passage. He went straight back to his room, trying to find a piece of clothes that would not expose his identity from a pile of clothes. Alfred, holding soft bedding in his arms, passed Bruce's room by accident. He walked in through the open door, looked at Batman rummaging through clothes, and asked curiously, "If you want to find clothes suitable for Mr. Osborn, why don't you find Master Tim? I think they are of similar stature. They are of similar height. Although Tim is 3 years younger than Harry, he has developed well after years of exercise. But Harry is different. He got his abilities purely through injections, and his body looks even thinner than Tim." Alfred was right. Tim's clothes would be more suitable for Harry. "Don't bother." Batman subconsciously resisted Alfred's suggestion, even though it sounded very reasonable. In the end, Batman still found a set of casual clothes that he had long outgrown. There was a large mirror facing the shower area in this bathroom. Harry guessed that it was designed this way to facilitate wound treatment. Although he was not used to taking a shower in front of the mirror, he had no room for criticism now. In the bathroom, Harry took off his blood-stained clothes and threw them aside casually. He would not wear them again if they were so dirty. Anyway, his eyes fell on the gray bathrobe hanging next to him, Batman's bathrobe. Realizing that he was beginning to have wild thoughts, Harry hurriedly turned on the shower. The cold water poured over his head, instantly extinguishing all of Harry's fiery thoughts. Harry wiped the water off his face and lifted his hair to the top of his head, carefully observing which direction to turn the hot water in the shower or which button to press. When Batman introduced the usage, Harry was only concerned with listening to his low and magnetic voice, and had no time to understand the specific usage of these simple shower products. Batman would not take Harry back to Wayne Manor. Alfred was sure of this. Holding the bedding specially prepared for Harry, Alfred returned to the Batcave with Batman. "Master Bruce, maybe one day Mr. Osborn can also be invited by you to visit Wayne Manor." "By the invitation of Bruce Wayne." Batman answered like this. Obviously he didn't think he would reveal his identity to Harry one day. Things are always changing and developing. This has nothing to do with philosophy. Batman said concisely. "Alfred, Osborn doesn't need to know Batman's identity. Even if he tells you all his secrets." Batman didn't answer, but he obviously thought so. "But Mr. Osborn may be different from the past." Alfred was vague, but seemed to be in high spirits. While Harry was still taking a shower, Alfred urgently arranged a cell that looked decent. Decent means that there was an iron bed with shackles and chains inside. However, after Alfred neatly spread the bedding he brought on it, at least the surface of the restraint bed looked like an ordinary single bed. "I hope Mr. Osborn won't turn over the bed on a whim." Alfred put the new quilt that had just been dried a few days ago on this simple bed, and couldn't help complaining, "This is really not a qualified way to entertain guests." After barely arranging a bed that could be slept on, Alfred walked out of the cell that still looked like a cell. "Master Bruce, I will take Master Tim and Master Damien away from the monitoring room." "You, forget it." Alfred only said half of his words, shook his head and walked away quickly. Bruce was left alone here, confused. When Harry found out, the gauze wrapped around his neck was already soaked, so he had to walk to the mirror and carefully peel it off. The dagger left a long and thin wound on the side of his neck, and the bright red mark was particularly glaring compared to his skin. Harry had washed all the blood off his body. He stood in front of the mirror and observed his body without any hindrance. He was not as sick as before, but still thin. It is worth mentioning that he already has smooth muscle lines, whether it is his limbs or his waist, abdomen and spine, which are enough to cause. Forget it. Harry pressed his palm on the mirror. He casually wiped his hair with a dry towel, and Harry irritably put on Batman's bathrobe. Before leaving the bathroom, he took a last glance at himself in the mirror. The wide bathrobe covered his body, and his collarbone and most of his chest could not be covered at all. "How can I go out like this?" Harry walked back to the mirror and tried to adjust his bathrobe. However, the bust of this bathrobe was too big for him. Although tying the straps to the tightest level would make it look like there was less skin exposed, it was too strange, deliberate and stupid. In the end, Harry still opened the bathroom door as he did at the beginning. The steam in the bathroom poured out as Harry opened the door, and Harry appeared in front of Batman in a hazy mist. Batman, who was holding a set of clothes and bending over to put them at the door, gasped. Harry's whole body was flushed with warm red, just like when he threw himself into his arms drunk that night. Some scenes don't seem to be attractive when you first experience them, but when you see them again or recall them, you will find how glaring they are. Just like now, the awkward and overwhelmed Harry in front of Batman and the active and enthusiastic Harry in his memory are intertwined, which makes people think of more for no reason. At this moment, Batman suddenly thought of Alfred's words, that is, he would take Tim and Damien away from the monitoring room, and he thought that he might understand what Alfred meant. Chapter 50. This is terrible. Batman put his clothes down and stood up stiffly. This is terrible. He is almost twice as old as young Osborn. In his eyes, Harry Osborn has always been a boy who needs care. But now, looking at the young and immature body in front of him wearing his bathrobe, the first thing he thought of was to hold him in his arms, put his hands into the wide collar of the light gray bathrobe, and go down along his smooth and warm skin. And he will look at him with his pale and alienated gray-blue eyes with red eyes, and his eyes are as trusting and dependent as always, Just like now. This is terrible. Batman clenched his fists, and under the black uniform, his arms were already bulging with veins. He never thought that one day he would have such an impulse towards a young man 15 years younger than him. All this is so unbelievable and ridiculous. Harry was still standing stiffly at the door of the bathroom. He was still ashamed of the thoughts he had in the bathroom. He didn't expect to see Batman himself at first sight when he opened the door. This was too sudden, and he didn't have time to sort out his emotions. "Come with me." Batman said this in a cold tone and took Harry to the room where they would rest tonight. Harry felt that Batman seemed to be in a bad mood again, so he hugged the clothes Batman brought and quickly followed Batman, who was walking in front of him. Harry thought there should be at least a guest room in the Batcave, but he didn't expect that he would follow Batman directly to the very edge of the corner, where several prison cells with chains and bars were lined up together. No way. Harry felt that he should not be placed in a prison cell, but he saw Batman push open the door of one of the prison cells without hesitation. Still unsure, Harry followed in step by step until he saw the bed that was obviously just made. A soft white quilt was spread on the cold and hard iron bed, surrounded by various chains and shackles for restraint. The only piece of furniture in the whole room was a single bed with soft bedding. Maybe it was a single bed, but Harry thought it was a little colder and more ruthless than the laboratory table in his basement. Harry stood inside the door and pulled the iron chain next to him, which was thicker than his wrist. The sound of metal collision suddenly sounded in this quiet space, and Batman looked over. Harry, wearing a large bathrobe, stood beside the entangled iron chain and the metal door with a guardrail. He held the clothes Batman brought him in one hand and the other hand was still on the iron chain. The moment the sound sounded, he subconsciously looked at Batman next to him. "I didn't mean it," Harry explained, and then retracted his hand. This picture was really inconsistent and inexplicably attractive. Batman only took a glance and retracted his gaze. "You stay here tonight." Harry couldn't understand why Batman became angry again just because he took a shower. Maybe something bad happened during this period, or maybe it was because he was too disappointed with him in this matter. Yet, Harry, who was standing by the door, walked in and put the clothes in his arms on the simple bed. It was just a place to stay for one night. Batman didn't have anything else to tell him. He just wanted to leave the space where Harry Osborn was. So when he saw Harry walk in, he raised his foot to leave. "Hey." Seeing Batman was about to leave, Harry subconsciously reached out and grabbed Batman's hand that had taken off his gloves. Although he had taken a hot bath, Harry's body temperature was still significantly lower due to blood loss. Batman turned around and Harry quickly withdrew his hand. "I want to say," Harry explained, pointing to the surveillance in the corner of the wall, "will the surveillance be turned on at night?" Because the surveillance in the Batcave has been open 24 hours a day, and he had some unacceptable reactions just now, Batman accidentally overlooked the fact that there was a surveillance in this cell. "I'll turn it off." Batman was really in a hurry to leave. Harry closed the semi-transparent railing door slightly, walked back to the bed in the middle of the room, lifted the quilt and laid down. His bathrobe was still on him. He huddled in the quilt, with only a few wet strands of hair sticking out. Even a 7-year-old boy wouldn't have his heartbeat speed up because of an unintentional hand-holding, but that was Batman. Harry held his own hand and tried to calm down. He didn't pull down the quilt covering his head until his face turned red due to difficulty breathing. The quilt spread here was warm and soft, and Harry didn't feel any discomfort. I wonder who prepared these, maybe Batman? The remembered Batman himself had just returned to the monitoring room of Wayne Manor. Tim and Damien had indeed been driven away by Alfred to rest, but the conscientious butler himself was still sitting in the monitoring room drinking tea. Bruce reached out and pulled down the mask. "Alfred, you should also go to rest." "Master Bruce, there must be someone who can turn off the surveillance when necessary." Alfred was a little regretful, but obviously there is no chance tonight. "Nothing will happen between me and Harry Osborn." Bruce walked to the surveillance video. He found the surveillance of the cell where Harry was. Harry just pulled down the quilt covering himself and lay on his side, revealing his red ears and white neck. Bruce quickly cut off the surveillance of the cell halfway through his words, "There should be no connection." The Gotham Police Department followed the ambulance and sent the serial killer to the Gotham Central Hospital. The emergency operating light was on all night. The BOW took all the information collected at the scene back to the police station for inspection. The dagger that fell at the scene detected the DNA of at least 7 victims in all previous disembowelment murders. If Harry Osborn is included, that would be 8. The dagger alone was enough to convict the murderer, but they went to the apartment where the serial killer was currently renting overnight in the hope of finding more evidence to convict the murderer. The situation at the scene is very complicated. We also need the testimony of the last victim. Gideon wanted to know how Harry Osborn almost killed the murderer in that situation. I will contact the Osborn family tomorrow. Gordon was not sure where Batman would take Harry Osborn. If it didn't work, he could only wait until night to find Batman. After a whole night of first aid, the vital signs of the serial killer Ripper finally stabilized before the sun rose. This was good news for Harry, the police station and the Bow. It was difficult to fall into deep sleep in an unfamiliar environment. Although there was no sun in the Batcave, Harry still opened his eyes before the sun rose. There were several lights on in the Batcave, and the faint white light shone into the cell through the bars. Harry took the clothes that Batman brought yesterday and went to the bathroom. The Batcave was really quiet at this time. Harry walked through most of the venue to the bathroom. In the middle, he was even happy for a second that Batman was confident in leaving him here alone. However, when he thought that he would end up sleeping in a cell, this happiness quickly disappeared. Moreover, Batman and Robin obviously lived somewhere else. They just didn't want him to discover their identities. Harry felt that he needed to wake up. He scooped up a handful of cold water and poured it on his face. In the bathroom, he took off the bathrobe that was full of wrinkles because he had slept in it for a night, and changed into the casual suit that was still too big for him. The off-white knitted top was loose on his body, and the neckline was so large that half of his collarbone was exposed. The pants were not only loose, but also a little long. After barely tidying himself up, Harry walked out of the bathroom and planned to stroll around the Batcave casually. After leaving this time, maybe he would have the opportunity to come back next time. What attracted Harry the most was the display cabinets with various uniforms. Since there were light strips in the display cabinets, Harry walked towards that place with a clear goal. To Harry, the most eye-catching ones are of course the similar but slightly different Batman uniforms. There are general combat armors, heavy armors with stronger attack power, and even tights uniforms that may have been eliminated long ago. Next is Robin's uniform. From small to large, it seems to belong to several different Robins, but only one set is displayed separately in a display case. Harry stopped in front of that special display case. The Robin uniform inside was severely damaged, and it was stained with dark brown blood that seemed to be indelible. The person wearing it must have been seriously injured. So, the reason why Batman changed several Robins before and after is because Robin was too injured to be competent for the position of Robin? Or to be more cruel, this Robin is no longer there. This is the uniform of the second-generation Robin. After Red Robin came to the Batcave, he saw little Osborn standing next to the display case, next to the display case of Jason's uniform. Where is the second-generation Robin? Harry did not have any malice, just wanted to know the result. He went to pursue his own goals. Red Robin sighed, looking at the torn uniform with a complicated expression, to become a better person in his own way. That's good. Although he didn't know the second-generation Robin, Harry was happy that Batman didn't have to be separated from his best partner. The dead person might be able to let go easily, just like Harry didn't feel sorry for his own death, but he would never dare to imagine Peter's feelings. However, Jason's death was different from Harry's. He couldn't let go like Harry did. It was like a person's death was just death. Not only was he quickly forgotten, but he was even easily replaced. The person who killed him was still alive as before, and still hurt other people as he did before his death. His death was worthless, so he couldn't forgive it easily. I will be responsible for sending you back today. Red Robin ended the topic. He was woken up by Bruce early in the morning to send little Osborn home. Harry was a little surprised. He thought Batman would send him. Where's Batman? Still resting. Red Robin guessed that Bruce went back to sleep after waking him up. Bruce, who was suspected of sleeping, was already sitting in the monitoring room. He saw Harry put on the black eye mask Tim handed him, and saw him sitting on the back seat of the Batmobile and holding Tim's waist. It was not until Tim drove the motorcycle away from the Batcave that Bruce sighed and fell back on the chair. Bruce, this is terrible. Harry, this is terrible. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.